Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all predecessor fans across the world, and welcome to FangDraft number 3. I'm HD Philly B, and I'm honored to be helping out my legendary buddies from across the pond for a fun day of predecessor gaming. Along with me today is the terrific Tang, and we have the distinct pleasure of guiding you through our first couple of group stage matches. Tang, my friend, you've spent a lot of time putting this one together. The excitement for me has got me all jazzed up, but what about you?
I mean, definitely the same. Thanks, Philly, for being here, of course. Thanks, everybody. Helping organize this one as well. We have 72 players sign up. We have almost the same amount actually showing up on the day, so that is a beauty to behold. And yeah, we are gonna start up with the round 3 games. The tournament has already started for the players themselves, so we have had 2 rounds being played off stream just to get everything sort of rolling, and then now we're gonna hop in, get 6 games today, like 6 best of ones, and yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be beautiful to behold. Like it's gonna be like the general format. It's gonna be 2 groups, Group A, Group B, and the winners, the top 2 of each of these groups is gonna make it to tomorrow, where there's gonna be the knockout stage.
Yeah, so you want to accrue as many points as you can, win as many games as possible. I was talking to TJ right before this, and the tiebreaker is going to be the fastest average game time. So you do want to try to beat your opponents as quickly as possible. For those folks who aren't familiar with FangDraft, this is a community tournament where team captains are selected, and then players from the community register to be a part of the draft. On draft day, team captains select their squads in that snake-style format and create their teams. Also in FangDraft, which I really love, subs must play at least 1 game, so every pick in the draft counts, because those subs could be the difference maker, especially in the group stage. I believe we will have our groups up here for you. We have a lot of them across Group A and Group B.
Yeah, so both of these groups very competitive, like as Philly just said, right? Like good draft tournaments, you sign up solo, you get picked to a team. That has the implication that all of these teams are pretty close together, because obviously, like, you are not gonna pick up somebody you consider worse if there's a better option available. So Group A is going to consist of useless Neft. Of course, Neft is going to be the captain of this one. That's going to be Times Up with Venom. Chinese Imports. It's going to be Imports team. We're going to have Catastrophe. There we go. I managed to say it after all. That's Flames team. That's also going to be the matchup for today. The first one, Catastrophe versus Chinese Imports. Then we're going to have 120 ping and late 2 objectives to round it out.
Yeah, this is a terrifying group, almost like, you know, the group of death in the world of football. So only 2 teams from these, you know, historic squads will make it through. As you said, Catastrophe and Chinese Import will be our first game today. They're both knotted up at 1-1 as we take a look at the group standings here for Group A.
Yeah, before that, though, we have the Group B available as well. We have Bold and Bold. That's proper, believe it or not. That's actually not a picture of him. We have White Walkers, Obscure, Bad Stew, Page 4, Total Arena. Of course, you guys don't have to remember all of them. We're gonna go more in depth into them when we actually see them on broadcast. But that's just to give you guys a quick overview for like the 2 teams that are going to be here. And as we said, Philly, right, the first 2 groups, the first 2 rounds have already been played, so we do already have some results from those first 2 rounds.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see, and here we go, useless Neft. I mean, do you expect anything less, being at top of the group with 2 wins, and then the Bald and Mauled team with 2 wins as well. So you can see kind of how the groups are shifting out here on either side. It's those Chinese Imports and Catastrophe that I'm looking at the most. Right now, it's I believe the Chinese Imports are above just because of that fastest average game time. So it's really critical in these group stages to try to beat your team or your opposition outright. Tang, anything that stands out to you as we take a look at these groups?
I mean, as you said, right? Like, there's a lot of ties going in, like 1-1. Mm-hmm. We see it in Group A and Group B. Same with 2 and 2. Granted, it's only been 2 games yet, right? So there's going to be 3 more rounds to go. 5 games, round robin, 6 teams per group. The winners, the top 2 are gonna make it through. Philly already nice enough to say the tiebreaker rules, of course, being like fastest winning game time. And yeah, that also means though, with a score of 1-1, Chinese exports and also Catastrophe have a lot to prove, because getting that a win would be pretty important for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you're trying to catch the likes of Neft and the rest of his squad in this one. You need as many points as possible. What I'm most excited about here in FangDraft is just seeing the meta, seeing how the game has evolved. I mean, the last time, at least over on the NA side, there's been a tournament was in the PPL. That was back in April. So it's been a good month and a half before we put on any tournaments. That's why I'm really excited for this one. The group stage, people are going to go more for what's comfortable, right, for their squads. But as we roll through this tournament, we get deeper into it, we'll see that meta kind of come out here. I know we talked a little bit about Skylar being very potent right now, received a lot of buffs in this recent patch. And then Rampage offlane has seen a reemergence here as well. So expect those 2 characters to kind of pop out in the draft. But before we get to that, we have some rosters to go through for both these sides so we can see exactly who these captains have picked.
Yeah, look at this beautiful animation coming in. Big shout out to Kashi, of course. We're gonna have 6 teams, 6 players per group, per team, because of course, as Philly said beforehand, it's gonna be the rule is if you're a sub for a team, you have to play at least 1 game. So we're gonna see which player actually makes it into the final sort of game, because like they can choose out of the 6 players, of course, each. Obviously, chances are it's going to be the main squad. I think for Chinese imports, I don't think Manku could make it today, so it's going to be Spicy in the roster. But just looking at these names, Philly, lots of known people. Like if I start on the left-hand side, Flame Poiken, Sparrow Only, Guileless, Boosted Alpha, Darken, and Suso. I think all of them are known. I think the 2 that are not known as well, Darken and Suso. I think Darken is pretty new to the scene. He was very happy getting a chance to compete in the FangDraft, sort of the feeder league into the Fang booth that is sort of our big event, that is going to be the pre-made one. So it's always nice to see that FangDraft is actually being used if you want to take the first steps into this comp scene.
Yeah, and I appreciate these players kind of having that courage to step up and put their names on the big stage, and this is how it gets started. I mean, to keep the scene alive, we need more teams. It can't just be import playing on every team and across the world and Flame as well. We need some more players coming through and making themselves known. So folks at home, look at Darken, put him in the spotlight, watch him, see how he does, and see how he fits into the scene. On the other side here, the Chinese imports, I mean, Import, we know he's a multi-time winner of everything, every tournament you can imagine. He's got it, mainly PCC, Nations League, etc. But then we got G Rolly, Remenovsky, Chich. You said Manku cannot make it, and then Spizy.
Yeah.
I was asking you about Chich. Dive a little bit into this veteran player.
I mean, Chich, good friend of mine, of course, and just a solid player overall. Has one of the world champion titles, played with England there at the Nations League, and yeah, just solid player overall. Is most likely going to be in the support role, because that is his most favorite roles. But the rest of the squad is also nothing to gloss over, right? Giroli on that offlane, that is the namesake for this roster, is branded in the EU actually as the Chinese Morose, because he is sort of the knockoff version considered by many, but he is working on becoming the sort of prime material instead. Remy, of course, you don't want to give this guy Wraith. He's gonna be a menace in that mid lane. Spicy, also a good player. Not really seen too much out of him yet, but that's also the beauty of the FangDraft. We are gonna see some players that we're not too familiar with quite yet.
And Tang, we have a very special graphic here at the FangDraft, and that is a head-to-head matchup. We've culminated a couple of stats, and right now we're going to take a look at the team captains, both Import and Flame being on the jungle role. You can see not much separates the sides.
Definitely not. And interesting, like that is from the first 2 games, so that is sourced from today. We see very similar sort of styles between them in terms of the outcome, but the way how they get there is actually quite different, because if we look at it, Flame has been going for more of a tanky sort of jungle route so far. Import more of like a hard carry one. That is an interesting note to see, because in sort of the traditional comp scene, Import has always been sort of known to be more of a bruiser jungler, not really going with the assassin route, obviously changing a tiny bit with Kalari Prio opening up a bit, but definitely 2 of of the junglers to watch in this event. I think FangDraft 3 had like 10 jungle captains, so that was a bit lopsided. But I mean, if we have that many good junglers in EU, then we might as well pick them as captains.
Yeah, and I think the jungle role is a good spot for a captain, because oftentimes they are the shot callers, right? They're saying, okay, I'm red side, let the wave crash a little bit, I can gank, or hey, I got 2 minutes till Fang, I'm going to rotate here. So they're the ones kind of dictating the pace, and some of the best in the business doing that. I'm very curious to see how the draft then, kind of formulates as these teams are picking it. I did see the gold per minute on import, just like that's a good indicator of that, almost that carry style role of your jungler, because they're going to be clearing camps quick, they're going to be taking resources so they can get to those power spikes in time to really make an impact in the scene. So definitely some of the best. I'm looking forward to this.
No, I mean, it's definitely the case, right? With objective focus being so important as well, getting your jungler fed is the best thing you can do for sort of your win probabilities, because if your jungler can just walk into the enemy team and just ignore them, that's definitely a good sign that you are going to be able to win those objective fights. I am not sure if we have the draft ready. I think if we have, maybe we can hop in already. If not, we can keep on talking about some of the picks that we're expecting, because Philly, you mentioned it already, right? The Rampage offlane, I think Bondroot has brought it to EU now as well, and I've seen a lot of players already play it. I've seen a lot of players also fail playing it as well.
I was watching a scrim last week. Was it D-Lab and the Professors, and it was proficiency in the offlane playing the Rampage, and he was just diffing people. He was going 1v1, using the Behemoth form to just turn you think you have him on the run, right? Then he goes big, and then he gets the extra health regen, and then he just turns it right around. Rumble, pounce, rock, you're dead. So there's a lot of things that Rampage can unlock there in the offlane, and I'm glad, right? He should just be stuck into the jungle. That's his only role. Like, let's see how let's push the envelope here, the limits to these characters. And then Skylar, just an absolute menace there. If she's not first pick, first banned in each and every of these drafts, I don't know what the teams are doing, because that character so strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, the tracking that we see out of her as well. There is an argument to be made that some console players might be picking her up, because that is actually disgusting what some of our good console players can actually do with her. Like, just hit absolutely every tick off the beam. Definitely not a pick to sleep on. There's also like some others, right? The Wraith in the mid lane, maybe the Argus even making a bit of a reboundance. The Sevarog being pretty strong at the moment, sort of like the tanky characters returning a tiny bit. There's a lot of ways we can go in the draft. It's definitely going to be interesting to see what's going to happen. I think both of these teams very experienced in their sort of comp lifetime. Import and Flame, both of them have been part of uncountable tournaments so far. Definitely know how to draft as well. Then again, it's a different team, it's a different patch. Might also just go for comfort instead, when sort of like the most optimal team comp has not quite been figured out yet.
For sure. And these teams, maybe, I think they had it was like 2 weeks, a week and a half to formulate and to practice. So especially coordinating schedules between 6 people can often be difficult. So maybe getting a few scrims in here and there, just practice in quick play, whatever it might be. But yeah, it takes some time to be like, wait, I signed up as support, but maybe I'm actually better over here in the off lane. And then you got to swap everybody around and figure that out. So comfort is definitely going to be key here in the group stages. And then, as you play a little bit more, you figure out the meta a little bit. What characters are strong. Tomorrow, definitely going to be a little bit more strategic in that regard. So definitely going to be excited here. But I'm glad you brought up the Argus. Argus, one of my favorite characters to play. I'm a support player, so I play him in that role. But in the mid lane, has definitely seen that resurgence and can kind of go toe-to-toe with the likes of Bellica and Gideon, Wraith, etc. that we may see. So I'm excited to see the little dwarf mage out there, because it's been a long time since he's made his stage debut.
Yeah, I think Argus, when he came out, right, he was really, really strong. I think everybody played him. Like, he was absolutely running over games. Then there was a bit of a phase where he got like 4 or 5 nerfs in a row. I think warranted, to be fair, warranted. Yeah. But now, like, people have found the stride again with Argus. I think with Caustica being removed back then, like the mana regen, that hurts him quite a bit. But honestly, now he's looking pretty strong. Like he has a lot of setup in his kit. He is without having a movement ability, one of those characters that still feels safe with that Void Crystal that you can just use as a trampoline and jump up and down and just have a good time, right? And also, like, people just got better at it, right? That's also a part of it. Like, if you are really good at a champion, it doesn't need to be the best hero in the game necessarily. You can still stomp with it, right? That's sort of what we've seen in these tournaments. Sometimes a player just loves to play one hero. He just only one tricks it. Looking at you, Gailes. Looking at you, M, as well. And they completely run over games. And yeah, I mean, that's definitely works as well, because sometimes comfort is sort of the best perk you have.
Yeah, and I'm glad you hit on that point. There are some of those specialists, right? I don't like to call them one tricks. We'll call them specialists. It's a lighter term for them. But if you have a specialist on your team, you have to build around that, whether you're protecting them in the draft, making sure they get that one character and you're prioring it early, which means that you're giving something else up potentially to the other side, right? So if you do have an M that's like only playing Fang Mound, you got to prio that, you give up Skylar. I think our draft is finally ready so we can get into a deeper dive. We have another fantastic graphic created by Kashi and company here. I believe Catastrophe will be the first up. And folks, we're going with 3 bans here at FangDraft. I think this will be my first tournament casting 3 bans, so I'm super excited for that.
Oh yeah, we're already starting off strong. That Rave gonna be banned away. Wukong, we actually didn't even get a chance to talk about that. That's actually a bummer, but good thing we didn't talk about it, because it is gone anyways. Chinese imports don't want anything to do with it. We're gonna see another ban coming out towards that offlane, that Grux being taken away. That leaves Chinese imports with the last ban. Could be one of those picks that we talked about, that Rampage, that Skylar, maybe go for another offlane pick instead, Crunch Terra. Maybe even Masaras for the jungle role. I think there's still a lot of options open. Chinese imports, remember, this draft is in real time, so they are taking their time as well. Kwang is going to be the final ban.
I really like this. I feel like, I've been playing a lot recently, and the Kwang can just be really tanky and also putting a lot of damage. I've seen a lot of people build him Prophecy and he's just swinging the sword out there like there's no tomorrow, and then you can't take him down, and then he can just kind of zip zap away. So I do really like this. And then we have the Zarus as our opening pick here. 46% win rate on my favorite character in the game. He did receive a couple of nerfs in this last patch, but still that ultimate, the Coliseum and the scalability, just super strong.
Yeah, definitely is. For the record, these win rates, these pick rates are from custom games in the last day. So they're not only from our event, but they're from all custom games. Just something to keep in mind. Crunch, Greystone on the other side. So we are already going to see a lot of Bruiser coming in for Chinese imports. A lots of dive potential as well. That Greystone and that Crunch, if they work together, they can just set up such a good dive. And that makes me think of a few heroes they can use to supplement that. I'm thinking of the Gadget, the Gideon. I'm thinking of the Morn maybe with that, with turning off the lights, right? That's some ways the Chinese imports can sort of adjust that. For Catastrophe, though, they want to go the different route, right? They have the Zeros, but now they're saying, okay, we are going to index heavily onto the dual lane, potentially, with that Richter pickup. So they want to snowball through there, potentially. And that tells me that maybe they want to go for a strong ADC next as well.
So, Tank, just for my knowledge and for the folks at home, when they're picking, it's not matching up directly with what the role is listed on the screen, correct?
Oh, yeah, no, it's not.
Okay,
yeah,
all right, because I was like, Richter Jungle,
no,
I mean, it's playable, we've seen it, but maybe not in this tournament here. But I do like the Richter pickup, adds a little bit of extra front line, and then that's how they're going to engage, right? If we're looking at Chinese import, they want to go for that double dive with the Crunch and then the Assault the Gate from the Greystone. But the Richter, they're going to play a little bit more patiently over here, reel somebody in, cast the Coliseum right on top of them, the net, so to speak, and then take somebody down. And I like comboing the Fly Trap from the Fae on top of that as well.
And Richter also disables the Greystone for so long, the Crunch the same, right? But the Greystone oftentimes can't even pop that hard for Stoneforge Soul if he just gets silenced for a year or two. For the other side though, Sinks being picked up, Chinese imports, they want to still index onto the dive, have a bit of revive as well. We see bans coming in as well, Skylar, Murdoch being banned away. That leaves Revenant open, so a lot of focus on those ADC picks in the second phase of the draft.
The Zinx Revenant lane is actually pretty oppressive. It can be, pretty daunting to go against. There's a lot of magic damage coming out from that. And then I like the Zinx pickup as well, because if your Crunch or your Greystone get in trouble, just Neuroregenesis them, right? Keep them alive, and then allow them to pop the Stoneforge Soul if he gets silenced, etc. And then that adds a little extra life. Wow, these picks are coming in quick, my friend. Kira has seen a resurgence. I was talking to a couple of folks, and it's about that poke ability in the lane, right? Being able to put the pressure on your opposition. Doesn't have the best wave clear, so you're gonna have to rely on your support. Richter, some decent wave clear if you get the electrocute early, and he allows himself to do that. And then Shimby, the last pick here to round us out.
Yeah, I think for Catastrophe, like if they make it through the laning phase, I think they're actually pretty well positioned. But I think that Richter Kira dual lane into a Revenant Sinks, I think that's not something that I would play myself. I think that sounds pretty miserable just looking at it. But I think if you make it past the laning phase, I think you are still going to be pretty happy with that comp you have. And yeah, I think the idea of both teams seem pretty clear. I think for Catastrophe, they just want to scale to the late game. I think for Chinese imports, like the Gideon as well, the Revenant that can just zone for himself, pop that Reckoning, be able to just slip in, slip out in those team fights, just looks like the stock standard dive comp, and I'm all here for it.
Yeah, I love the last pick. Gideon adds that little extra team fight ability to some of those objective contests right around the Fang and the Prime. So definitely a great last pick to get that Cosmic Wizard in. I'm hearing in my headset, folks, that we are ready to go down into Sanctuary for our very first streamed match here of Fang Booth number 3.
Let's go!
I love it. So it looks like we'll have Flame on the Dawn side and the Chinese imports here on the Dusk. Tang, we've been seeing a lot of these teams going for the red buff first, especially on the Dusk side, and doing a massive leash maneuver to get their jungler off to a good start.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they continue on with this. I think both of these junglers, they want to have a fast tempo. I think both Saras and Crunch both fare pretty well into each other. I think both of them sort of want to do the same as well, just looking at it, right? Both of them are sort of heroes that can box, but they just want to play and dive somebody, get onto the backline. I think both of them require a lot of resources to do that, though. Flame Poiken, though, is going to go over to the blue end side, is not going to get a leash. Chinese imports, they're going to help the Crunch out, as you said, Philly, and it's going to be a bit of help coming in after all for Flame as well.
Okay, he's going to need it. I don't normally see the Zars going on to the blue to start, but I think they knew that the red was going to be the opposite number for the Chinese import. So, making sure that doesn't get stolen away, because sometimes that jungler on the opposite side can kind of sneak through the river, take a couple of the blue, and then, make a gank on this duo lane. So the Zars might be going more for a defensive strategy here to start to protect that duo lane, knowing they're going to get pushed in.
Yeah, potentially that, but he could also think about like the 3-minute timer, because if you have ever watched an import game, you know that import loves to do red side into blue side into taking Cyan buff. So another thing that Flame could be thinking about here is that he starts blue side so he can match import on that right hand side, help out the Chimbi, maybe get a counter gank in as well, and then hopefully get the Cyan buff as a sort of early advantage. But still, Ceres plus a Chimbi, I'm not sure if they would even win the 2 versus 2 against the Greystone Crunch.
Yeah, that's a lot of beef over there, and the knockup from the Crunch can really put a damper on things. But that is the mastermind. That is the strategy between having 2 junglers as your captain. It's all going to be facilitated through them. We see a little bit of skirmishing going on here, and it's the Zarus making that rotation. You got to get the Greystone down early before he gets that level 6. They're looking to put the pressure on now. His health bar being chunked. On the opposite side, though, Catastrophe, it's the Kira and the Richter getting bullied in. Here we have a switch. The Spirit Near, no, doesn't go home, but it's Flame now, Tang, who gets that sign buff first.
Flame gets the sign buff, but Guileless being a bit greedy, blinking in, trying to connect with the last wolf and not connecting. So it's just going to be blinks blown. Flame used his, so did Guileless on the right hand side. So it's going to be a plus trade in terms of those long sort of cooldown timers. But it's going to be an advantage, as you said, with the Cyan buff being in Flame Poiken's hands. Now, it's just going to be onto import. What is he going to do? He's looking towards the mid lane. There could be an invade towards that red side brewing, because Flame has not cleared his 2 camp yet.
Yeah, we can see the Crunch. He's being followed by the Wizard as well. Oh, almost stole the red buff there. A nice dash, but the forward Crunch does connect. Now it is the deflect as well. The Spear of Near coming out for import. He's got a dodge on his tower. The rock does hit. The line tempo, though, just to scare him away. The Wolves, they can do some damage. Flame Boinking gets out, but just barely. A dive. Does it come through? No, he'll be able to retreat here for now.
it doesn't even have to come through because Philly, I hate to correct you, but he actually did steal away that red buff. So Import took away the red buff, invaded the 5 camp, got that for himself, stopped the recoil of the Ceres as well. So this Ceres is feeling miserable right now. We're seeing this in the XP department as well, level 4 to level 3, but Import has his entire red side up again. Meanwhile, Ceres back on his blue side did not get anything from his red side, but just got attacked and destroyed by Import on the crunch.
Wow, a good eye there, Tang. I'm still rubbing the sleep crusties from mine over here in NA. But yeah, that's disastrous here as we see the Zarus at level 3 and the Crunch already at level 5. If he gets to level 6 early, it could be all said and done. Now, another skirmish over here in the duo lane. A nice Riplash in to bring Reminowski close. Still, the teams are battling out. Here it is, the Crunch. He's making his presence known. The forward Crunch and the first blood goes to Remy. That's exactly who needed to get that extra gold.
Import loves to punch, and so does Crunch, so it's just a perfect sort of combination. Sparrow only having to blink away. Revenant going in a bit too deep. Chich close by might be there to help, but Remy going lower and lower. Another Spear of Nia would do the trick, and Flame Poiken does not even need it as Chich is caught on a wrong side of the map, but so is Flame. Another one of Imports invades towards the personal private space of the Ceres is gonna be the pickup onto Import.
My goodness, this duo lane is seeing all the action right now. I thought Sparrow only, made a mistake by, staying a little bit longer in lane, but maybe it was a bait to just keep the Revenant in so they could get an elimination. But then it was just a topsy-turvy turnaround as Import was able to get something, but he gets yoinked back into place. The electrocute as well as the silence on him, but he'll get out just fine. The Crunch, tons of mobility.
I think the big thing we need to index on, really, is that jungle. I think the Ceres level 4, Crunch almost level 6, as in the mid lane. Big trade! It's gonna be the dash in, but Spice just gets deleted as Darkin gets traded out. Good Reckoning usage by Remy, picking that one up for himself. Actually, Reckoning not on cooldown quite yet, but still picking up a frag for himself.
Yeah, a massive play. I thought Darkin, he was doing a little diff there. Yeah, it was doing the 2v1, the fly trap expended, and he took that Cosmic Wizard to town, but the Revenant just hit that 4th shot, and that will just blow up anybody. Friend, our first match we're streaming today, and it's already been a good one, a very back and forth affair. It looks like Flame has been able to catch him up a little bit here in the levels, Tang. He's now level 5, so just getting ever so close to that Coliseum. That's really when he's going to want to start making some plays.
Yeah, definitely. I think getting that pick onto the Revenant was at least sort of stemming the bleeding for the Ceres. One thing that you still have to consider, though, is that Crunch is already at a stage where he gets the re-crunch. So he is the level up. He can make those plays. Meanwhile, Ceres should really focus on getting that level 6 first. Right-hand side, Guileless is going to go in, but look at this again. Crunch on the 3 camp. Guileless using the dash in is not going to get punished quite yet. Import opting to farm, wanting to pilot back towards the left-hand side because that's where the next objective is gonna spawn. It's already there. FangDraft. I really think that Chinese Imports, with that lead in the jungle that they've accrued for themselves, they should really look to get that for themselves.
Yeah, Fang will definitely be the next objective. Unbeknownst to him, he's on the menu. We have a couple of wards being laid about his pit, just so they can get some good vision there and some positioning. But right now, the mid laners, they know how important it is to wear each other down. It's Flame who dives in. He does have level 6. The Torn Space expended the blink as well. The Cosmic Wizard, always slippery. That get in, he has all the tools in the bank to get out, but that blink being forced, huge.
Yeah, it's really, really huge. I think Gideon should have waited a tiny bit longer, wait for that fly trap to be expanded, or wait for that Colosseum to be expanded, because that's cooldowns that he really don't want to this catastrophe team to have. As in the mid lane, Darkin, he doesn't even care. He's just gonna get that solo kill regardless. No blink, Gideon, free kill for this fate.
Oh, maybe a little misstep there from Spies to return to lane, knowing that Darkin was still there, full health and a decent amount of mana. A little misplay, but the fly trap was expended though, so that is a fortunate cooldown to be offline if you're going into this FangDraft. But I think with their mid laner down, they're going to think otherwise. Right now, it is the off lane that we're looking at here. Darkin has made the rotation. The Untamed Growth just barely missed the Nettles as well to give him some speed boost. There is the heals. The Ricochet does lock down the Fairy just for now. He's being slapped to Oblivion. The Stoneforge Soul expended, and Darkin goes down.
Darkin goes down. Big rotation on the right-hand side, but it's gonna be answered with that immediate FangDraft take that once again is going to get traded out with that mini prime on the other side of the map. So both of these teams playing really close to each other. I think Catastrophe, they have sort of weathered the storm of this early game. Flamepoiken has been at least getting back into this game, this mid gank as well, helping set Darken up for that solo kill onto the Gideon, really helping Catastrophe stabilize this game, not quite living up to their name quite yet.
My friend, which is the better trade? You get the first Fang, which gives you that extend into the buffs, or you get the mini prime on import, who's already had one heck of a game so far. They're going to be looking to get some of these tower plates down with that. What do you think? Who got the better of that exchange?
So I don't believe there's a default answer for that, because it all depends on how import is gonna be able to use that one. We see him invade over towards the right hand side. He took away the 2 camp. He took away the red buff. Now he's looking towards that 5 camp. He might be caught off guard though. Faye is making the rotation in, fighting onto the offlane, but Guileless might be the one caught in a bad spot.
Uh-oh, the forward crunch does come through. The leftward crunch, the rightward crunch, and there it is. The Shinbi, so shifty, uses the rushing beat to get out of there with a sliver of health. How is that even possible? It is Darken who is the savior of that one, staves off the advance, and it plays bodyguard to move away. On the flip side of the map, though, it does look like Boosted goes down against Remy once more.
Yeah, it's just such a hard lane to play. We touched upon it at the beginning, and Import so smart, using that gateway to make the rotation over towards the offlane. Sparrow only can't hold this turret with those buffed up minions, trying to get a bit of damage into Import. That Sync's healing is always going to be enough, though, to make sure that he survives. Who doesn't survive, though, is Sparrow only, because Remy has something to say about it.
Oh my gosh, the Hellfire rounds just doing so much damage. That's intelligent play there from Remy, waiting for that 4th shot to come online, hop around the corner, and just one shot, pop, down you go. They lost the tower, they lost their carry. Disaster over here for Catastrophe.
Definitely is. I think now we can take a bit of a breather. I think this game has been very action-filled. I think actually the kill score does not give it justice, because a lot of those sort of invades at the beginning that gave Import this big lead he has in the jungle were actually not kills that he got. It was just forcing the Saras out of the jungle. For Catastrophe, though, they were able to sort of stabilize this game, but this Import on with that mini prime was just able to open up the map quite a bit. And now on the left-hand side, not having a tier 1 turret that enables this dual lane of Chinese Import to also look around the rest of the map. And if I'm being the Fae in the mid lane, I'm worried, Philly, because I am just gonna get attacked by a Sinks over and over again.
Yeah, there's no escapability for the phase, right? They put down the Bramble Patch that gives them a little bit of move speed, but they have got no jump, and there it is, getting jumped on right now. Unfortunately, Flamboykin, the captain, has to stay here to ward them away, allow the ferry to escape. I believe the Coliseum just dropped here for the side of Flamboykin, but that's really just to get everybody in. The Bramble Patch there to extra move speed, the Blink expended as well. Everything unleashed here from Flame to get out alive.
Yeah, but it might not last, because Import is going in once more. Dash away. Evade used by Flamboykin to make it out of danger, but it's still gonna be the tier 1 under attack. Guileless making the rotation in.
Oh man, go for a 4v1. That might be ill-advised. Under the tower, the Blink expended. Oh my goodness. Guileless with some gall there to try to take on the whole of the Chinese imports. We do have a disconnection, unfortunately, here for Boosted. He goes waddling back to the fountain. So right now, Catastrophe already under pressure here, down a man.
Down a man, and now it's the time once more where that Fangtooth spawns as the Blink away by Chich. That was caught off guard. Lazy backing, not something that you are allowed to do in a tournament setting. Again, as I said, Fangtooth about to spawn. Greystone got so much free time on the right hand side while all of this was going on. So Chinese imports slowly but surely restricting the space that Catastrophe can actually use and winning the fights as well. Fangtooth, I don't think there's even going to be a contest with Flame being on the right hand side and Import already beelining towards it.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do, but I love the strategy coming out from the imports, really focusing on keeping Flame under wraps, right? Not allowing him to have any jungle farm, not being able to get good ganks off and things of that nature. So really trying to keep that player down, and it's working to great effect so far. my friend, hindsight is 2020. We'll say that the mini prime buff was maybe the better option of the two because of the pressure they were able to put on that dual lane, which opens up this take here of the Fang. That'll be their first Fang of the match, second of the game, get that extra buff duration. Then when they get the next mini prime, Import will be even more of a menace with that extended duration.
Definitely is. I think also what you have to consider is that even if Chinese imports, even if they don't want to get those 3 Fang Teeth, at the very least, they're denying them away from Catastrophe, because with every lane going so badly for them so far in this game, I think one of the win conditions that they could actually play for is that third Fang Tooth sort of Monty, right? Getting the third one, getting that extra power, that extra armor, that is gonna pay off dividends for you for sure. Guileless on the right-hand side is gonna get attacked by Garrely.
Yeah, but this is a matchup we know very well. These two kind of contest in the offlane a ton. And it seems like Giles, he's staying toe-to-toe. He wants to take this fight, but maybe ill-advised. The all-kill expended. The Assault the Gates used. The Blast Flower has to be expended as well. Giles so shifty on the Shinbi, taking everyone, looking like Mario, just jumping from platform to platform. And they get out of this one. Amazing tech there from the offlaner.
Amazing tech, but at the same time, just a bit greedy import though. One Sparrow only knockup not gonna connect, but it's just gonna be a bit of presence shown once more towards the left-hand side. This Kira with no support to her name. We mentioned it beforehand. Richter DC'd. Sadly, our DC rules do not allow a remake after 5 minutes if there's already been kills, if there's already been objective claimed. So we're just gonna have to hope for Alpha to make it back into this game, because I know for sure Sparrow only is not happy laning against a Revenant Sinks on the left-hand side.
Absolutely. The good thing with Richter, though, is that, you know, yeah, if he does able to reconnect, and we'll be down some levels, but all you need is one good Riplash and Skewer, and that could really save the day for your team and get a good initiation off. So still impact can be made by Boosted should they rejoin. Right now, though, the impact being felt as Import has the gloves up. He's looking at his counterpart there. The forward crunch misses, but the uppercut doesn't. Sends the Gladiator into the sky, just sends him away. From now, they want this mini prime. The Greystone upon him. The nice blink forward there by Import. Can he stay alive in this one? No. Right now, Spies, though, he goes over the top, finds his opposite number. It is just melee bedlam over here on the red side, but it looks like the Chinese Import get a triple kill and come out on top.
They come out on top, but they're not done quite yet. Sparrow only getting attacked under the tier 2 blink forward with the Leapers, while Sparrow only trying his best to get distance, get away from this Greystone that wants no mercy for this Kira. Mini Prime also picked up once more for Import himself on the crunch. And this Catastrophe team is now really struggling. Definitely showing us why they've decided to pick this name.
If I'm the side of Chinese Imports, I'm thinking, okay, how quickly can we end this game so that way we can get, you know, that tiebreaker should we need it moving forward. It looks like Boosted has finally reconnected his internet, maybe got a little boosted Wi-Fi there, and is now back in the match. That is going to be a sigh of relief for Catastrophe. They desperately need this Richter right now to keep Sparrow alive.
Definitely need to. Next FangTooth is gonna be up soon. I think the second one, what was it claimed? Like 12 minutes? We sadly do not see on the current spectator mode when it spawns exactly, but it should be around this time. That's why we see in this this grouping of players around this Fang pit. Chich needs to worry about. You are pretty far ahead, but a good fly trap could still spell doom as Import just goes in.
Oh my gosh, it just takes one Hellfire round, and there it is. The left crunch takes down the fairy. Nothing that the Darken could do. Import is just a menace, so far ahead of the rest of the pack. A double kill for the side of the Chinese Imports. They'll roll this one right into the Fang.
Definitely, yeah. There's just nothing to do for this Catastrophe squad. They're just locked behind turrets. They can't even engage this Chinese Imports team anywhere. Boosted Alpha is gonna try still in the mid lane. It's just gonna get chunked out. This Gideon dealing damage. This Import being fed out of his mind. Just gonna force the Richter away. Now I think we are seeing another invade towards the blue side. The FangTooth, I've been corrected, has not spawned quite yet. But it has, and now I believe Import making it into the pit, and I'm just gonna stare down this objective until it spawns.
I mean, they don't even care. They'll take this 5v5 fight. I mean, they are so up in gold and in levels. I mean, an augmentation mutilator on this crunch right now. Salvation waiting in the wings. That FangDraft didn't even stand a chance. Deleted in an instant. My goodness, the amount of damage coming out from the Chinese import is insane. They get their second Fang, which adds that movement speed when they're out of combat. Now they're going to be looking to put the hurting on here in the duo lane. Sparrow and company, they're going to do their dangest to keep that tower alive.
Definitely on the left-hand side, Garoli might finally be caught, but so slippery as the Greystone. Guile is gonna blink in. Is that what he wants? I'm not sure. Flame Poican close by. They're gonna slowly but surely start running him down. Blink forward by Flame as well. Is gonna wait with the Colosseum until this dash comes in, but not connecting with the Spear of Nier. After all, he's still gonna wait it out as on the left-hand side, Sparrow only loses tier 2 and loses the rest of the base potentially as well, with Greystone buying so much time on the other side.
And that's what Greystones do. It's like a catch me if you can kind of instant. You know, they'll just leap around, jump around, maybe use the ultimate if they have it, just to create that space to take the tier 2 tower down. They could potentially even run at the inhib, just for how strong they're feeling right now. Right, but they will back off here. They know the prime is up. I think the wait for big prime here, Tang, is that'll be in what, another 40 seconds before the big robot joins the fray.
Yeah, another 30 seconds now. 20 minutes is the breakpoint. No small objectives spawn after this one. And so is gonna be the timing where the next FangDraft is about to spawn as well. That is gonna be probably game deciding. I think, Philly, we've seen sort of in this meta, in this patch, we've seen how important those big objectives are. I think in previous iterations of the FangDraft, in previous iterations of the FangBooth, we've seen a lot of 48-minute games. They still happen, just not as much as this one, because it's just so likely for you to be able to end the game if you manage to pick up those big objectives. Mid lane though, Richter.
He's getting, I believe he's getting run down there, and he will find himself 6 feet under. There is Chich finding themselves on the scoreboard as well. And with a pick onto the support, looks like they're rotating right over to this big prime. They know they have the abilities to do it. Imperator Terminus Vanquisher on Remy right now. They are hitting like a truck. Import as well with that on-hit damage from his items. There's just no chance for this big prime to stay alive. The rest of the team, though, it looks like Catastrophe, they're just going to try to level the lanes and get some more farm.
Getting farm is not a bad idea. Going for the dive might just be a better one, honestly, because even if you die, you're not really giving over anything from Flame Poican. But if you don't manage to steal this, as we said, right, it's just so strong at the moment to have that prime. Sparrow only in the mid lane, gonna get attacked. Richter might be the sacrificial lamb.
The skewer was in, but I believe it whiffed. It didn't connect onto anybody. Jiroli, he's looking to play the front line, still baiting people, goading them to come at him, as all good Greystones do. For now, though, they've got what they came for. They're going to rotate away. Fang next on the menu, but I think they're going to look to get this mid inhib first.
This mid inhib definitely looking juicy for them. We see the grouping happening right there. 4 in the mid lane, 1 on the left-hand side. They're a bit indecisive so far. They don't want to push in quite yet. They're still thinking about playing for the FangDraft instead. Greystone catching the wave on the right-hand side. It's going to be Gideon pushing on the left. And in the mid lane, 3 members now pushing down this inhibitor.
The reason why they're not fully committing into this, they're going for a little bit of a siege tactic, is because of boosted. 1 Riplash under tower, then the shock therapy to silence. That could spell doom for either Import or for Greystone if they get too close. So they do have to play a little bit carefully. And that's exactly what we were talking about, Tang. The threat of the Richter. Yeah, they've disconnected. They're not up in levels, but just that hook is all you need to change the fight. Right now, it looks like they might be willing to make their move as the purple minions come under the inhibitor. They're just wailing on this tower now. They are buffed up by the prime. There's that Riplash expended, knowing the cooldown is out. That could be the go button for that.
Could be, definitely. On the other side, Gideon also having to run away. Darkin getting a good catch onto him, actually just explodes him with the fly trap. On the right-hand side, Gailas also boxing into this Greystone that goes super low, is gonna be able to survive just barely. But really good base defense so far from this Catastrophe squad. Have not lost any of these turrets quite yet. Guileless, though, might be lazy backing once more himself. Gets chased down by this import on the crunch. But you can't escape the robot. And he's gonna get the pick.
If there's someone that can chase down a Shinbi, it's definitely going to be a crunch. You do the double forward crunch, then you have your knockup ready to go. That brings the Shinbi back down to earth, and then you just wail on them until they're back into the spawn room doors. So, a good defense there. Yes, no inhibitors gone. They give up a couple of kills, but it's about waiting out this prime, right? Attack the waves as much as you can. Make sure they're not chunking the inhibs as much as possible. Wait for the next wave to come through, the next objective to come online. But you can't lose Boosted here right now as he goes up against Jiroli.
Definitely can't lose him, but if he connects with that hook with nobody close by, this could actually be a bit scary for the Greystone that does not have that Stoneforge soul up himself. Now, once more, Imports is gonna start up this Fangtooth. Saras completely giving this one up once more, is not gonna even look into this direction of that Fangtooth this time around. Is just gonna take his red side once more. Primal has been claimed, but fairly importantly, Prime is about to despawn. So this is actually a bit of a weird timing now for Chinese imports, because now it's actually going to be slightly harder for them to push into these the space, because those minions are not going to be upgraded. As on the right hand side, Darken is going to use that gateway to make it to safety.
This is very contestant kind of point, some tension here from both sides. I mean, this is turtle mode 100% for Catastrophe. The alarm bells are ringing for them, but it's not over yet. Like we said, one good team fight could turn the tides, and they're waiting for, as you mentioned, that good scale ability, having the Zars to come online with the stacks as well as Sparrow only. They're putting a lot of stock into those two to make it happen. Usually we see Shinbi's kind of doing this backdoor thing where they just push one lane all the way to the opposite side. Fortunately, Gillis kept under wraps here, as the Greystone has been doing a good job pushing in this right-hand side.
Yeah, I think Guileless has been neutralized, but Greystone just doing the same as the Shinbi, right? Just pressing W and running at the enemy base. Now, with Prime, as I said, expired, it's just going to be the Primal Fangtooth. So, Import, they might just be looking for the fight, because this siege is so hard. Look at Faye just deleting those waves coming in.
Absolutely, yeah. That's what your mage is supposed to do, is being able to clear those waves, make sure they don't even get to touch the tower. You can see Darken doing a really great job. Those minions couldn't even get close to the inhib. Now they're looking to take that 1v1 again. They've done it before. There it is, the fly trap expended, but the stasis crest even better. The Bramble Patch, though, just to push him away here for now. The Mage battle, fun to watch here, but this is the 4v4. Siege now comes to fruition. The inhib does go down. Jiroli in. He is going to take all of the aggro. Getting a ton of spells tossed upon him. The Sparrow only doing a huge amount of damage. Pushes Jiroli back, but they're okay with that. They got what they came for.
They got the mid tier 1, but is that actually enough? Flamepoi can blink in. It's going to be the Gideon, the target. It's going to be that ultimate channel on top, but nothing left in the tank. Right hand side, though, we're looking at this 1v1 between ADC. Sparrow only has to run away. He's going to make it to safety. Reckoning, not good enough to get Sparrow only.
I mean, that was a big play by Fang there. He got a stack, get some bunnies in his sneakers as well to get up that high and reach the Gideon. And then Jiroli somehow fell under the magical might of the Fae. So a really patient and disciplined defense here from Catastrophe. This is what we love to see from some of the best in the business, is how do you play from behind? Because you're not going to win every game. You're not going to be on the front foot every game, but that doesn't mean you're out of it. A blink forward from Sparrow only. The Neurogenesis has to be casted there on Chich to keep themselves alive, but this is what they've been waiting for. The amount of damage being pumped out from Sparrow is huge. Uses the Purify to get rid of Chich no matter what, but it is Import who comes in, cleans him up.
Blink forward by the Revenants to make sure that he's the one picking up that frag. Gyla is going to be chased down in the rest of the jungle. There is going to be Darken close by that has done a really solid job in the mid lane containing this Gideon, sort of the only lane that has not gone pretty badly. Maybe the off lane as well, but I think this game was just defined by team movement. I think that is where the issues lay for Catastrophe, that we're not able to contain Chinese imports' attempts to invade the jungle, that we're not able to stop them from snowballing those mini prime Skylers. It's gonna walk in a bit dangerously because import is here.
Uh-oh, did not see him creeping in this dark alleyway, though we know Shinbi can be very tanky with that circle rhythm, right? Getting that little extra shield ability. She's just doing some scouting there for her squad. She's telling them that, okay, they're going for their prime. Are we going to contest this? Are we going to try to push some lanes out? It looks like Catastrophe, they know this could be game, set, and match if they don't do anything about it. Flamboyant, the first one to reach the doors. He gets pushed away immediately. A massive skewer, though, but an even more massive Coliseum shuts down Remy and gets a stack. The black hole over the top, though, to suck everybody in, knowing they're fighting within the walls of that Coliseum. Import extremely low. He's running for his life, and it's Gillis, excuse me, who gets an elimination here. The Stone for Soul expended from the Greystone that clatters to earth like a meteor and takes down Boosted. There is the Bramble Patch, though, for that little extra movement speed. The turnaround here from Catastrophe is huge. G-Rolly with the Neurogenesis to get a second life, or a third life rather, for the Greystone, but it's all for naught as they get blown up immediately from the side of Catastrophe. It's a all-out trade 4v4, only Sparrow the one to live to tell the tale.
But he might not be for much longer. Import has him in his sights. Can proc another one of his dashes. Does have the ultimate up. Could make it onto Sparrow only, but just barely not connecting quite yet. That inhibitor is still up, but Import does not care. Dash away by the Kira is gonna keep him alive for a bit longer. As you said, 4 versus 4. It's gonna be the death timers. Import looking for the end though, because this wave is hitting the core. Blink forward is gonna connect with another basic attack, and Philly, they've done it.
Oh my goodness, it's an objective game, folks, and the core is the primary one. So who cares about the kills? Who cares about the heroes? If that thing is going down in terms of the percent, go for it, and that's exactly what we expect from a veteran player such as Import. What a great game. I love to see a team that turtles up, they're able to do it effectively, play discipline, and then bounce back. You tank. You could have thought if someone else besides Akira with not much wave clear was there to save the base, we could have gone even longer into that. But for now, it will be the Chinese Imports who secure the victory here. They move up to 2 wins here in the group stage.
Yeah, and I don't even think we need to consider like who the MVP was of this game, right? Because it was just all Import from the very beginning. I think Import just getting that red steal at like level 3, I believe it was, after the Ceres gank on that right hand side did not yield a kill. I think this just put Flame so far behind, and this was sort of like why this game was actually played out the way it was. I think if we get a bit of a more even sort of early game with the team fighting that we saw at the very end, as you said, Philly, right? The comeback there in the team fight, 4-4, that fight being super long. Chich just barely making it back in time to revive the Greystone, to get another 3 return frags. It could have looked so much different. But as it stands, Chinese Imports are definitely looking strong.
Absolutely, and that's what we come to expect, right? Import a good veteran, and if I was ever to play in a FangDraft, I would want to be on his team to just learn everything that he knows about this wonderful game. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a ton more predecessor action here for you. We're going to head over to Group B, their third match of the day. As we get that set up, Tang and I will be there for that one. And then we have even more matches throughout as we follow the teams through the rest of the stages. I think we're going to head to a short break, and we'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody. HD Philly B here, along with Tang for FangDraft number 3. We just witnessed an excellent game from Group A. That was Chinese Imports versus Catastrophe. Now, Tang, we switch over to the other side, and that is Group B, and we have the two titans of that group battling it out. It will be the Voidwalkers versus Bald the Mauled.
Bold and mold indeed. Yeah, I mean, it's no, you said it correctly. I think it's gonna be a banger game once more. It's gonna be Lederlappen's team against Proper Clean's team. So two Germans facing off against each other. I do believe. Let me actually look up the standings at the moment while we're talking about it, because I think while we had a 1-1 in that previous game, now Voidwalker, they are actually fighting for their continued lead in the tournament, because Philly, they are actually 3 wins in. I just had to double check if that's actually the case. 2 wins in, so they have to win 1 more to get this third win for them. And for the side of Bold and Bold, they had 2 wins as well, so it's gonna be spicy. Whoever wins this is gonna be getting the early lead in this Group B.
Someone's going to walk away with a win, and someone will be handed their first loss. So the winner of this match will firmly cement themselves as the top team in this group. As a reminder, 2 teams do make it, so we could be seeing both of these teams move through to day number 2 of FangDraft. But there's still plenty more matches here to go. Tang, did you change your shirt? You're looking way nicer than you were before.
I might have lost some clothing because the last game it was sweaty as something, so like I had to have a bit of a change of pace. So yeah, hopefully this one is gonna keep on delivering because I'm already prepared for it, Philly.
Absolutely, and I'm curious to see how these teams go to the draft. Will the Skylar make it through this time? Will the Wukong make it through this time? Because I know players are dying to see the monkey in a professional tournament setting. So am I, right? He's got tons of abilities to look out for. So I'm very curious how these 2 teams will draft. Tang, we've hit on it a ton before, but for anybody who's just joining us in now, especially on my side of the pond, this is it's about comfort right now when you're in the group stage. What character have I played the most that it feels good for me right now rather than the meta?
Yeah, definitely. I think we are gonna get the draft on the way soon, and then it's all gonna be around. You don't know the players you're playing with too well, as we said before. Right, 1.5 weeks was when those teams were chosen in that player draft. FangDraft 3, of course, another one of those player drafts where you sign up solo and get drafted to a team. So you don't actually quite know what the rest of your team is comfortable playing until you actually get to scrim. We did see behind the scenes that some of them did scrim quite a bit. Others are going in completely blind. That's going to be interesting to see. And then if you don't know what the rest of your team plays, then it's also going to be this much harder to draft for them as well. So going comfort is always one of those strategies that prevail in the long run, whether it's BFC, whether it's a FangDraft, it's all the same.
Something that makes me a little uncomfy is seeing the Revenant out here in Sanctuary, my friend, because for as long as I've been playing, he wasn't really meta, not really played in the professional scene, but now kind of making a resurgence. Any insight as to why we're seeing the Bounty Hunter on the field?
Yeah, I think in that previous game, I think it was because there was some bans towards that ADC role. So Murdoch is really strong into the Revenant. That one was banned away. Same with the Skylar. Then the Revenant these days has a lot better kiting potential than he used to have. Obviously with that 4th shot, granting him that bonus movement speed with that roots applying after that mark expires is another way for the Revenants to actually outplay in these team fights. And if we know carry players, we know they like the flashy plays, they like those outplays. So I think that might also be obviously another sort of reason why we see that one picked up. We see it below us now, Voidwalkers, Bold and Mold, another 2 very strong teams facing off against each other.
Absolutely. I'm looking at the likes of Crazy Legend on the side of the Voidwalkers, excuse me. Definitely going to be looking to make a statement into this one. On the other side, though, Jax, a good legend over in the EU scene. So glad to see them making their way into the tournament. I'll be looking at him for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's crazy that you're focusing on the third round picks, right? Because our rosters were actually this stacked that they actually made it to the third round, and that is foregoing, right? Secret, Easy Peasy, Maya, Two Hands, and then obviously the captains themselves. Then Akers, a previous FangDraft captain himself, Fed making his first debut in the FangDraft. Always great to see new players and making the way in, and hopefully sticking around as well, because FangDraft is always fun to be a part of.
Yeah, and that's why we do it. It's, yes, we like to have the big flashy tournaments, the huge prize pools and all this stuff, but we're also a community. We're also friends. We also like to play together, and this is a good way to kind of shepherd in the next generation. I mean, Import and the likes can't be playing forever, right? We need the next, crop of folks to make their way through. So something like FangDraft is a good way to kind of do that in a fun and light way. Yes, we're still competitors, right? We're gamers out here. We want to win it all. We want that title on our O Meta City accounts. But we also want those bonds of friendship along the way as well. So looking at these two great teams, you were telling me in the green room, you're hoping that this is going to go the distance. This is a best of one, unfortunately, but I think it will.
I mean, definitely could. I think, honestly, like looking at the players, I would give it at the edge actually to Bold and Mold. I think just like the caliber of players they have in the more important roles, I'm gonna say under quotations, because usually you want to have sort of your hard carry in jungle, definitely, by the way, and then mid lane and ADC as well. I think they have their core really heavily stacked, and the rest of their positions are also really strong. But we want to talk about the ADC matchup as well, because that is going to be Lederlappen against Two Hands. Both have been around for a while. Two Hands, though, definitely sort of the favorite coming into this, because Two Hands is obviously on a team on Sin with imports, heading into that Gazoo LAN as well, and has been making a name for himself in the EU scene in those last few Fang moves.
Absolutely, and I think it's I think it's very funny that Two Hands has Crunch as their picture because he is catching the hands or dealing them out. But the damage dealt between the two is quite staggering. It's almost triple here for the side of Two Hands. What do you make of that, Tank?
Yeah, that's from the games they've played today, so it shows us that maybe that is an indication on how they want to play this game. That Proper Clean wants to funnel sort of his gold in Two Hands' hands. Yeah, I think that was correct. In order to get him to pump out the heavy damage, right? That teams rely on. Meanwhile, maybe on the other side, we see a more sort of team-focused ADC that just wants to make sure that the rest of his team can actually deal the damage. Meanwhile, you are sort of there as a distraction duty.
Yeah, that's sometimes the role of the ADC is that once you get hit twice, you're like, whoa, wait a second, we got to focus that guy. But as you're focusing the ADC, it's really the mage and the jungler that's going to be doing the bulk of the damage. They jump in and just obliterate everybody. So just two different team mentalities between these two squads who have yet to drop a match here in FangDraft number 3. Speaking of drafts, I think we've got it ready for us. So our producer, Kashi, will be hopping it up on the scene. And I do want to point out, Hertoka is our observer here for our first set of matches, so we thank you for being there for us. All right, the draft is now underway.
Draft is underway. It's gonna be another banger of a game. Draft-wise, though, I'm really hoping that we're seeing different bans, because I kind of want to see the monkey, Philly. I don't think I've seen him in a competitive game itself quite yet. I've seen him played in scrims, but yeah, I mean, the monkey needs to show, because otherwise I'm gonna be disappointed if we are not gonna see him in any of these games today.
We've waited so long for the Wukong. I've been following the Instagram for years, right? And every time Ometa makes a post, it's like, where's the monkey? Where's the monkey? Now he's finally here. We want to see him in action. Personally, for me, Tang, I think he's more proficient in the offlane than he is as a jungler. So from what I've observed so far. So if he does get picked, I'm expecting in the offlane role, but the jungle is still viable as well. Right now, the blonde bombshells are being taken out here. It's the Sereth and the Aurora. They will not be here in the jungle or the offlane for either of these squads. Makes sense, both very strong characters, each with their own individuals, right? An assassin, kind of an initiator, pseudo tank sort of players, but that means that no Skylar and no Monkey have been banned just yet.
Yeah, not yet. And the Rampage is also going to be banned away. Was not picked up in the previous game that we had the pleasure of casting. This time is going to be made sure that he doesn't get picked up once more. That Brave also being banned. So we see completely different bans, completely different draft approaches coming in between those two teams. So that's already sort of an indication to us, right? That the meta has not quite been figured out by everybody. Us included, of course. Like, everybody's still trying stuff, and that's also like the most fun you can have in this. But one thing is gonna stay the same, Philly. We're gonna have a Greystone first pick.
Yeah, he's been prioritized heavily, and I think it's for a multitude of reasons, right? You can put him in the offlane, you can put him in the jungle. Great survivability, can build great damage there as well. A great dive if you're going for that dive comp, a good protector that can peel back for your backline if needed, can be that distraction. We saw him leading the wild goose chase over there while the rest of the team took down the inhibitor. So Greystone, a lot of utility. Glad to see the Knight in shining armor out here today.
Definitely is gonna be responded though with that monkey, so it's gonna go into Bold and Mold's hands together with that Muriel to make sure that the Monkey King stays alive much longer as well. So I'm liking this out of Bold and Mold, countering sort of the Greystone with the Wukong. Sort of like a hero that just wants to keep on pushing. Let's just respond with a hero that pushes even more. If it comes true, as you said, Philly, that it's gonna be in the offlane role, can still obviously be flexed into this jungle Voidwalkers. Gonna be interesting to see if they expected this one, if they're gonna have something in store for us to counter this Wukong coming in for Bold and Mold.
I think you have to. If you let it go through, that means you figured something out, or you're just not confident the other player is going to play it as well. So here is the Quang, though, which can also play jungle and offlane. I like the Quang in either role, but might be in the offlane here. Speaking of the Wukong, the reason why he's really good in offlane is that split push ability, right? He gets the extra clones that come out. They all wail on the tower together, and then you can just push yourself all the way to the core. Skylar, as we mentioned, a hot commodity now here in this patch being picked up for the side of the Voidwalkers.
Yeah, so getting that Skylar could be pretty big. We did see beforehand that it was two hands on Voidwalker's team. He's going to be the one with that Skylar. Definitely going to be a scary person to give that to. Bold and Mold gonna pick up that Saris. Actually, I'm gonna correct myself. I think it's Little Up in the captain himself that is gonna be piloting that one on that left-hand team. Bold and Mold, though, gonna pick up the Zarius. That is probably a lot stronger in the jungle role at the moment. So I think your prediction is gonna come true, Philly, that this monkey is most likely gonna be in that offlane role. Sinks ban coming in as well. Now we're gonna have one more ban for Voidwalkers to start this second phase of the ban of the draft off.
I like the Zarus pick here with the Mural because it's a tried and true combo, right? You go in the Coliseum, then the Reversal of Fortune can come down to help the Zarus kind of turn the tides there in that fight. Maybe you get a stack off it, at least an elimination, and then you roll from there. I believe that's the Grim being eliminated, which makes sense from the side of the Voidwalkers. You want to take away more carry options for Bald and Mauled as they're looking deeper into the pool. The Wraith gone, the Grim gone. Probably the Revenant is going to be what's coming up next for that.
It's interesting, right? Because in the previous game, we actually saw the Murdoch and Skylar bans. Now we are seeing Grim and Wraith bans instead, so we're going the completely other way. I think Bold and Mold, they do the correct choice of not picking the ADC quite yet, because they're going to have last pick anyways. So they can have their pick of the litter, depending on what Voidwalkers want to pick next. Argus, another hero that Philly, we talked about a lot leading up into this first game, now is going to get some screen time as well for Bold and Mold.
Yeah, I love it. The arcane dwarf, the mad mage, if you will. He will be in Sanctuary going up against the Howitzer. Usually, Dr. Shadow, he's my mid lane maestro. He knows these matchups pretty well, but I feel like the Howitzer is pretty good into this matchup. Can get poked from range with the R2000 rockets, slow up the dwarf with the slow grenades, and really put the hurting on.
I have to agree, yeah. I think getting that range advantage is really important in the mid lane. Bellica being picked up could obviously go into the mid lane. We've seen how it's a supports before, but again, into an Argus, I think it just makes sense to pilot that how it is. So that leaves Bold and Mold with only the ADC spot remaining. And your predictions keep on coming true, Philly. It's gonna be the Revenant being locked in for Bold and Mold.
I do like that. The It's going to be a little bit precarious, though, because yes, the Muriel has the shields and things like that, but there's no hard stun or containment fence or anything like that to really keep the Revenant alive. And yes, he has more outplayability now, but still, the position is going to be key here for the Revenant player, whoever decides to pilot him being paired with the Muriel. The other side, though, you have a pretty oppressive lane with the Bellica and the Skylar, right? They can really push those waves hard. You can use the drone to kind of block the 4th shot if you need to, if you're really that savvy. So it's going to be a tough time here for that dual lane.
I mean, definitely. I think we see a bit of a repeat in terms of that matchup. Like last time it was the Revenant doing the bullying. I think this time it's gonna be the opposite way around, as we are hopping into the Sanctuary map in a second. That's where we're gonna finally see both of these teams face off. Philly, just looking into this draft, any predictions going into this game?
Yeah, I really like the side of Voidwalkers. Anybody who has Skylar, in my opinion, right now is it's just too strong. And I really love the front line with the Kwang and the Greystone. You've diversified your damage output, right? Kwang can really go for the magic build, and then Greystone with the physical build. And they're just kind of wailing on people and really distracting away from the bird in the sky, and that's Skylar just raining down bullets from above. So for me, it's going to be the side of the Voidwalkers that I think have a little bit of advantage in this one.
I mean, you say the bird in the sky, but there's also going to be the raccoon in the sky as well, of course, with that howitzer dropping bombs as well onto the rest of the members. So, like, as you said, very diversified in the damage department. They also have that Bellica on the support role that can also pump out the damage. So I just have to agree. I think this Voidwalkers team, like, if they find their leads, this is just going to be so hard to play into, as we are hopping into the Sanctuary this time around as well. Jax is gonna pilot this Wukong in the off lane, so we're gonna have an interesting matchup. Greystone actually gonna be played in the jungle role though instead, so it's not gonna be the Greystone in the off lane once more.
Yeah, that's gonna be an interesting matchup for the Wukong into the Kwang. It's not that Kwang can't clear the waves, but I guess maybe using the light of the heavens to really eliminate the clones. That's what I'm most worried about, because with the Greystone, you can do your little whirly bird, you can kind of clear those clones pretty easily, but the Kwang might have a little bit of trouble with that. Right now, Jax spying into the jungle, seeing that Arceus is going for a blue side start.
Definitely looking this away so far, so definitely good awareness from Jax, making sure that he knows what's happening. Jax also starting the RMB in the offlane, and not something that we actually see too much. Usually you want that crash down at the level 1 to sort of threaten sort of that hard engage with sort of the disengage of that cycle slash as well afterwards. So interesting to see that Jax interprets this matchup a bit differently, but on that left hand side, one thing that is interpreted exactly how we said is the 2 versus 2 matchup. First blood already being secured by Voidwalkers.
Ooh, and that's what we highlighted in the draft phases. The positioning is going to have to be key. That time the Muriel stepping up, getting a seismic assault to the face, plasma grenade on top, and there was all said and done for the Angel there. Two Hands going to have to play carefully in this side here.
Oh, Two Hands is not happy with this one. First blood already being secured. Muriel not even using the blink to get away. Early jungle fightings already happening. A bit of an invade happening. Proper clean. He wants this fight, but he is the one that has to run away.
Yeah, with the blue buff on, that's going to allow the Greystone to get those abilities online a little bit more quickly. The Seismic Assault, the blink. Oh, and it is Secret saying shh out there and cleaning up proper. 2 kills on the board for Voidwalkers already.
The way Secret is playing, you gotta think he is the Richter, the way he is silencing people left, right, and center. That Bellica proving once more that she is not only one of the strongest mid picks, but also in that support role, as Jax just gets completely bodied by Crazy Legend on the right hand side. What is going on, Philly?
My goodness, I mean, that was a great recognition of an advantage state there from Crazy, realizing the monkey had no mana left, so all of his escapability tools could not be used. So he was able to go in there, use the light of the heavens to get that shield and damage, and take that 1v1. A nice victory there for the side of the Kwang. It's looking disastrous here so far. Another seismic assault. The plasma grenade just barely whizzes by the head of Fad. They're breathing a sigh of relief. They know that could be the wombo combo that spells their doom, but still, bald and mauled, they know they need to scale into the late game here. They just have to weather the storm right now.
They have to weather the storm, but Philly, it's 3 minutes into the game. I feel like we've already watched 6 minutes at the very least. Objectives have not even spawned yet, and 3 of those frags already been secured by this Void Walkers team that have drafted lots of heavy damage for themselves. Jax once and more having to run away. Crazy Legend still on the chase.
Another thing that I'm looking at here, Tang, and I always ask Dr. Shadow this, is like, who's got the team fight in this one? And for me, it's the Void Walkers. You have everything in the arsenal, the Make It Rain, the Stoneforge Soul, right? The Fury of the Heavens, all can do AoE damage. On the other side, the ultimates here are all kind of mostly single target except for Coliseum. So going to be tough as Jax is under duress. Looks like Ikias comes in, the Cycle Breaker expended though to stun up Crazy Legend. There's nothing that he can do, and it is the Spear of Mir from downtown, proper clean. Sweeps up the Crazy Legend, sends that mid laner back to the spawn in the mid lane. Speaking of that, it is Meyer who gets a kill.
Oh, and suddenly everything swings once more. Void Walkers commanding lead, and they just overplay the hand on the right-hand side. Mid lane just in the dry 1 versus 1. Meyer somehow full HP, just gets the pick onto easy peasy there on that howitzer. So definitely looking good again for proper clean. The early bleeding has been stemmed. I think Philly, they have weathered the storm so far. Now it's just gonna be, can they keep this up? Left hand side, 2 hands once more going lower and lower. Argus might be looking for the rotation, has to pick up this river buff first though, but he's still on the move.
That's very curious. I feel like if I was Meyer, I would have reset there to get some items, get a full set of mana. The River Bug, yes, it's nice, but now you're in an awkward spot. He has to use the Blink, the Ether Crystal as well, but it's the Howitzer with a nice boop to send him back. The Make It Rain is now expended. No Umbrella for Meyer, and he goes down. A little too greedy for my liking, and he pays the price.
He gets the Blink blown, he gets the pick as well. So sort of donated over to his enemy mid laner. So this howitzer must be feeling fantastic, especially after getting sort of that early 1v or losing that early 1v1 against Meyer, now getting that return frag with that jungle rotation coming in as well. Just gotta feel fantastic. Now 2 and 4, this sort of game is very action-packed so far. We've not really seen a team get the heavy lead. Void Walker so far are in the advantage. Jax might be causing 1 more kill to go over this way. He was able to delete the wave though, Philly, so he is just gonna be able to reset, get back to base, and then potentially even look for that Fangtooth rotation.
I mean, that was a great engage from the side of Crazy Legend, getting the tether in and then immediately using the ultimate, the Fury of the Heavens, gets a nice swipe there, but just not at the right item mark to really have it do a ton of damage. And the Monkey, I always say, never chase him, because he's got all the tools in the kit to run away from you. So that time Crazy not overextending there. The offlane battle will still commence. Looking at the duo lane though, there's kind of evening the tides here, looking to secure some more farm. But the Ward Vision Tang around the Fang booth, that's where the bloodbath will start up next.
Yeah, it definitely should. I'm honestly a bit surprised, I'm gonna say, that neither one of these teams have opted to go for any of these early objectives quite yet. Usually when we see the level 6 come in for those jungle roles, we see those objectives start to be contested. Mini premise spawn, so has the Fangtooth on the other side. Right side, still a lot of trading. I think I'm looking at Jax right now, going for a bit of a cheeky trade as Crazy Legend still 1 HP left hand side, also trading. We're just seeing a lot of focus on these lanes, less focus on the objectives though. Jax, good combination. Crazy Legend 1 HP is gonna be blink forward, secure. Jax matches the blink and gets the outplay.
My goodness, that is the skill ceiling that you can see from the Wukong. That's why so many players are picking him up, but right now it is proper being picked off. He has to blink to get away. Unfortunately, his mid laner is there to usher him to safety. A good collapse from the side of the Void Walkers. Doesn't bear any fruit, but he'll take the blink away from the Zars here from now. There's the Greystone, just kind of saying, hey, high five Admire, and send him all the way back to the tier 2.
At least Maya has to go all the way around, right? So Greystone dropping a bit of HP, but he gets sort of the priority in the mid lane. Greystone also using that to start up this FangDraft immediately. Lila Lappen and Secret on the left-hand side, keeping the wave neutral. Revenant can't walk in, use the Reckoning on Akers to deny the smite quite yet. Sarah's close by.
Oh, he does jump into Stoneforge Soul, almost expended, but they think better of it. The Fangtooth will be secured, though, however, from the side of the Voidwalker. There it is, the Stoneforge Soul now utilized, and the Blink has to get out of the Coliseum. They know that Second Life had been forfeit. Two hands, though. He jumps forward. He's feeling good. He finds Akias and takes him down with the Hellfire rounds.
Oh boy, at least the Fangtooth was claimed by Voidwalkers, though. Otherwise, it could have looked really, really scary. From, I believe it was a 3-0, maybe even 4-0 at the beginning. Suddenly, Voldemort have clawed back the kill lead for themselves. Objectives, though, being claimed, as we said, by this Voidwalkers team. 80 HP was the HP before we did see the first smites coming in. Ended up being a good secure. Crazy Legend, though, against Jax. Once more playing on the edge.
Oh my gosh, it's shiftiness v shiftiness. Every player really using everything in their arsenal to dodge and move around one another. But it's Secrets here with, just misses the ultimate. The Seismic Assault as well. Jax the pole vault as well. One more ability will do it. The Cycle Breaker does not finish. And it is Crazy Legend who secures the kill. But a massive rotation had to be called over to get that monkey down. That does open up the mini prime.
Monkey down, I repeat, monkey down. 3 people were barely enough, maybe almost 4. Greystone was in the vicinity as well. Bellic, a good rotation there, containing Jax that was doing exactly what you said he is gonna do, right? Just attack this turret. We see it on the right-hand side. This tier 1 only having 2 platings left. The other 2 were already secured by Jax beforehand when he did get that solo kill in the dive against Jax beforehand. Against Crazy Legend beforehand, actually. Mini Prime now secured. It would be interesting to see who actually managed to pick this one up.
I wouldn't mind if they gave it to Kwang, just because he's actually been under duress here in this offlane. Jax has gotten his first item online and has really been able to put the hurt onto the Kwang. But I do want to point out for the folks at home, yes, Voidwalkers have gotten both the first neutral objectives, but the tower plates, it's been 2 down in the mid, 2 down in the offlane. That's still a decent amount of gold going for those individual players. So the economy is not fully that different between the 2 squads. These 2 are just battling it out here. Another Cycle Breaker expended just to, potentially get a stun there. He's going to skywalk out of there and be just fine. It is Meyer now with the Ether Crystal into the stun. The Particle Shredder doing so much damage, but the Maker Rain even more. The Howitzer cackling as he looks to fight his mid laner, but that just puts him out of position for proper clean to expend the Coliseum. The boot not good enough. Clean with the stack.
Gets the stack. Really good pickup there. Getting that ultimate out of him as well. The only thing I'm looking at, Philly, when I'm looking at these teamfights, they're all going in Bold and Mold's favor, but they're not getting any of these objectives off it, right? The first 2 were claimed for the side of Voidwalkers. As in the mid lane, Akers, the one under the rest now, as it's gonna be with that mini prime on himself. So it's not gonna be the Kwang having that one. Instead it's gonna be onto Akers, but with no mid laner, it's gonna be really hard for him to do anything in this mid lane, even having this buff.
Yeah, I really like what Akis did there, right? He knew his mid laner was down, so he went to cover for him and then was able to know that the 2 camp was up, so that's the shortest route there. It gives you a ton of experience as well, and then he can go for another rotation, looking this time for the duo lane. He hops right in. We're taking a look at Jax, though, as he has only 1 plate left here before the timer runs out. The 12-minute mark hits. Now on the duo lane we go. 2 hands. He's looking ready to fight. He's got the Vanquisher online. He knows he can kill a couple of players. The Atomizer, though, deletes proper clean. Nothing left but just dust. Akias, he jumps in, expends the blink, though, is the Muriel. 2 hands will survive for now, but blood spilt over here in the duo.
Blood spilled everywhere. Greystone still having this mini prime. This play might not be over quite yet. Those buffed up minions, it's gonna be such a hassle to clear. Revenant not having the biggest sort of DPS against those minions. It's just gonna chunk at them 1 by 1, but this turret is getting lower and lower as well.
Yeah, you think 1 more wave will do it. They're going to flash this as hard as they can and push this one under Muriel. Also, not the best wave clear because you don't want to do the Consecrated Ground as your primary ability. You're looking at Serenity first for the poke. Looks like, oh, they'll be able to stave it off for now and keep that tower alive. I think a couple of members are moving over to the Fang, though, here, and they secure it.
They secure it. Are they gonna get out? Answer is yes, they are as well. Kwang just a bit late on the rotation. Wukong helping clear this. And we just saw how fast this one was exploded, really. Like, just on the map, and it's immediately gone as well. Akers using a bit too much time on the left-hand side. Easy peasy. Mid lane. Blinks forced. Make it rain as well. May another one in a bad spot. Jax in front as well.
Wow, I don't think they needed to use the Make It Rain there because they were out, they were under tower. The force push actually kind of helped them escape. I'm glad that Easy Peasy didn't decide to move forward with the Make It Rain and put themselves too far out of position. A good bit of damage, though, onto his counterpart, moving the minions under tower. Here's the Greystone in support, but it may be a little bit too late as the minions had already fallen.
Yeah, not having this mini prime up now as well. Easy peasy, good landmine, making himself escape as proper clean. Blink it.
Oh, and there it is, the Colosseum on two, but a blink away from Easy Peasy, and he'll keep himself alive here for now, but that you'll take that trade every day of the week. Proper has to be careful, though, as he is pretty low health. Jax will just skywalk out of there. You ain't catching him now.
And on the left-hand side, we did see the Revenants go down to Secret on that Bellica once more. So this duo lane is struggling. This tier 1 also being claimed by Lederlappen and Secret. So it's definitely looking a bit rough for Bolt and Mold on that left-hand side of the map. They have at least secured this first Fang Tooth for themselves. So it's 1-1 in these Fang Teeth. It's going to be interesting to see whether Bolt and Mold wants to continue contesting this next mini prime is proper, just barely making it out alive.
Oh my gosh, gambling with the Reaper and winning there. No, he got stunned with the Blast Flower, and that just launched him like a torpedo over the wall, and he was able to survive there. Still a very contentious map here. We have one tower down on each side, kind of leveling the map like a scale so that it's, you know, in balance for both squads here. We see a ton of vision, though, up for the side of the Voidwalkers. No vision for Bald and Mauled.
No vision at all, but we see that the members making the rotation over anyway, so it's gonna be a fight. Jax instantly going in.
And a blink as well. There is the high impact slam after the somersault, doing a ton of damage. He does have augmentation online, which is going to be a good on-hit damage. They're looking to fight over this mini prime, but it's about getting a pick first. No one's going to start this before anybody goes down. Looking, posturing, seeing who will step out first and make a mistake here, Tang.
One mistake is all it takes. Just those intense sort of standoffs. Always a pleasure to watch. On the right-hand side, Kwang a bit away from the rest of his team as a good Seismic Sword is going to connect. Stasis used as Maya is making his presence known. Lederlappen now joins the fight. They're pushing them out.
And there it is, the initiation by Proper Clean lays down the Colosseum, but it's on the Greystone of all people who expends the Stoneforge Soul. He'll take that aggro every day of the week. Now he's leaping and assaulting into the backline. He gets a ton of damage from the Particle Shredder, however, and he has to go back to safety. Finally, somebody falls, and it is bad. Send him back to the 90s. Easy peasy with the kill.
Easy peasy indeed. He gets the frag too and still really low as well. This is still not an easy fight to fight for Voidwalkers, though. They're too afraid to start up this mini prime objective as they're all around. Jax just once again playing distraction duty. Easy peasy channeling that ultimate as well and getting the frag onto the Revenant. Now this fight has been won as the Ceres gets deleted. The Mayor fighting against the rest is just gonna have to suffer as Jax runs away. The last one left. Monkey not down. The team though is.
My goodness, and I think here is the compositional flaw of Tang, and that we're seeing it. It's where's the front line for the side of Bald and Mauled? It's Zarus. Is Zarus going to build full tank? I mean, maybe he'll go Citadel and things like that, maybe as his third items as he moves forward. But right there, if you're not getting the first initial pickoff from the Colosseum, you have no leg to stand on. Whereas the Greystone and the Quang, they can stand and fight. They'll take a ton of damage and then allow Easy Peasy in the backline to hit those R2000 rockets and deal that magical damage. So you can see how those extended fights go the way of the Voidwalkers because of that front line.
It's especially the case that if the mural gets picked up in the beginning of the fight, then like it's even worse, right? Because in theory, if you have the mural around providing those shieldings, it could be a different story. But with that being picked off at the beginning of the fight, this extra sustain is just not there for them, right? And it's just so hard, as you said, to walk into the Quang, to walk into the Greystone, and they just have to concede space after space. Now FangDraft as well has been claimed, so did the second and the first mini prime. So objective leads heavily now in the hands of the Void Walkers that are once more have the kill leads in their hands as well. Objectives, structures, kills, everything going Void Walkers' way.
They are feeling themselves now, and I'm going to be looking at the captain proper clean for the side of Bald and Mauled. The engages have to be right. You can't use the Coliseum onto Greystone. It needs to be somebody else. Can you lock down the Bellica? Can you lock down the Howitzer? You know, that is who you're going to be looking for. So we'll have to see how he adjusts moving forward in this match, because it's by no means over for them yet. Yes, this kind of wave into the mid game, they're a little bit behind, but right now Secret, he's under pressure here. The particle shredder shredding through him. Oh, a nice seismic assault through the wall. The reinforcements here though for Secret to help him get back to safety.
Get back to safety, but if the safety is the Fang Pits, then it might actually not be proper clean.
And there it is, a Coliseum on to Secret. That's exactly what we were looking for. The proper target this time for Mr. Clean. He gets himself a stack, but gets himself 6 feet under as Leader Loppin leads the way and gets an elimination on Skylar, finally feeling ramped up and ready to go.
Definitely is. Akers might not have enough. He's still looking for something there as he makes the rotation over towards the right-hand side instead. Jax once more might be the target for this big cavalry push towards the right-hand side. Actually, it's going to be the red buff invaded, so most likely it's going to be the tier 1 on the left-hand side traded for a bit of damage onto this tier 2 in the mid lane, and also the red buff for the Greystone.
We have these two battling it out. A nice high impact does a ton of damage. The force pushes as well, but the rotation from Easy Peasy and the cleanup of Crazy Legend. Well done from those two. All of the members for the side of the Void Walkers here on this offlane side. Tang, I want to point out that the Mind Razor was picked up here for the Monkey King, and that helps do some extra cleave damage and clear the waves. I feel like that's a good item pickup here in the offlane for the Wukong.
I mean, definitely is. I think the mana economy, it's pretty okay for the Wukong, honestly. Like, it always feels like he has mana left, but it's still very imperative that you don't run out. Because the second you do, suddenly you're not this elusive monkey anymore, but you're just a stat stick that is going to slap around, though, by most of the other offlaners. So, definitely a good pickup by Jax. Definitely knows what he does on that hero in the offlane. Usually, usually a player that also likes to fill the jungle role, but as I said, right, with so many of these captains being junglers themselves, Jax has been relegated to the offlane instead.
And there it is, an invade from Secret this time, and he's pestering the Reptilian Gladiator. Oh my god! Just face down in the dirt, nothing that he could do. That proper clean is gone. That will open up the map just a little bit more to take some of these objectives as they come online. Knowing the hunt is down for 30 seconds, it looks like the big boy Prime is next on the chopping block.
It definitely is. I think this is still going to be a bit scary. Revenant can still make it a 50-50 with the Reckoning, but he might not even have time to make it into the pit. Orb is going lower and lower. Jax, he just can't walk in. He's so scared of all this hard CC.
I mean, what are you going to do? He's got no items that are going to give him that tank ability to jump in there, so they're going to have to let that one go. The big Prime, the way of the Void Walkers. A nice plasma grenade, though, just to make sure Jax can't jump in. The cycle break does stop the back, though. A cheeky play from him, and he's going to laugh his way back to his tower.
Is going to look for that Cyan buff for himself, but that is obviously only the reconciliation prize, because obviously the winner's prize, that was a handful to say, I'm gonna be honest, but yeah, no, obviously like the big Prime, a big objective to gain. Like these days we usually see that the games end of the first set of objectives. I think in our previous one, the first Prime helped open up the map, getting those tier 2s that was exported, Chinese imports when they played. Now it's gonna be the question, can Void Walkers do the same? Blink in proper clean with that Mirror Lord.
It seemed like it was a more defensive Coliseum than anything as he got jumped, jockeying for position around the prime pit, or the Fangtooth pit here. It is Fad who will be the scapegoat and left to their own devices, going down. Giving chase, though, is the side of the Void Walkers. They're feeling emboldened to take each and every fight. That is another member obliterated. Make it 3, make it 4. Only Proper remains, and he's the one that started this whole mess off. And there he goes, deleted into pixels. A clean fight there from the Void Walkers.
A clean fight, and this is gonna be game, Philly. Like, there's no way they can defend this. 17 seconds still on the Muriel, and the game was kind of close until it just wasn't. Until Void Walkers decided, we are just gonna win this game, and it's not even gonna be a contest. Honestly, Philly, looking into this game, do you have any candidates for MVPs?
I was just thinking about that, my friend, and it is a tough one. I want to say Secret making a lot of those early game rotations really kind of unleveling the side, making them uneasy, Bald and Mauled. But it was easy peasy, I think, is what I'm going to go for. Just the amount of damage they were pumping in, being able to stay alive, some great landmine boops as well. They had, I think, 7 kills, 5 assists, so a ton of kill participation. For me, it's easy peasy.
Yeah, it's... Easy peasy is a good choice. I agree. Secret could also be in the running, but I think, yeah, I mean, easy peasy, really confident on that hero and the chode, right? That Sky Raccoon just having ult up whenever he needs to, and just being able to boop himself to safety, boop the enemies to danger, and just making sort of the entrance to those pits just so hard. But I think that was in concert with Secret, just utilizing the hard CC so well, making sure that Proper just never really had an angle to fight in any of these team fights.
Absolutely. Well, 2 boxers entered the ring, and only one gets to hold their hand up high, and that will be the Void Walkers. Now 3-0 here in Group B, top of the table. They kick down Bald and Mauled to 2-1, still in contention because 2 players from each group, or 2 teams rather from each group, make it into the finals tomorrow. So that was definitely a great match to participate in. Tang, that'll be it for us today, at least for me, but we have plenty of more matches for you. We'll see you on the other side.
Hopefully the break wasn't too long for you guys, but hello, welcome back to FangDraft number 3. My name's Cosmic, with me is Falcon. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty well on this Saturday. I've been enjoying the game so far, watching from the sidelines. I'm very interested to watch them on the cast themselves now. And I mean, first of all, welcome Cosmic to the FangDraft. This is your first event. How are you finding it?
It is. I'm finding it very cool to be here. Very nerve-wracking though. This is my first time like casting at a pretty well-produced thing. So I'm just trying to get used to it, get my seat warm, and hopefully cast a really good game for you guys.
We shall see, but going onwards, we are going to just do a quick update on the group standings. We are going into round 4 of the group stages, so 3 games have been played. We can see that in Group A, we have a 3-way tie for first. Useless Neft, Chinese Imports, Times Up are all 3-0, all play or perfect games so far, and below them, Catastrophe, Later Objectives have 1 win from themselves. Unfortunately, 120 ping, still trying to get that first victory.
Yeah, and while there's a 3-way lock on Group A, there's a 4-way tie between Bald and Mauled, Obscure, Toto Arena, and Bad Stew. It's very competitive, but also up in the air.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a lot to play for in Group B, especially. Group A is going to be more about that first seed. Group B is going to be more about who actually makes it through to the semi-finals tomorrow, who locks that second spot in. And we might get some head-to-heads. I'm not entirely sure how that is all during the plan. I just hear the cast. I don't make the rules here personally, but that is all going to happen. But going on to the match that we will be watching, it is actually going to be in the Group A. It is going to be 2 undefeated teams. It is Useless Neft versus Times Up.
Yeah, both of these teams are undefeated, like you said before. Very stacked rosters, especially Times Up with Ven, Empty, Sag, Times Up himself. But Useless Neft, again, a stacked team with Neft, Conte, Toucan, Elements. This could go pretty much in any direction, but it's definitely going to be on the captains to pull their weight the most, if you ask me. You said, hold on a minute. It's always happening. No, you're fine. You're fine. Here, I'll bring us into this. The head-to-head between Neft and Sagu. Both of the carries, 2 of the best in their roles, probably even top 2 if you ask some people. And it's going to be dependent on them. Neft can play an assortment of carries in the game, but also Sagu too. But mostly the Skylar is what's shared between those two players.
Both players love the Skylar. Skylar is just so strong right now, and it is going to be very interesting to see how the teams want to pick it. Maybe go for the first bans on it as well. There is quite a few other high priority picks that could be played. Kira, we can see on the side. Wraith is always going to be around in that discussion as well. Going on to these actual stats, we can see that both of these carries do a very high amount of damage per minute in for both of these teams. Kills as well, 12 a piece per game. The only real big difference between the side is Neft gets a lot of money from CS. Sagu, it seems to be more from objectives and kills,
which could be a way better turnout if you ask the random. People going after objectives is always a thing that players want and should do for sure. And objectives, you ask me, wins games. Hey, I will give up a tower if I get a Fang Tooth or a mini orb, because the impact that has on the game flow and just how many kills that could pop off and just the team fights in general is just game changing.
It definitely is, and that is going to be also quite interesting for the junglers. We obviously head-to-head is going to be the ADCs, but both of the junglers are going to be very impactful as well. We've got Ven on one side, we've got Conte on the other. Both of them, if anyone has ever seen any sort of Fang boost before, or even on the PCC side of things sometimes, then they are going to be familiar with these names. But the way these 2 players have a different playstyle, has been more self-centered, more going for that carry. Conte trying to support his team is going to be a bit different, so it might sow in the draft for both teams as well.
Yeah, the draft thing is going to be very important for sure. Just trying to outpick other people. But the name of the game lately has just been a lot of CC. People like Rictor getting a lot of play, Narbash, Rampage. trying to think of somebody else. I'm blanking right now, but you get the point. CC is important, and if Neft or Sag gets caught out of place, which might or may not happen, who knows, it's gonna be lights out essentially in an instant for them.
Yeah, very strong pick meta at the moment, especially the fact that a lot of teams like to play those bruisers, like to play the likes of the Krang, the Greystone, the Grux as well. So it is going to be very important to make sure that these both ADCs have got that perfect positioning in those team fights, because any sort of dive is going to be probably lethal for them.
Yeah, lethal, and then not even talk about the mid laners who can have a big impact. People like Howitzer is getting a lot of play recently. The Faye still viable. Bellica, I think of somebody else, maybe in Wraith. You know, who knows? There might be 2 ADCs on any one of these teams throwing out long shots from the back. Just a lot of variables that could possibly happen in this upcoming game between these two incredibly competitive teams as the draft is up.
We got Useless left as that first pick, most likely ties up on the second side. I'm going to be honest, if Wraith gets through these first sets of bans, then I'm going to eat a sop, because I can't imagine it in any sort of scenario being allowed on the likes of a Neft, on the likes of a Sagu, because it's just going to be diabolically bad. Well, diabolically good for your own team, diabolically bad for the other.
Yeah, definitely. And we already had the 2 bans so far, as we have Rampage and Wukong. They do not want to deal with the split pushing monkey, and that is all good for me. He's a well-known ban. They don't want any of the offlaners to have that capability to just destroy a tower instantly, but also Rampage getting picked too, just delaying a big bulk of the team that could possibly have happened so far. He's just a very strong character right now, and there you go. Like I said, Skylar is out of there. She just got a rework and she is very strong, but I'm glad that they got her out, because frankly she's way too overtuned right now.
See, it's definitely overtuned, but it's interesting that they Useless left banned it, so they didn't want to first pick it. They didn't want to provide those resources, and I guess I'm eating the salt because Wraith hasn't been banned. This is a very strong first pick if you want to, but they got to go for the Krang instead. Cosmic, we were Watson last game. We saw what Crazy Legend did on this pick, and I can't imagine that Time's Up is very happy seeing this being on the board.
It definitely is a risky play. Now that Useless Neft team has Quang, is a lot of CC, but just one of the best bruisers and offlaners in the entirety of Predecessor. I mean, the amount of damage output that Quang can output by not even building a whole lot of power is insane for Useless to have. That's gonna be a game changer for sure, to even know who's gonna go up against that matchup as well. But in the dual lane, excuse me, it is Zinx, who is a very good healer. People very good at keeping people alive, like the team in general, like the jungler or the ADC for sure.
Yeah, it's the neurogenesis as well is such a strong ability. You can use it on yourself, but that really is worst case scenario. You really want to use it on your ADC, your mid lane, whoever has that carry potential. Make sure they gain that HP back, that mana back as well, that they can keep throwing out those abilities. They are spending quite a lot of time. We have got a live draft going on, so they are using the entire time coming up, and well, it was going to be picked. But I mean, you see in here, pick rate 25%, 26% in the last day of scrims or custom games. That's not because it's not very well picked, it's because it's banned all the time.
Yeah, you can't really get picks if you're banned all the time, and it's for a good reason too, because like I said before, the knock is such a strong, powerful tool to use, and it's a relatively short cooldown. But Useless Neft picks up the Narbash, which definitely is a good healer, good at keeping the carry in lane as well. Don't forget the stun and the knock up slow, just bash and clang all over the battlefield. That could happen, as well as they're gonna pick up Crunch, who recently got a sick new skin, by the way, and looking to put on a lot of CC with the trio between Quang, Narbash, and Crunch.
Yeah, this is already looking quite terrifying from the side of Useless Neft, having such a strong front line, having so much CC, how much pick potential coming out from basically everyone. I was not expecting to see this. Times have gone for the gadget. Apparently it has slightly strong pick rate. Wasn't expecting it to see that much play, just because I don't think gadget is the best character at the moment in time. Bans have also gone through immediately. Gideon from Times Up, Zarus from Useless Neft.
Yeah, I think Gadget is one of the stronger ones with the Azure core and just how much magical power that she can stack based on her mana, she could definitely delete people like Crunch in an instant, I feel like. And I think the Tesla Dome as well, coming over the Fangtooth Pit in the mini prop, is going to be a huge play, but Zars did get banned. Sorry, Zars, one of my best favorite characters in the game, but he's banned too. But they also, Times Up also gets Grux as well for some extra CC, or just any at all, to pull back into the Tesla Dome to cook them alive.
Useless if they had to ban the Zars, they couldn't give the Colosseum and the Tesla Dome combination over to Times Up. That does leave the Grux up. But what's more interesting for me in the bans, they banned the Gideon, they didn't ban the Kira, which I would assume would be Neff's more comfort character for this pick. Yeah, there we go, picked it up right there. That was going to be kind of obvious for anyone who knows Neff. The Bellica as well, that's going to be a very oppressive duo lane. That double ADC, that double poke into that Seismic Assault can transform into a kill lane. And Zinx's, sorry, it's going to be Bellica mid, sorry, I forgot about the Narbas, but even still, that's going to be a pretty strong lane with the Kira and Narbas, have that sustain, have that poke from the Kira, and compared to the sustain of a Narbas, Zinx isn't that strong. She's more of a aggressive type support, trying to get that stun, trying to get that poke, and I don't think it's going to really work out that well with the duo.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough battle for sure. That might be a Steel off lane with a 50% pick rate. Steel's been resurging lately, and it's because all the tank items bringing pretty much so useful to have. There's a lot of CC, which Times Up definitely needs. Useless Neff has a ton of crowd control and much needed damage as well. We got Bellic, who could probably build to ADC. We got Kira, Crunch with the constant cycle of abilities, stuff like that. Narbash with the Thunk and Stun, Quang with the Root. There's so much over there on Useless Neff, but Times Up definitely has a chance at this with 2 CC options with Steel and Grux, but also the very distant damage dealers like Gadget and Wraith.
And the fact that Times Up's damage is mostly burst in this phase is going to be quite strong against Narbas, who is stronger into those sustained types of comps. Your healing is going to be powerful, yes, but not against the fact that you're going to get 0 to 100 in half a second or so. Plus the fact that Zinx has gone along with this Wraith, this Gadget, who are those long range picks, keep them alive as long as they can to allow this Steel to come and save them, is going to be rather strong as well. However, against a Crank Crunch dive, I don't know. It doesn't fill me with confidence, Cosmic.
Yeah, the team fights are gonna be rough for sure. Just anybody out of place, anybody out of line, you know, they're gonna get jumped on, and there's so much dive on the team that it's gonna be very problematic. But the game is here, and we are getting ready to go into it. And you just look at, if you look at the map already, they got the Steel and Grux running in, make sure that they ward to sign off any possible early ganks that's gonna happen. I'm ready to get into this, man.
It's going to be very interesting. We can see that it is the Steel on the off lane. We got Ben piloting the Grux, which is probably the better option of the two. You're not going to be doing too much into a Crank anyway, as a Grux just allows Steel to survive in that off lane against the Crank in this early game, especially the fact that Crank is just going to out damage him in that moment. And we also have the Lee Sin starting. We have got Elements and Drakizajan helping Conte try and kill this red as fast as possible. No such luck from Times Up. Ven is going to have to deal with it on his own, but Grux's damage in the early game is going to make that not too much of a challenge.
Yeah, he doesn't really need the leash, but trying to get Conte up to get to level 6 as fast as possible is definitely going to be a must for the team's success for sure. Really, it just all depends on how well they play, what kind of pace they want to play. Does Useless Neff want to play slow and then pick up the pace later on in the game? Or do they want to just rush at it, get to level 6 as fast as possible, start winning team fights, and get the ball rolling? It could be either or, really.
It could be either or, but most likely the win con is going to be around Neff, going to be around this Kira, so they want to just make sure this Kira is nice and safe to farm up, get as much farm and items as you can, and then into the mid lane. Let Neff do Neff things, as we always say. Especially the fact that Conte and Neff are playing together. They are playing on a team normally together as well, so there's going to be quite a lot of synergy already, which we don't normally see in the likes of a draft league. So I can imagine that Conte is probably going to be over here quite a few times. We're going to see if Ven wants to try and counter that somewhere else, maybe in the off lane or mid, or instead to try and match Conte.
Yeah, I think the what matters the most in these draft leagues, or just in any kind of predecessor MOBA competitive scene is just chemistry, and the chemistry, like you said, with Neft and Conte is going to be huge, and also just game. The whole entire game is going to depend on that synergy, like you said. If they are off even like a little bit, it could throw the team off. But also, if they are together, they are as one, they are combined, they are as powerful as any two players can be, like Dwayne Wade and LeBron James, for y'all Americans who might know what I'm talking about.
I am not American, so I do not know what you're talking about, but I do know predecessor, and I know that 3 minutes is coming up. Those three of us are going to be secured both by the mid laners. Junglers not looking for any advantage, but look where Conte is. He's in the enemy jungle. He's coming around behind. He's going to dodge the ward. Time's up. They don't know he's here.
And there's an engage trying to take out the support first, and already it's a first blood. Neff gets the kill, securing it to try and put him over for the rest of the game. Wow, early on, we have another gank in middle. Then try to take out Elements with Empty. He barely gets out alive. I'm surprised that it actually worked out. But this the one kill on duel from Neff is going to put him over for sure.
Tracking the down, taking a bit of down, some times up to having that thing. And we can see that Ben is still looking around. But Elements, he didn't use to blink. That's the most important part. The CC was not taken pretty well. The snapping up is going to connect. The knock up is going to go through. Elements forced to blink away. Empty not in a position to really help, but that's a good counter gank from Ben in the mid lane. However, it's not a kill. It's not the first blood. And we were saying, Conte is going to be around Neff. That is going to be the win con. They already have first blood on this Kira. They already have the ball rolling. So in this early game, Lucius Neff, I mean, the name, I'm going to keep saying it because it is their name, but Neff is not useless by any means, at least in game.
Yeah, Neff is honestly the opposite of useless. This might be the main character of these games. If he is having a good game, the team is probably winning. But yeah, that mid lane skirmish definitely is something to look out for, as he rotated, ganked, did get the kill, but he stuck around. That's like the most important thing. He stuck around to try to actually secure that for Empty in the mid lane, which it did not happen on Elements whatsoever. And that's going to be something to look out for, especially when objectives pop up.
That's the importance of not blinking by action or by panic. Elements knew he had enough HP. The CC wasn't used correctly. The Tesla Gate as well as Master Grab used at the same time. So he was able to walk away. Then he had to blink for the second gank. Now, FangDraft has spawned 5 minutes on the clock. We have got Conte nearby. Neft and Tutan has got pretty much cool control over this duo. Then once again is going for the mid lane.
Yeah, he's going for the mid lane like a shark seeing blood in the water. He's gonna try and take out Elements, but I think Elements is caught off guard. There's a blink from Empty to try, and there's the smash and grab. There's the stun, the knock of Elements. There's nowhere for him to go. This is pretty much a GG. Just stay still. Oh, help is coming from Conte. Oh my goodness. Elements actually survived that. We got a team fight, and there's a blink from Ven, but I think it's too late. The Seismic Assault drops, and out goes Ven into the Shadow Realm. Goodbye.
I mean, FangDraft is up. They have got a jungler. 10 seconds, though. I'm not entirely sure if they want to go for it. They are going to go and start it. They should be able to secure this pretty easily. No one on the side of Time's Up is nearby to stop it. And I don't. Okay, I like the repeat gank. The repeat gank is perfect. That's what you want to do, especially if you blow a blink in the early game. The problem is, Empty uses blink himself, got the Tesla Gate onto the route for the side of Time's Up, but then smashed and grabbed him back towards safety. He was closer to his team after that knockout sequence, so that meant he was able to survive. He was able to walk away from the auto attacks and to survive. If he didn't do that, if he just used the knockup on the rooted target, he probably would have got the kill, and that would not have happened.
Franco, that's what we call unfortunate in my area. It's just like, how could you, who would have thought that Elements had enough health to live throughout that entire matchup, to go to his team who was rotating perfectly, meet up with them, and turn the fight around for a FangDraft. That's probably one of the first things I've ever seen. But we have a mid-lane skirmish with Empty, him almost dying, but there's Ven pushing out a blink on Tun, but the pull from down south, there's a rewind too, and here comes Conte taking out his frustration on Ven, trying to get a possible pick. Elvis is down for the count for sure, and the whole team is here rotating over from dual lane, and we're just gonna retreat and try to regroup.
Time's up. They had the rotation coming in for the side of the mini fight. Jackadan also killing Time Up in the back line. So that's going to be a 1-for-1 in the end. But I don't know if they're going to be able to get out. The blink is going to be followed through. Smash and grab is going to miss. Conte has returned.
Welcome back, Conte, for round 2. It's time to start punching people or just to get the team out. Either or is just a good spot, but a kill would be much preferred for the team. It's already 3-1. Uses Neft is up, and they're trying to even the score. Ven is down. Neft is over trying to get some more assistant kills. It all goes to a good place to him getting ahead in the game.
Time Up has returned to the solo lane. They can't go for the mini farm. They haven't really got the H3 mana on Conte to go for the secure, but they have got enough farm here to let Def continue to farm up as they would want to. Time Up is going to be able to at least collect this wave, but he's not going to be able to do much more. They might lose 1 or 2 plates as well, especially the fact that they used the sealed wall early, but instead Jackadan has returned to the solo lane. They probably just going to pick up the sign, maybe reset afterwards, get that lightning hawk, and then return to duo.
Yeah, you saw Neft getting the cyan cam. Something that you don't see often, but if the opportunity is there, then why not take it? They're going to teleport over to dual lane with Conte to try and take off Sag and Zinx there. And Zinx is out of place. No blink. It is just GG's. He actually waited for Neft to get the final blow. Because once again, like I said in the preview, if Neft is up, this game is going to be tough for Time's Up. And their time is slowly but surely running out, as it is 5-1.
Using the map, at least knowing that the jungler is on the dual lane, this is going to be the mini fight picked up for the side of Time's Up. Going to be given over to Ven. Jackadan looking around, not really having any sort of viability nearby. But I mean, Ven, he's 0-2. He's got that Sky Splitter online, but he's got no tanky items. He can't really survive walking into the side of useless Neft right now. So he needs probably another item before he can be an actual frontline instead of just trying to be a would-be assassin. Now Conte back up over in solo lane,
trying to take out Time Up, and it's gonna be a tough one. There's the blink, but he's not really going anywhere. There's the thunder, bringing the thunder in, but there is Ven and a great slam. Oh, and it's honestly a very close matchup as it was once for Conte. It is now a situation where he has to just run for his dear life, and that is a team fight that just turned sour super fast.
But Time Up, he's left on his own. The rest of the team didn't go and help him. Then eventually takes down Conte. I have no idea how he did that, but it is a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. Elements picking up another kill for I don't know if it's another kill, but at least a kill for this Velicus. 6-2 in kills for useless Snef now. MT getting hit by the seismic, going to have lockdowns taken from the drone and the void bomb as well. It's going to be able to walk away thanks to the Tesla gate. Now Ben not stopping ganking.
He's not stopping ganking. He's trying to go for Neff. He knows he's up, but Tutu with the smash claim
rewind
and the rewind. Oh, but Neff he got a blink though. He saves it perfectly, but he's not escaping this for nothing. Sag gets to clean up after Dan is rotating over from left lane. It's this big skirmish. Conte's here too. Elms is here. It's a good old-fashioned bloodbath as they're waiting out for the time for the regeneration to pop, and down goes Sag. The team is dropping like flies, but they're going to trade 2-2 in this matchup right here.
2-2. Ven is still alive. That's the important part. Still has the mini farm. Still has the ability to look if the useless net starts this FangDraft, which they are. Conte, Elements, the only two people here. We have got all members of Times Up here if they want to, but they haven't got the timers. The death timers are still going through, only just respawn now, but we can see on the map, Neft and Teuton are going to be here on the screen right now. So this is going to be given up. Second FangDraft given over to useless Neft, giving them that FangDraft point roughly 16-17 minutes into this game. We'll be setting up nicely for the Orb Prime. Time's up. They cannot allow useless Neft to get that.
Yeah, Nev may have gotten taken down, but the team got the victory, and that's really all that matters. You know, yes, Nev is the person who gets the card here in this game, probably. Oh my god, Vengeance will not let go of this dual lane. He knows he has to go after. But the game is unsuccessful. They see him coming a mile away, and that's what really is going to keep them in line. Ven is definitely trying to put Neft under, but as long as the wards are up, as a team thing, by the way, a team thing is put wards up, it's going to be pretty safe over there.
yeah, it's going to have a lot of survivability as long as they know Ben is coming. Grux is pretty strong once he gets in your face, but he needs to actually get there in the first place. So it's not always the easiest thing, just the poke coming in from Neft. If you think knock is bad, just wait for Kyo to auto you into Mercy you, and it is just going to be not a fun time. Now back to the solo lane where many things have happened, not much we've watched. Jackie Chan is a little up on time up, picks up the sign buff, and the fighting will continue, not doing much though.
Yeah, they're just two bruisers who, it's like a immovable object versus an invincible, whatever the saying is. But forget the saying, Neft is gone. He's gone for the count. As Vin just, like I said, he will not let him go. He knows he's making, and the rewind pops off and just stands still at this point. The blink is up. Is he actually gonna get away? I am honestly perplexed. He's trying to go to the middle, but with Empty gone, thanks to Conte, he's going to come to the team and they're going to help him out get away successfully. But I can't say the same thing about Neft.
I mean, Time Up also dies directly to Dan in the solo lane in a 1v1. This Krang is 3-0 and 3 quietly, just gotten so much control in this solo lane. We didn't see how that fight started or happened, but I mean, overall, even though they took out Neft, they lost out on the map. They went 2 kills down. They lost Empty in the mid. They lost the Time Up in the duo as well. Neft is returning. Doesn't care about the minions.
Oh my goodness! Conte dove on Ziggs, but they're still alive. But the regeneration is at least down, which could mean a good thing for any possible, re-ganking in the future. For Conte on this dual lane to get sagged down some more. Wow, I can't believe he just dove that just now. You don't see that a lot in these competitive scenes.
He has the damage, he has the HP, knows there's not much really stopping him in that dual lane. So that is going to be both blinks down for Times Up for this third FangDraft as well. So their positioning is going to be even more important then. Back doing his thing, looking towards the solo lane. Jackie Dando at this moment in time isn't really a target you can go for. He hasn't got any armor, has built that Flux Matrix after the Magnify, but again, it's just too much HP on this Krang.
Too much HP on the Quang. He doesn't have a lot of damage, but he sure hurts. But there's the balance up on time that they're trying to get a pick, maybe for mini prom for sure. There's the pull. Conte is stuck, but he has a dash out. The Tesla Dome is down. They're all scattering like flies, and everybody just gets out pretty much scot-free. Some ultimates may be down, but the fight is gonna for sure continue on mini prime.
And Neft is over here as well, uses the warp gate. He's probably going to just go for the tier 1 tower. He doesn't need to help the people at mini prime. Isn't going to be there in time to actually pick it up himself. Instead, he goes over to Conte. They are going to lose probably the tier 1 in dual lane. Might lose the tier 1 in mid lane as well. But Ben is not going to get caught out. The minions are going to take it. No one is going to be picked up on the side of useless Neft either. It's going to be 2 for 1 in terms of towers. The time's up. But the mini prime is in play.
Dan just beating up on Time Up. It's been the play of the game, really. Well, not play, the moments of the game. Just the off lane is just fine and secure. He doesn't really need ganks. That's probably why Conte hasn't been going over there more than he should. He really wants to focus on mid lane being fine, which is not fine right now. The tower's gone. But also make sure that Neft is still somewhat in XP range, kill range, CS range. But CS is never a problem with Neft.
I think the problem with Time's Up right now is, yes, they're doing so much to keep Neft down, but the rest of useless Neft are doing pretty well. I mean, Jackie the Dan is going to be a monster in these team fights. The Belloc is going to be able to one-shot people as well. Elements has done pretty good in that mid lane against Empty, so even though the main focus of useless Neft, the rest of the players are stepping up. They are going to be strong enough to fight in these team fights, even if you take out this Kira, so they need to be so careful.
Careful indeed what they have, and the entirety of useless Neft has been pushed out of FangDraft for sure. And as fight starts, it begins right now, starting with Time's Up, who's probably the weakest one here, being as the dominant so long. He slams out of there, but they just want him so bad. Oh, he actually blinked out there too. He gets completely free. Never mind Neft with the dust to confirm the kill, but then is by himself. He flashes out with the Tesla Dome. The Tesla Dome is too much. He gets microwaved. He is now a well-done robot. And the rest of the team is really falling. Down goes Dan, who was up initially. The team fight potential is happening for Time's Up, and maybe they're trying to rewind the clock back into the lead for sure.
I still have Element, still have Neft, they still have damage, but they got some CC. Ben jumping in, blinks onto Element, splash and grab, it's going to connect.
Pulling Elements back into it. Neft is here with the Darkness Assault, but no one really died from it. It is just Neft and Narbash, and they're trying to fight because there's a way that this can work out for them. But it's just so far between that any normal damage. Oh my goodness! Time's Up. Where did you come from downtown? Getting the kill, wiping almost everybody on the team.
The Blast Flower from downtown, his own jungle, catching behind. No one is aware that the steal was going to be back. No one can start the FangDraft though because so many HPs were low. Time Up is going to be back, but Jackie and Conte are still around. I don't know how Time's Up won that. They had lost their steal, they lost a neurogenesis at the start, yet Conte just walked into multiple members, let Ben just murder him, and then the Tesla Dome separated the entire team, went on so many people. And now this FangDraft has been started. Time's Up have got the lead. I don't know if they can secure this. They're still in the game.
Yeah, look, go after Zanes to make sure that there is no revive in there, and she is down as well. But the Time's Up crew, they're ready for another fight. They're ready for it. They're going after Dan, who is definitely up, and they're trying to keep him alive. But Neft is going back in. He's got a 1 kill on Time's Up, trying to make sure to get fed, to push the tempo for sure back. Pushing back Time's Up, and they went from losing that team fight just now to coming back and winning it, and they have just secured the FangDraft for the team, making it 3-0.
Ben is nearby, he's not going to get anywhere close by the time this gets to 1,000 HP. He's going to be taken down. Okay, I thought for a second that went badly because there was no slay, but it is going to be secured. That's going to be the third FangDraft. MT is playing dangerously, but no one from side Neft is going to be around. And the problem is, Time's Up, they just spent too long resetting. They spent too long trying to get out history, trying to go for a perfect time. It allowed the rest of Neft to get back after those death timers, and it didn't give them enough time to actually focus it down. They went for the team fight. It wasn't successful. And now, Neft, after losing the team fight, have got that third FangDraft, have got that position to go for this Orb 5 in 15 seconds.
Yeah, we made a point before the match started that Useless Neft has the CC, but Time's Up has the burst damage. We're 19 minutes into the game. I think we are seeing a convergence on that thought process to where Time's Up, they're outputting so much more damage than Neft can, like the Useless Neft team can put out with their CC, that is starting to turn in the favor for them.
Now we got a grouping up from Useless Neft to go and look for this last tier 1 tower. There's still two tier 1 towers up for Time's Up, but this is probably going to go down very, very quickly. We see that Time's Up. They were looking. They're just going to go for it. Warlord's Challenge use. Tesla don't use. Conte is on the other side of the map. There is 4 members of Useless Neft over here. You only got Jack and the Dan, which is being stalled by Time's Up. We're going to have Useless Neft running over here. It's going to be a run against time for Time's Up. They're going to have to give it up because they don't have the damage.
They don't have the damage, but they successfully push him out of the orb, which is probably the goal anyway, so that's for them to do that.
No.
Neft is risking for the biscuit, getting a kill off of Empty so that they can take this middle tower. And I love how you say you brought up now based on the T1s, and now they're completely gone. They're obliterated. They're down and out.
20 minutes on the timer, that is not going to survive for any time. I do like the intent. I do like how they knew that that was going to be a opportunity, but just not having the damage, not having any of those carries over there means that they weren't able to get even close to the damage. And Gadget isn't the best taker of those objectives, hasn't really got that consistent damage like the likes of a Gideon or a Howitzer has for those Orb Prime, those FangDrafts. So now they have to reset. Now they have to wait for Empty to get back, have that Gadget, who is going to be continuing to stack it up, continually getting stronger, getting that more magical power from the passive. And I think that's going to be kind of like saving grace if they can get this game going long enough. Their scaling is very, very good compared to the size of the Useless Neft, but they have to make it.
They do have to make it, but let's not forget also that Elements is building a very strong build. He has Megacosm, he has Wraith Leggings, he's getting the magical power up for Bellica, which can be very problematic for the team with the bound, with the Seismic Assault, with the Void Bomb. Just a lot of damage output as well, but don't forget level 3 on the Ultima, on Disruptor, can definitely go crazy late game. So he's got something to watch out for that for sure.
Sagu just being out of position, uses that invincibility, does get out in time. MT not so lucky, going down so low, probably only needs one more auto, hits the Mercy. That's going to be an auto attack to kill the Mage of Time's Up. And we got Sagu so low as well. The healing from Narbath should be enough to keep him sustained. Time's Up, free man!
Slam Dunk is activated and down, but Time's Up has to back out immediately. That did not go the way that he thought it was, as Sagu is killed off screen from Neft, and that's pretty much a free orb prime.
That should be in free orb prime. Ben is still alive. There's always the possibility, but he's in base. Time Up is going to be looking around the outside, and Zip is also just trying to shoot as what he can, but its healing come from Teuton is going to be more than enough to keep the useless Neft sustained up. And once this goes down, it's only going to be about 10 seconds or so before that primal does spawn. That is going to be the orb prime secured. That's the first objective down. Probably going to go for a reset now from the side of useless Neft. Go towards that FangDraft, get that double buff, and then that is going to be when they really push this game.
Yeah, you just saw that Dan trying to take out Ven. That'll be a great pick. Again, that'll be another free objective for useless Neft. They were making a comeback. Time's Up. They were making a comeback. And now it's just starting to get away from them. The momentum they just had is starting to go away slowly but surely as we set up for this FangDraft team fight, which is like much needed. But the problem is though, do you really want to fight this up Neft team with Orb Prime at the FangDraft? This could essentially maybe be game over after this one fight right here.
It could be. I don't think they're even going to get the chance. Neft
Oh
is
my
just
goodness.
walking through. Sago down already. We're going to have Time Up going low as well. Just 3 more autos.
Slam
Feels like it's going to be
dunk.
hit. Double kill.
The whole team is diving the tower. They're looking to get everybody the regeneration, but for what? Oh, he doesn't get out. It is a quadra kill from Neft. He is up. There's the 12 average kills, and that's gonna be game changing.
Penta, come on, Penta.
Penta, come on, give it to him. He's trying to get him. They're just diving empty. He's trying to stay alive as much as possible. He gets revived in a blink. Is down. Oh, and that is the ace right there.
It is technically a pentakill. It doesn't come up on screen, but Neft got all 5 kills. He sacrificed his life for it, but that is worth on every single scale. You don't need the final FangDraft. You have all 5. There is no one left alive. Sagu's going to try and do anything he can, but it does not matter. In 25 minutes, useless Neft takes the core.
Yeah, wow. Neft performing as well as we predicted. Just oh wow, that last team fight was so explosive. While Time's Up definitely made strides to come back, as we saw during that the FangDraft, what was the third or second one? I forget which one. But they made efforts to put in the work to come back, and it was like a 3-kill difference. But Neft, man, you can't keep that man down for sure.
Kiro is just such a strong character at this point. As you get the likes of a Neft on that character and get those resets going, it is going to be game over. But I mean, all of useless Neft played really well. They had basically winning in every single lane, and apart from that third FangDraft team fight, which honestly was mainly their fault, going too aggressive and then getting punished for that, they were in control the entirety of that game. There wasn't really much positioning timings for Time's Up to actually come back to it, but we are just going to see the head-to-head from the captains here. We can just see overall just see there's not too much difference in terms of the actual farm, but when you look at I believe these might be swapped over actually. I'm not entirely sure, but we'll just get confirmation on that, because I don't imagine that Time's Up had more gold per minute than useless Neft.
Yeah, if they did, it sure didn't feel like they had more gold using Neft. Or, like I said, gold maybe isn't everything. Maybe it's just the XP or just the CS gained but just could not put them down for long enough, really. While they made efforts to target Neft, it was also to no avail. They would kill him, sure, but afterwards the whole team fight would just go left in favor of Yusuf Neft's team, even though he was down.
It's just not much you could have really done. And I mean, what do you say? You try and put down the main person that you know is going to be having the issue, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't get to the point. And I mean, both of these teams were undefeated before they're going into this. It's not like Time's Up is the bottom of the group. They are going to be in contention for that top 2 now. But with this win, I do think that Yusuf Neft pretty much secures that first seed.
It's secured, but it's not confirmed. We still got a whole lot more games to go today and tomorrow. There's still time for a little wiggle room, or just a shakeup to happen. You know, there's like a whole 4-way tie of second play of 2 wins for Group B and a 3-way tie in Group A. But dang, man, it was competitive, and that's what I like to see, honestly.
Yeah, and just going over to our MVP for this game, I don't think there's going to be
any contention?
too much contention.
Not
any
really.
contention, maybe a little bit, but it is going to be over there. I'm just going to wait for the screen to come over. Surprise, surprise, it was Neft. Who would have guessed that? Getting that pentakill at the end, 1,200 downs a minute, 156 player score from Omeda. I mean, apart from dying in a few ganks at the start to then, which was warranted considering the amount of attention he had on him, basically a textbook play of how to play Kira in the current meta.
Yeah, like I said, how to play an AC. It's all about positioning, and Neft positioned himself well enough on that entire game. While yes, he did die, it wasn't really consequential to the game flow because they would just win the fight anyway. But I can't get over the hope I actually had for Time's Up to bring it back. It was there, man. You can't tell me that it wasn't. It was a possibility, but Yusuf Neft was not used to that game. He was actually the main character.
He certainly was, but we'll have to see if he continues doing that. We are going to go to a quick break. Hopefully a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Go to a toilet. Go and get a drink. Whatever you want to do.
Popcorn,
but
chicken,
please,
yeah.
Whatever you want. But please come back because we've got another game coming up. We've got Group B coming up, and it's going to be hopefully another banger.
Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully the break wasn't too long. It's me, Cosmic, and with me is Falcon. Just getting out of the game with Neft and team versus Time's Up, and it was a great game, man. It was, like I said, the hope that I had mid-game was up, but Neft and crew cleaned up for sure. Well, we got another game right now. Bad Stew versus Page 4. Sorry, Falcon.
No, that's totally fine, but I was going to say, that was last game. Let's go into the present. Let's watch another banger. Let's go and see what Group B has to offer. And with both of these teams, it is going to be rather interesting. I'm not entirely sure what their current records is. I believe Bad Stew has got 2 wins. Page 4 is on either 0 and 1. Apologies, my memory is terrible. But the actual rosters are very interesting, both sides. Page 4, very NA based. Mercy being the captain, maybe he's going a bit biased on what he wanted to go for. I believe that B certified, ATG, Sneaky, and Mongo all NA.
Yeah, Page 4 is looking for their first win. Bad Stew out of 2 wins. Well, bet 2 or 1 wins. I forget 2 as well. We're both forgetful right now. But it's going to be a battle of just who can get momentum to head into the rest of the games for sure. I'm not really well versed into some of these names, but I do name a name that I recognize is ManQ playing support. Maybe, who knows? But I just know he's like the stand-up player for me at least. And on the other team with Page 4 is Mercy, the jungler. It's gonna be a very objective-based game if you ask me.
Every single one it is, but yeah, Mercy from Leftovers, current PCC champions. Current PCC champion, so very strong jungler. ManQ has been basically everywhere, done everything in EU, and there's quite a few other names that are very important. Calipito, I believe, has won a Brotherhood draft league before, so he's actually very successful in these types of leagues. Brandonite is a very strong mid laner in EU as well, plus Kant and Whopper have been part of FangDraft in previously, so they have got competitive experience. Einix Smart, Einfax. I'm not going to say that because I am very bad at German or whatever that language is, so apologies on that. But Smart is a bit of an unknown for me. I believe they are the sub, but it'd be interesting to see if they do a play. Page 4 though, it's a bit more of a question mark, especially the fact they haven't won a game yet. They really have to win this to have any chance of actually staying in the banging booth here.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be problematic for Page 4 if they don't pick up a win today. I'm not sure that actually puts them out or not, but they're gonna be down a whole lot, especially in Group B where it's so competitive for second place. Everybody's tied up essentially. It can go either or. Page 4 needs to get on the right page and get together this time around for sure. But Bad Stew does not want to fall behind either. They want to catch a win as well. It's gonna be a tough game and a much needed W.
Yeah, but let's go on to the draft, because that is going to be where a lot of these questions are going to be answered. What is going to be the priority? What is going to be banned away? Bad Stew has the first pick. They have that first ban. So it is going to be a case of what does Page 4, what do they not want Bad Stew to get? Which I'm going to imagine is probably going to include Wukong.
Wukong's is a strong, like I said before, Wukong's is a strong offlaner that just letting him roam free and just push a lane is problematic. We see that Batu, they banned Rampage. He's getting no play today whatsoever. And then page 4 banning Greystone. Two very tanky bruisery critters who don't on essentially do crazy things, but they end up just doing a similar amount of damage, and it just takes a lot of punishment as well.
I'm going to say Zara's included on that. That's going to be 3 bruises already. I was just going to say, is there going to be the 4th? Is there going to be that Wukong being banned? There's a few other things. Wraith is going to be banned. So 2 things. First of all, Krang is on the board. Krang has been instrumental in the last few games. Wukong is also on the board. Which one does Batu want? Because it's going to be one of those 2. It could be something completely out of left field. I don't know, because I've been terrible apparently with these predictions, but I imagine it's going to be the Krang or the Wukong here.
Yeah, you've been a little bit off, but I think for Batu, if they want any kind of character, they would go for the Quang. We've seen Quang bully Wukong before in these competitive games. It's not a diff. It's just really hard to get up on a Quang. He's such a big bruiser with massive damage, and just, there's a Wukong. They choose Wukong, excuse me. Wukong with a 48% pick win rate, excuse me, but a 26% pick rate. Not very much pick, but when he's picked, he kind of just wins those.
He does win a lot, especially, I mean, the win rate doesn't show that, but he has got a very strong presence. Could be jungle, could be off lane, but page 4, they pick up the Crunch and the Krang. That is what we saw from Useless Neff's last game. It worked really well as a pairing, so I don't imagine that page 4 is very disappointed in losing Wukong for those 2 picks. Skylar also picked up, was banned last game, we didn't see it, so it's going to be the ADC for Batu. Narbas is going to support him, and that is going to be a very strong duo lane coming in from the side of Batu already.
Yeah, Skylar is a very overtuned character right now. Paired up with Narbas, who can keep her sustained, stun and slow the enemies, just making her abilities and base attacks just a whole lot more easier. Page 4 getting the Morn, and you got excited for that one. You like Morn that much?
I'm very excited. Morn, I don't know why, but I think Morn is incredibly busted right now. He is for some reason so strong in terms of his base stats. He's very tanky with just no items, has a great CC, great peel. So page 4, they can just send the Krang in and Crunch to dive. They can just keep them Morn by the backliners, and Wukong, as soon as he walks out, gets taunted and just gets deleted. So I love that pick coming in from page 4. It's going to ban the Argus away, which is rather interesting considering they haven't picked up a mid laner themselves yet. But I'd imagine Batu's probably going to ban some sort of ADC away. Twin Blast is going to be the pick. Kira, I would have preferred, honestly, or Murdoch. Twin Blast I don't think is as strong as those 2 picks. But, I mean, it might be something that page 4 prefers in terms of their carry.
Yeah, a very interesting pick to ban Twin Blast. He is strong in this latest patch, but people like Kira's on the board, Revenant, Murdoch, Drongo, who has recently got a super huge buff on his shrapnel cannon, they're all up to get picked. And they could go either or. There's a lot of potential on either one of these teams, but there's the gadget pick for page 4 again, trying to provide CC. And I can just see it right now. I can see Crunch diving in with Quang, tethering, uppercutting, the Tesla's thumbs down, Morn mesmerizing them into it. They might be literally cooked this time around.
I wasn't impressed by gadget last time. I wasn't impressed even with MT playing it. I don't think I'm going to be impressed with the gadget in this team composition. I don't think there's enough real... I mean, there's a lot of lockdown from the side of page 4, but there's no real containment. There's no real way to keep people from moving away for a Tesla Dome to do its work. I would much prefer the likes of a Gideon, the likes of a Howitzer, who can just rain on a target that has been CC'd. So I just don't really agree with it. Batu finishing the composition out. They got that Aurora, they got that Iggy. Iggy, probably going to be in mid lane. Wild guess there, but I'm going to assume that's where it is. Aurora and Wukong, they can switch. One of them they could both be off lane. They could both be jungle. So there is still this flex potential in Batu that page 4 can't really account for it. They have already got both of those picks though. They have to pick their ADC, which I guess is just going to be...
Whoa!
as you were saying earlier, Drongo has been buffed. It is a very strong character, especially with the silence. Pair that silence over the top with like a Crank Tether, a more silence is going to be very strong against the likes of a Wukong, the likes of a Aurora. I do like the pickup. I am worried about the amount of damage Page 4 has. I don't think it's that much in terms of the backline, so they could suffer in the late game.
Yeah, the Page 4's damage is there. Drongo with his buff, Gadget probably building a Zora core, Mega cost them, you know, a lot of health-based, mana-based damage. But I can't help but look at Bad Stew and think this is kind of crazy. You got Skylar with the damage, Wukong with the mobility, Narbatch is slowing the enemies, Aurora is slowing, rooting, Iggy is just chucking Molotovs in the back, setting up his turrets, causing people to turn on fire. It's looking like an icy hot pack over there.
It certainly is. He's just laughing. That's what his job is. He laughs at the enemy whilst spewing fire and inferno towards the enemy. It is going to be interesting. Two very different team compositions. Pace 4 going for that more team fighty esque style. Bad Stew trying to go for more of a pick that sustain, try and get that lane victory in the early game. So it's going to be interesting to see which side goes for it. I'm not going to pick a favorite. You can in chat. Hopefully there's going to be a prediction from a lovely mod in a moment, so put your theoretical points to the test. But Cosmic, are you ready for the game?
I'm so ready to get into this. I'm hyped. I'm ready.
Yes, let's have a look. Bad Stew versus Page 4, Group B. This is going to be a very important game, especially for the side of Page 4. I love this cinematic appearance. We can't see anyone on the map, but that is going to be changing right now. And we do have, it is going to be the Aurora in the solo. Calipito is going to be piloting the Wukong in the jungle. This is the first jungle Wukong we have seen on stream. We saw Jax play it earlier on the off lane, but this is going to be a very different beast.
Very different, but it's essentially gonna be the same. He's gonna clear through all of his jungle camps very fast, thanks to his clones. And Mercy's getting a leech to get them started with Crunch, using the skin. Oh, I love that so much. But yeah, they're both trying to just get their jungle started, which is gonna be very detrimental to how the game's gonna be played. We got Certified and Smart in the off lane. Aurora vs Quang, a very even, or yeah, I think it's an even matchup, if you ask me. Both with sustain, both with magical power, and that's going to be something that we have to watch out for.
I do think Krang has the advantage overall, has got that stronger burst potential with hitting that tether. I believe that is going to be Grand Knight in the mid lane against Monga. So that is going to be rather interesting. I think it's going to be a bit boring overall in the early game. It's just going to be a case of farming up, trying to do as much as we can. It's going to be more of these junglers trying to interact with these lanes that will cause that chaos. Both, I mean, dual lane, both have sustained as well. So that's not going to be very interesting either. Already though, Mercy going for the first gank.
Level 3 gank for Mercy, but Iggy's just got out of there for sure. Never mind. He doesn't actually back. He didn't think he was going to commit that hard, but there is Calypto trying to help out.
What the?
But it doesn't. Yeah, I'm confused just as much as you are, Falcon. This is going to be a very early fight. Oh, Mercy. Oh, Mercy. He lived for it more than I thought. But he's taken down by Calypto, but Manga's there to help out, clear it up. 2-1. Very chaotic early game.
A very chaotic early game. Page 4 comes out with the advantage, gets the first blood bonus as well. Manq trying to get over there to help the rest of the team, but a bit too late. Didn't really have anything available either, just being level 2, having to heal, having to funk, not really able to make the Iggy or the Wukong survive. And that is going to be an advantage towards the Mercy as well. Gets an extra kill, means that the Wukong isn't able to farm as effectively, is going to reset himself because of his low HP bar, and is because he died. That's not the low HP bar is because he died.
Yes.
But it's going to come back, and already 3 minutes they're going to fight again.
He started to fight for Crunch, but he gets pushed back very easily. Just be able to get out of there. But on dual side, Ray has to blink out, but they're not letting him go whatsoever. They want the kill. They're not even focused on ATG. But now that he's alone,
Mercy's coming.
He's trying to avoid using the blink, but Mercy's there to help out, and that is Vappa with no mana to speak of. So does Manq. This might be an easy possible double kill, but no, Calypto is back again to help out, but Vappa's down already. It's too late. but it might not be too late for Calypto to get a kill secure. He has to blink for that, but he gets it anyway. AZG, he should have kept running, man. He should have kept running because Calypto's on your tail. You have no man to fight back with, and that, oh, the blink barely gets out. Calypto, oh! The power pole extends all the way to take out Drongo just now, but Ray's back again, trying to get a Calypto too. He doesn't seem to have enough power yet since it's only 4 minutes in, and that was chaotic just now.
Look, I know that Pace War has multiple members from NA, but I didn't realize we were going to be watching an NA game. There is going to be so much fighting, apparently 7 kills in 4 minutes. Calipito, I mean, he was behind. He lost the first blood to Mercy, but he suddenly just got 3 kills out of nowhere. This Wukong is very much ready to carry this game. Level 4 to level 4 in the jungle is not going to have that much experience difference because they haven't really been farming. They've more been trying to murder everyone on the enemy team.
Yeah, this is more the games that I'm used to, man. NA, stand up. Let me see some NA in the chat because this is how our games are. They're chaotic. They're a bloodbath. It's already 3 to 4 minutes in. Looking to pick up the pace for sure. FangDraft is up. They're trying to maybe position themselves at some point, but for right now, Mercy's on his red side trying to clear that. Just stay up in XP, get a little 6 so that he can re-crunch and all the way home pretty much.
I am looking at ATG's farm right now. It's not great. Mercy's isn't brilliant either. In that 30 range, you really want to be at least in those high 40s, maybe low 50s at this point in time, as B certified is around that point. So their farm has suffered from these fights, but once again, Calipito now around knowing that the FangDraft is going to be the main objective to go for at the moment, but it's going to be spotted out on a ward. Bob and Manku going into the darkness, trying to make sure that Pace War aren't exactly sure what is going on. We see Ray checking because of that, but instead, knowing that with Calipito nearby, they can just keep pushing down this wave.
Yeah, just really no contest over on duo. Is forming is not there yet, but they are looking to do that at some point soon. Calypto going over to his blue side instead. They maybe just know that this is not going to happen, so it's not going to happen yet. So there's no real rush to get on the FangDraft. But if you ask me, the earlier you get it, the more you have. You know, the more opportunity that you have, the more up you are. Because the buffs impact the game a whole lot more than we initially thought. And Mercy's on it, and this is going to be free if you ask me.
It should be free. Calipito's on the other side. Monga with Mercy should be more than enough damage having that level 7 gadget. Mercy isn't level 6, but isn't going to be too much of an issue, especially with the fact that 4 people are here. We got the rest of Batch 2 coming over here. They might get a team fight.
Maybe the FangDraft is down, but there are pretty low people in there. Mankyu's looking to get a pick, and who's that in there? Oh, never mind, because Monga wastes his blink, but for a good reason to secure his escape, and no one gets put down in that team fight. Free FangDraft, just like I said.
Pace War is definitely going to take that for granted, and I mean, for Blink, it's definitely not bad whatsoever, though there was no real person in from anyone else, so they didn't even lose any plates either. Smart is going to have a bit of advantage, but it's going to be able to do a plate because we can see that the Fang has returned. We got that, sorry, we have got the Fang returning. Mercy once again coming into the mid lane.
Pushing Iggy into the tower. But it's to no avail. He blinks, he ultimates, and he gets out of there. That was a close call. If he didn't have that blink, imagine the damage that we were just seeing, the domination that Mercy would be starting on, who might just get it started sooner or later.
I do love Mercy using that double punch in power, knowing that he could push Brandon Knight into the tower instead of using the knockup, because it was just so much more extra damage. The blink used, the ultimate used to make sure that any sort of engage was going to be thrown back. So that is definitely going to be a repeat gank that Mercy wants to return to. Nice pull coming in from Ray. Manku going low, has got the shrapnel cannon if he wants to use it. Manku forced to blink away before that is used up, so that's going to be a good amount of pressure for the side of Pace War in this duo lane. And right now in this early game, they are 1 kill behind, but they have the momentum.
They have momentum, but it isn't. I'm not sure if it's just me. I don't really feel the tide changing really. It's more or less we're getting little skirmishes like right here at mid lane with Mercy trying to take out the Iggy because oh my god, he got the uppercut up. That's called a Shoryuken if you ask me. I'm surprised he was able to hit that, but he dashes out because not the health really, but they go back in with the uppercut again on Calypto. He blinks out, barely getting out of harm's way because Iggy's coming back with some vengeance along with Mankyu over from dual lane. But wow, these little skirmishes that we're having, no one's dying, but we're just making a statement here.
No, apparently everyone has a blink on 2 minutes cooldown. Be Certified gets the solo kill under the tower against Smart. We're not sure how that happened, but again, the Krang is just being so strong in these games, just so useful, and we've shown why he's such high priority right now. Getting maybe caught is going to use the medicine wise to just walk away, have that extra 25% damage reduction whilst it's being sounded as well. Means he isn't taking that much damage. ATG Sneaky, it's not doing great in this game. Still hasn't got that Lightning Hawk online, but Vopper still hasn't got the Plasma Blade either. So this game, it isn't really an ADC game, Cosmic, I feel like.
Yeah, they're not. Okay, they're impactful. The ACs are definitely impactful in these team fights for sure. Right now, we're 9 minutes in. They're just not very active. It's all jungler, really. All jungler, all mid, and off lane as well in these fights. But that doesn't mean that they won't ever turn on. But oh, that got turned off for sure. Smart with the ultimate. The Blizzard gets denied. Everybody has their coats on still. They're not freezing whatsoever, but Mercy is still in there. He's getting fired up, taking out Mankyu, trying to get a or prime play. The ultimate is down, boom, but there's just nowhere to really go. Vapa's trying to help, but it's not effective enough. The Mankyu is down, he was gone. There's the ultimate again, but Mercy is down for the count, which means he takes out a jungle force to secure. Everybody's retreating because there's just nowhere to go. This is all a L team fight right here. Ray barely gets out alive, and Manga, come on now, Falcon. Gadget is cooking this game. Maybe not last game, but this game for sure.
It's still going. B Certified gets a kill on Brandonite. That's going to be... I don't know how many kills on either side. Both teams took multiple kills. Ray surviving there is insane to me. Just needed to be hit once. I think it was about 68 HP on that Morn. And I'm going to say, more too tanky. I said it at the start. That's why what I mean. He has no right to survive there as he did, but the mini-farm is not the main objective now. FangDraft number 2 has now spawned. Page 4 is there at the perfect time. Bad Stew nowhere to be found.
Yeah, they're just not in a great position to even contest this whatsoever. That is completely gone. They're focusing on other things like going for the mini farm. I think Page 4 realized that that's what they're going to do, so they're steadily rotating over. Calypto is on it first with Smart, trying to burn as much as possible while the team holds off Page 4, but Certified is there. He sees it. He's relayed the information. Mercy's right there too, as the rest of the team has them in mid lane. It's going to be a 2v2 in the pit right here. Who are they going to go for? It could be anyone's guess, but oh my goodness, Page 4 with the steal, and that is the mini prime gone.
That's the mini prime given over most likely to Mercy. He does not miss those hunts, and now you got a 4-man grouping coming in from Page 4 into the mid lane, but Mercy just dies.
Mercy, there he goes, back into the shadow room he goes. What a mid lane skirmish that just popped off out of nowhere. They were trying to make use of it, and Mercy did in fact not, as he dies with the mini orb.
Well, that mini farm lasted for 30 seconds. Congratulations, Page 4, on that. At least they made sure that Bad Stew does not have it, but still, all towers up from both teams. This game has not been about towers whatsoever. It is about kills, it is about murder, and it is about objectives, and towers do not come into that whatsoever. Now, death time is getting a bit longer though, coming up to 13 minutes. It might be a bit more of a priority, especially the fact that there is a lot of standing going from both teams. And looking at the tower HPs, most of them haven't really been touched. The only one that is sizable from both sides is the mid lane from Page 4 and the off lane from Bad Stew. So I imagine that's where both teams are going to try and focus their attacks.
Yeah, we have NA players, but you know, it's still an EU-based game pretty much. The towers not really affected right there, so there's not a big concern on really prioritizing them and keeping them up as well. But definitely focusing on getting the objectives is important and key to the gameplay overall, because you know, all the buffs and stuff like that, that's going to be benefited from the team who gets it. But yeah, it's just still very slow. Slow and steady, but chaotic. It's still a bloodbath, that's for sure.
It has been, but it has also calmed down. Never mind, Mercy's tower diving.
Mercy's tower diving, never mind. Pushing it out. No blink, but there is a stasis, but it's just knocking. Oh, he blinks out. You're right. Everybody has a blink at 2 minutes. It feels like, for sure. Everything's happening. There's a blink popping up everywhere. Cryosystem is up, slowing down the team. They're pushing all the way to the T2. It seems like they're trying to cut them up at the seams. Mercy's at the mercy of the team. Can't really do anything at this point. Tower's still up. Blinks are flying everywhere. Smart. The towers are up. Smart. He gets killed by the tower, getting the confirm. And one for 2. I think that's a win for page 4.
Bad Stu just went way too aggressive. They don't have the coverage. They don't have the tower down. The tower killed both of them. Took one shot at Calipito, went down. Took one shot at Smart, also went down. I don't know how that missed ATG, but that is unfortunate. They are going to be able to at least take the tower with everyone being forced to reset from page 4. That's going to be the first tower taken in this game, given over to Brand Knight for that money. But this should go down relatively quickly as well. Same with this off-lane tower. Those rad rounds will shred those enemy towers when they go off. Fopper is here, as well as the rest of Bad Stu. You need to run.
Definitely need to run, because it is about to go down over there. Spirit bomb from downtown hits on ATG. He's still alive, though. Not really in danger anymore. Ray's going to be there to help him. The team is rotating over, and it's going to be another fight. We just got out of one, but here's another one for you, or at least a little skirmish again. This kid's getting chaotic, man. It's gonna be a bloodbath sooner or later. They seem welcome to chose violence, is what Chad said just now. They're trying to push this tower. It's on the edge of it, like on the it's barely on his feet right now. So it isn't a free tower to go to group up and just take down, just for the sake of just taking it out.
Yes. Should be pretty easy to be certified as well. Coming over just in case anything else happens is going to reset. Ray is in the enemy zone. Calipito is beating him with a stick, but is going to be able to probably walk away and pulls him into the rest of the team.
He's in the gas. He has no ability right now, but team Bad Stu has a lot of health. They're trying to push the team back, hopefully thinking he doesn't get caught off guard. Thunked out of nowhere. They're not in. I think Bad Stu, they're gonna position themselves for the next FangTooth while page 4 is low on health.
Yeah, Phase 4 has that 2 FangTooths. They want to really get this third one, but they haven't really got HP bars. Everyone is about half HP. There's so much damage coming in from Bad Stu. It's gonna go down. Go for the steal. Stealed!
What? Mercy come out of nowhere, stole the FangTooth, just like how he stole the mini orb. The fight's happening in the pit. Klepto is low. He's trying to get out of there. Skywalking, he blinks for sure. Certified gets the kill on Vappa. The team is going down one by one. Even though they had low health, they dove in anyway for a distraction as page 4 gets the steal and run with it.
They're still going as well. Brandon like trying to chase away. Brand Q is there as well. There's no hate mana from the Morn. That is going to be followed up. Be Certified is still nearby. Does get the terror. Isn't going to follow through on that. It is going to be a 3 for 2 in terms of kills for Bad Stu. But Mercy, he got another steal in this game. And I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to confirm with production. I believe he's playing on ping. I believe this is based in EU because we are the EU draft league. Right. So he's doing this on around 100 ping, which is just mind-boggling to a mere mortal like myself. But now Minifime has started. Bad Stu and Bad Stu is going to be on it. Calipito, Vopper, Smart, Mancu, and Vandalite all over here, and that is going to be secured. At least no Mercy in sight.
He had no mercy in sight, because if he was even close to it, we all know it's probably going to happen again. Another steal. But they secure Mini Prime. That's going to put page 4 at least on edge for a little bit. Sneaky getting bullied by Wukong over here. But he got the rat routes. He's trying to leave. Klepto, you should really leave with that Mini Prime. Don't want to die like how Mercy did before. But the team fight over there, Manga's down for the count. The Tesla Dome is up. They're back into it. Fights everywhere. The Mesmerize, the Clash Pain Boom is a bloodbath over there entirely as page 4 loses member by member by member. But also don't forget Bad Stu, they're losing people too. They just lost more just now in the fight, in the hectic, and the fight does not stop. It feels like Falcon.
It never stops. It never needs to stop with these two teams. 2 for 1 at the end of the day. Bounce2 getting the advantage once again. Manq getting a great crash bang boom onto multiple members, able to keep the rest of his team alive. And the later this game goes, the stronger that Narbas is going to become, and is going to become a sizable issue for the side of Page4, especially with that ultimate, because it is just going to do quite a sizable amount of damage, unsurprisingly, as well as that CC. Plus the fact that he's got a True Silver Bracelet already unlocked, so he's going to have that CC immunity whilst that is being channeled as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with it. I do think there's a lot of tools for Page4 to deal with it. They have a lot of CC on their picks, but they need to make sure that does not go off.
Picks are very important at this stage of the game because what a pull! It's getting hairy. I tell you what, Falcon, it's getting hairy. Iggy started to come online, I believe, at this point in time with the Megacosm and whatever items else he has. Which, well, Megacosm is just the premier item to have. But it's getting hairy. They're trying to position themselves, trying to find a pick. They're warding endlessly, as you can see on the mini map right there. The more information you see, the better decision making that you can have, for sure.
We are coming up to 20 minutes on the clock. That is going to be the All Prime spawning. Neither team really looking for an end. There's still so many towers on both sides that even with an All Prime push, I don't think you're really going to be looking for an end unless you get a team wipe. So we are going to be in for a bit of a slog still, Cosmic. I still think we're going to be at least another 10 minutes in this game before we see who is going to be the victor. Page4, they definitely have the advantage, though, not just in kills, but it is going to be those 3 FangDrafts. Such a strong buff in this patch, and it's very rare that we see right now that a team loses the game with 3 FangDrafts.
Losing game 3 FangDraft. I've seen it a good bit, but also seen that we have another fight in the middle. The Tesla Dome is up, the microwave is cooking, but out goes Ray. Mercy still alive though, trying to box with Iggy, who needs to be out of there. Just a lot of HP gone when Iggy's involved. But there's a blade, there's 2 blades in fact, trying to get Calypto to try to stun him, but he's in the sky, he's pretty much gone. Mercy's by himself in enemy territory, and then what can you do at this point but just continue to punch on? He really wants Calypto, but he survives to live another day, and down goes Mercy for the count.
That's 3 kills. Bounce2, they can reset. They can maybe look for this orb climb. I mean, Ray has just respawned, but there's no jungler for another 30 seconds. They have a jungler available for no cells. They only have lost the Narbas. There is plenty of damage on the likes of this Iggy and on this Scarlet to burn this objective down. The question is, what can Page4 do to stop it? What can this Krang, what can this gadget do to slow this down for the rest of his team? The All 5 has been started. 4 people in the pit. Manq coming in for number 5, and there's not much opposition in response.
There's not much they can do, Falcon. They have a Wukong who has clones. They have an Iggy. There's a lot of damage output on them. The whole team is there to secure this, and with no Mercy, no steal's gonna happen. They get another Orb Prime, and they need to just either fight this out or retreat, get back, get their bearings, and try to go for FangDraft. I think it's up right now. I'm not really sure if it's updated or not, but that's just the smart thing to do at this point.
Certainly is. And saying about smart, I just realized something.
What's up?
Manq hasn't built True Silver Bracelet. He's built Golden's Gift, which is a choice of all things as Page4 takes the tier 1 tower. I don't think Page4 realised they're the ones without the All Fine buff as they're walking forward there, but that seems to be the case. As Calamito, yeah, that's why you don't walk forward against that.
You don't walk forward in general. You're not positioned well right now, and that's what led to your demise. The team is fighting. Merch trying to get out of there to live another day, but the team is just, they're stuck in it. There's crash, bang, boom from Narbas, the Aurora with the Cryosysm. There's just so much CC on the team that they can't seem to get out of it. And not even to mention Iggy and Wukong with the dot damage and the turrets and all that kind of stuff. The fire. It's just not a good look. And it's going to be a FangDraft with little to any resistance at all.
Mercy is around, but he's half HP. He can't really look for any sort of steal. Hasn't got a clue what a HP is. Hold on.
Hold on. He got it! Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Mercy steals another FangDraft. He had half health, but that didn't again. Stop him. He does it again. He's, what, 4 for 4 for steals? Like, come on.
This is where I'd normally provide something informative or helpful. Mercy's just a beast. Mercy is just absolutely cracked, and there is nothing we can say or do against that, because that was blind. He was half HP. He went in at 3k, nearly perfectly timed, and somehow wasn't stunned at the 1k mark against the likes of a Bad Stew, who has multiple different stuns. He's basically saved the game for PS4 right now. There's not many members with this Primal FangDraft buff, but it means that Bad Stew doesn't have it, and that is the important part.
A buff Bad Stew doesn't have is a buff Page 4 can use to their advantage, even if they all don't have it. Certified has it for sure, as his T1 is still up 24 minutes of the game. Do you know how rare this is to have your T1 up this long into the game? It's rare. Ray is trying to invade, just put some more pressure on Clifton, trying to save Mercy his jungle so that he can still be up, so he can be Superman and save the day countless times before. What's the plan for Bad Stew is to just either catch Page 4 off guard in the jungle, doing whatever, or just to wait it out again and go for another objective.
I think that latter is definitely going to be the case here. There's no real way that the side of Bad Stew is going to go for another push, especially the fact that their All Prime has dropped. They don't have a first FangDraft. They don't have that 50% increased buff time. So this All Prime does not last that long for them. They really need to make sure that they can pick up another one. But they also need to win a team fight before that happens, and they have to wait for the Primal FangDraft to go away, especially on B certified. This Krang is going to do a lot of damage. I think he's the only member of Page 4 with the buff, but it's still going to be a potent threat.
You actually just talked to me just now, Falcon. I did not know that the buff from FangDraft that applies to Orb Prime. I thought it applies to the river camps, but you just taught me a whole new thing. And you're right, they don't have enough time. It might be gone already. I can't really tell, but the Orb Prime is just an objective that needs to get done, is to set up the teams, either team by the way, for success in this game, as they're just playing safe. They're not doing anything too risky per se. It's just a waiting game now.
It is a waiting game. This is going to be the bit of a roaring part, so hopefully Mercy finds another tower to tower dive eventually, but it's going to be resetting instead. And I mean, look at Brandon. He's 4-2-10. He's got a lot of farm at the moment, 243 farm, 4 items online. He's got that Dream Binder. He's going to have that slow that is going to be taken, that is going to be used from the totes as well, so that's going to make Page 4's life even worse. I don't know if Ray has got what Cresty has got the least song, which is going to nullify that entirely. I was assuming that he would have picked that up very strong against the likes of Iggy, especially with all of those slows. And I mean, we're just kind of chatting here, Cosmic. We're just kind of chilling. Yeah. The rest of the teams are chilling. They're farming. They got some items. They got some money. These minions, they're poor. They're dying. Like, it's just tragic, really.
And you just had to jinx us, man. We were chilling for 2 seconds, but now Merch trying to get active, okay? Trying to get smart the way. There's the root. Trying to get out of it, because they're not ready to engage. They're at least waiting for the team to pull up, which is somewhat happening. But I think Mercy is seeing it, and they're going to retreat. 4 Prime must be coming up soon, because this grouping is unnatural. There it is.
Yeah, very, very soon. They haven't really got either set up from either side. Some Iggy turrets are around the area. There's plenty of wards from both teams as well. But neither team can just start it. Neither team can just say, let's just go for the Prime and go for a flip. I mean, I guess Page 4 can, because they know that Mercy is on the ball with those slays. But Bad Stew has to be a bit more cautious, a bit more patient. And basically, we're going to have to wait for some sort of pick to come through. Be certified. Bit on his lone, same with Ray, so they had to be careful at this point in time. Even though they have got quite a few tanky items, the damage coming through from these carries is going to be more than enough to kill them.
Yeah, they're positioning themselves right. That's too. They really, really need a buff right now. They need some kind of pick as well. But they're just page 4. They're not positioning themselves. They're positioning themselves really well. Make sure that ATG is in the bag, that he's safe and that he's secure, because they're going to need his damage. Even though he hasn't been very active in this game, they're going to need him regardless. They need all hands on deck for this one. We see Certified trying to bait out Smart for a potential fight and pick, but he's out of place. The team is not really near him. He is getting rooted. He's getting the business right now. Falcon, he blinks out into the team, but the fight continues on.
Blink?
Everybody has blink, Ray. They were chilling for a really long time, man. Everybody's blinking out. They're using it. They don't want to die. It's a very crucial point in the game. No, like really, everybody's blinking. Mercy's back in the fight. He's trying to start something with Smart, with Calypto, but the crisis is up. They're all losing health right now, but no one's dying except for ATG. You stick around, man, and down goes Ray to follow up. It is not looking good. This might be a free pick into an Ore Prime.
I think I just heard like 10 blinks go off. I don't know if anyone has it alive. I assume there's a few. But overall, Badstu wins that team fight. B Certified went down too low at the start, weren't able to really help the rest of his team. And then once that happened, Vopper and Ray, they got dove pretty badly. Oh, sorry, ATG and Ray got dove pretty badly. But the rest of the team, the All Prime has been secured. Mercy is going to be back. Same with B Certified. They're going to try and get some extra kills. But it does look like with the help of the Narbas March, the rest of the team is going to get away. Calipito is doing Wukong things. Mercy is trying to follow though.
He's trying to follow, but Wukong has so many means to escape. Mercy tries to forward crunch, but he gets pushed back with the power pole. And I saw Mercy come. I was like, is he going to do it again? Is Mercy going to come back and steal another major objective? But no, not this time around. But Badstu, they keep the orb, but the plan is to definitely try to go for Primal with the buff and get it this time. And after that, they could probably push me either mid or left lane, who knows, to try to get an inhib down, or maybe even in the game itself.
30 minutes, the death timers for anyone is going to be exceedingly long, hitting that minute mark. So a death is going to be so important for the enemy team. Any sort of kill is going to be helpful. And I understand Badstu's hesitance to start this. They haven't really had the best luck with FangDraft in this game so far. I'm putting it lightly. The side of Mercy, and even with the All Prime, they'd have to be careful. They know that there's still quite a bit of damage from page 4. There's still quite a few items on these carries, especially the Skagit can rip through the front line if it does get hit. Morn is using the ultimate.
The Eclipse is up, they can't see, and it looks like Smart is caught out of place. They're trying to pick somebody off. Any pick is a good pick if you ask me. Probably, preferably Iggy or Calypto, who knows, but Manku, the smash thing, boom, knock it up. ATG, you're out of place and you're down once again. There's no ADC for page 4. This is not the time to be out of place and not aligned, just losing. They have Ore Prime, and they're looking to get a FangDraft right here.
ATG, I think he was fighting Vandalite. Vandalite was so low at the end of that team fight, but wasn't able to be helped by the rest of his team and was completely collapsed on Badstu. They're going to go back in.
Back in, the crisis is trying to get Ray out, but he's out of there too. If we look over to the left, Mercy is living with a sliver of health left. He's on fire. He's out of really bounds, and there's no way for him to even steal this time because they knew to focus him. It is going to be a free FangDraft for Badstu.
They're going to take tier 2 in return, but that is going to be an easy FangDraft. First FangDraft for Badstu in this game. They finally get one. Get that enhanced recalls. Get that quickly. Make sure those inhibitors are still alive. Now, they need to push. They need to use this advantage. There's still tier 1 towers up for page 4. That offlane tower is still alive, which is just ridiculous. At 32 minutes in the game, I've never seen a tower survive for that long. But these inhibitors might be able to go down. Is something that is going to be very time sensitive. Badstu, they can't spend too long chasing these kills. They need to make sure they use this All Prime buff with these enhanced moons as fast as possible.
Oh man, what is there to say? I mean, you're right, the T1 is still up. That's got to be a little bit embarrassing at least. Badstu, they did lose the mid lane tower. There's 2 inhibs that could possibly get pushed, but it won't be anytime soon. Okay. I think he just gave up the T1 just now because there's no point really. The statement is done. They took forever to just even get this 1 tower left. They haven't been winning team fights that often, and right now we're in the calm phase, I believe.
Are we? Because Prime was still up for them as a buff. All Prime has one off. They haven't got the enhanced minions. It is going to be rather easy for Page 4 to clear these waves, especially with the gadget. But if they do start split pushing, if they still cause Page 4 to start splitting up, then it is going to be a bit more of an issue. Right now, though, Tier 2s are still being defended pretty well from the side of Page 4. Batsu not really able to look for any sort of advantage, not able to look for any sort of seeds, because these minions are just dying immediately.
With the primal buff and Iggy and Scorch and Mankey, the Mesmerize, it's gonna be an easy push. They might even push tower. This honestly might be a time to go die for a possible kill on maybe be certified or ATG, who keeps poking his head. He's on fire now. Hold that Molotov cocktail, buddy. But yeah, you're right. This match is not essentially, it's not a calm period, but it's a leading up to it. Certified looking like Batman on top of the rope, just trying to get a view of just what's happening on the field as we're all just getting our bears together, waiting for the primal buff to go away and setting up for the next Fang too. So we're taking jungle, we're taking farm. We need to be up on gold. We need to get as strong as possible because we're in the 35-minute mark. All right, it is important right now.
Who lied to me that games are faster nowadays? Because this is definitely not the case.
Why?
We saw an NA in the early game. We saw a bloodbath. There's still 16 and 21 in kills. There's still plenty of kills on both sides. But neither team really wants to look for an end. It looks like they want to get a bit more fighting happening. And with that prime more buff gone, that is going to be the end of the advantage for the side of Bad Stew. They have got that first buff at least, so the Orb Prime is going to last longer if they get it this time around. But this is the third Orb Prime already being contested from both teams. This is how late in the game we have gotten to, and it is just down to one team fight. One team fight will end the game from either side. If it is clean, if there is multiple people dead, then it's going to be 70-second or plus death timers, and that is undefendable.
Yeah, just one more fight and it'll be history. Is starting off Mercy, not sure what he was thinking as he's almost deleted. Spirit Bomb misses.
The Testadome though.
The Testadome is up. There are people who are low for sure, like Smart, and it's a skirmish, but they're looking to just not even risk it this time. They're just looking to regroup, recycle, and try again, honestly, which is very smart for them.
So many people were low there. Mercy able to reset. Smart most likely going to be resetting himself, but instead looks like he's just going to let Mankey heal him up. The Narbas are doing so much work in these in between team fights, and I mean, I want to see how much healing Mankey does by the end of this game, because it's probably in the tens of thousands at this point in time. Be certified looking for maybe an engage, but like nearly getting caught. Blink, because everyone has a blink in this game.
Everybody's a blink, man. Yeah, no, the amount of blinks I've seen in this game alone is probably the most I've seen in a long time. But they're much needed. If they're team fighting blinks that have to pop off for a certain amount of people to keep the game alive, and that's why we've been here for 36 minutes. It's because of all the blinks that's happening, the well-placed blinks, or just the inadvisable blinks, if you ask me, by some people. Or the Fang Stew is up, both buffs are up, and they're looking to position themselves. Page 4 trying to get around Bad Stew to try and get some kind of cleanup, but
Smart
Mercy
might be cool.
still trying to catch up the Aurora first. That's another blink. It's another blink.
Stop blinking! Just get a kill, please!
Stop
Anyone,
blinking! Fight or die! That's the same model that Mercy's on. He's going all in the paint. The Testadome is up, but no one's in there to get cooking as he is being burned steadily. Ray and Certified are in the fight, trying to push him all the way back into it. Ray trying to heal as much as possible, but Narbas heals way too much. People are starting to drop like flies. Ray's down. Sneaky's by himself. He blinks too, because he got to blink as well. Might as well. Certified down. Certified's not down. He's low. ATG is for sure down and out. He's in another realm chilling right now. As, oh my god, Mercy is still alive in the cut. Trying to get killed though. He blinks too, because why not? Certified is down. Mercy's down. And everybody but Manga is down for the count. And that's going to be essentially, realistically, free or prime.
Is it? I mean, Yeah, I guess so. Way's got 40 seconds. They could maybe look for an end after taking this. They have a jungler. This will go down within seconds, especially with Whopper and Brandon Knight alive. And it was just a case that Mercy went too deep. The rest of the team wasn't able to support him, even with the darkness coming in from Way. It wasn't enough. The damage was just more than enough, and Calipita was staying alive for such a long time on page 4's backline. It meant that it wasn't able to do anything. They weren't able to try and kill Whopper, try and kill Mancu, and then with the excess healing coming in from this Narbas, it meant that they finally got a clean team fight. We got the final Fang Chief. There's still 3 people dead from page 4. I would have liked them to try and end, because this game is going to go to 40 minutes at this rate, but they are just making sure that there is no possible chance for page 4 to come back into this game.
Yeah, we can't say that games go by quick anymore, at least for EU standards. The Americans, we just play a little bit too fast, too reckless, honestly. But you're right. This is going to be a push on the right lane. Everybody's all grouped up. They're looking to end the game hopefully soon. Mercy, I think Mercy he's having the issue where he's the main engager, but he also is much needed for these objectives. And so if he's down, it's pretty much out for page 4 of the crew. As they're trying to defend this inhib right now, it's not a good look. They're double buffed. They're trying to get something out of it, something meaningful out of it. But page 4, they're going to definitely have to play the best defense possible.
Yeah, first inhibitors should be going down relatively easily. Whopper, Brandon Knight, Mancu getting it down. The rest of page 4 is trying to go for it. They're going to try and go for the engage.
Mercy, again, like I said, being the initiator of that. He's trying to make some noise, but the team is lacking behind him right now. He's by himself in no man's lane, trying to push the team away, but he is taken down by Calypso again. No jungler. Doesn't really matter at this point anyway. Manga is getting off picks. A sticky grenade, a sticky bomb. Have a hat, bro. Certifies down for the count as well. The team is being pushed back. They're losing people little by little. It's only just Manga and Ray to defend the tower, and there's just not enough output from the two of them to hold it. And I think we are looking at the end of the game.
I hope they're gonna end this. 4 people still alive. They have got the buff still. Minions aren't really here. Mid minions are now coming over there. They have got Mancu, Calipito doing it. Whopper trying to deal with the other wave. Smart dealing with the duo lane. This is going to be the next push coming through. All 5 minions still alive. Manga still alive. Ray still alive.
The only hope is a Testadome to take out all the minions, but even then, I still believe with the Narbash with Mancu right there, the healing Calypso is just going to hit the core, and that is game. Bad Stu picks up a win, leaving page 4 winless.
That was a 40-minute game. I'm dead. I can't.
You can't?
Everything is gone. Everything's gone.
But, you don't got anything else?
And again, in actual sense though, that was such a banger of a game that went back and forth so many times, and overall, I mean, impressed by both teams. Page 4, realistically, Mercy himself deserves that win. He got so much done for his team. He got so much work done with those steals, and I mean, what else do you say apart from just an absolute banger? Thank you both teams for putting that on, because I at least was thoroughly entertained.
Oh, I hope the chat was too. For a 40-minute banger, there's a lot going on at various points in the game. Mercy stealing like 5 objectives, but all that just to lose? I know he's kicking rocks for sure, because I know I would be. All right, we were popping off of those steals, man. It was so often. It was like, is he gonna do it this time? And then he does. He was Superman, but even Superman has his weaknesses, his kryptonites, and the team of Bad Stu was a kryptonite for sure.
That is 100%, and I mean, it wasn't just a single player playing well. There wasn't the case where we saw in the previous game where Neff just popped off. Every single player on the side of Bad Stu had. It's been a long 40 minutes.
It's okay. Take time.
But every single player on the side of Bad Stu played their part. Mancu had an amazing amount of heals, but did so much work with his ultimates as well. Bopper did great amount of damage. Brandon Knight basically making everyone's lives on page 4's hell with that Dream Binder Iggy. Calipito diving on the back lines, and even with the help of Sneak as well. So a great play from them. I don't know if I can pick an MVP. I'm going to be honest, Cosmic.
Yeah, this reminds me, again, for all my Americans, this is like the 2000 Spurs, where it was a team game, start and finish. There was no real like outliers there, but the team came together. They sticked around. They played right. They, well, the first half of the game, it was really tough, okay, because they kept losing the FangDraft. But man, the scaling of the team of Batstu, it got high, and it came to a point where in these team fights, man, Mercy is initiating, but he's not really getting the help that he needs, especially with ATG being in the back. He's getting dove on, it feels like, constantly by Wukong, by Calypto. Just no real way for him to get his damage out, because I don't think I've seen a single shrapnel can in that game, man. They were just picking them off one by one. But we decided that Brandon Knight, who's the Iggy, is going to be the MVP of the game.
Yeah, had 6.33 KDA in a bloodthirsty game like that. Did so much damage. Was basically untouched in a lot of these team fights, just playing from so far back, and wasn't really that much of like a presence, but was able to stay alive, stay consistent, and that caused so much chaos for the side of Page 4. Again, I think that every single player has some sort of reasoning for MVP, but Brandon Knight is definitely going to be the one for that game.
Yeah, for sure. Brandon Knight was definitely he's like a sneaky MVP, where you didn't see him do anything too crazy. He didn't have like an ace or a quadruple, but his damage output was noticed. His structure damage was noticed. The amount of gold he had, he was up. We just didn't notice it. And you can't give MVP to the loser of a team. You just can't do that. That's not how that works. Most valuable player, he was valuable. He had so much FangDraft, but it's all about who wins the game. And Mercy could not carry his team to victory this time.
Yeah, that is the case, but we have still got more games to come. We have the round 5, the final round of today. Group A still has games to play. Group B still has games to play. We have no idea who is actually going to be secured for tomorrow. But for now, that was me, Falcon. That was Cosmic. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for watching that banger, and good luck for the next games.
Good luck.
Hello and welcome everybody back to For the Core. Hope you all enjoyed the small break we had there. But the train does not stop here. It keeps on rolling. That's Spooky Mars and none other than Wangle himself joining me here today to take you through things. Wangle, well, we just came hot off the heels of a great match. How are we feeling right now?
I'm feeling good because I didn't have to cast that last one. That was a 40-minute banger. Those ones get exhausting. So, you know, for my own voice's sake, you know, hoping for a little bit of a shorter one. Maybe no Gadget Nar Biggie. But I'm very excited to get into this match.
And we certainly had quite a lot of volatility in that last one. But we've already seen plenty of that one. Let's take a little peek forward back to the group standing, see how everything is going there, and see how this day has shaken out so far. See right there at the top, Useless Neft is your leader for things. There's 120 ping in page 4. They have yet to find themselves a victory here today. One of these teams might be able to change that. 120 ping against Late to Objectives are our next match. I mean, what stands out to you on this one here?
I mean, obviously, these are the two bottom teams in Group A, 120 ping and Late to Objectives. Late to Objectives do have a win under their belt, but, you know, it's not exactly the highest stakes match I've ever seen coming into this game here.
Perhaps not for us, but 120 ping definitely do not want to end this day without a win. They are certainly going to be clawing for one here. They go up against Late to Objectives. Whereas late to objectives, they've kind of already had a little bit of a warm-up there, right? They already got a win under their belts. They're feeling pretty good. Obviously, they don't want to take a loss right after that. They'd like to bump this up to 2 wins here. 120 ping. They got to dig deep and make sure they don't let that happen.
Yeah, I think late to objectives will be feeling themselves a little bit. I don't think either team really wants to be here in this position towards the bottom of your bracket, but I think 120 ping will probably want it even less than late to objectives, considering they have not won a match yet. So we could see them go all out in this final game, or not final game, sorry, but in this next game of theirs.
Well, let's take a quick peek down. Let's see the rosters. Take a look over everything, because that's going to be an important part of this match here. See them come out right now. Captains up there highlighted at the top for you. Sending down the line. Any names stick out here, Wangle? I know you're familiar with a few of these ones.
Yes, I know the EU comp scene pretty well from living over there for a couple years. Big names to shout out on 120 ping. Obviously, Penguin and Metboy. Penguin, arguably the best support in EU, one of the best supports in the game. I've had the pleasure of playing with them. What a dude. Metboy as well, very well-known EU ADC player. And then on the other side, late to objectives, you've got Kimbo, well-known EU mid. You have M, the Saudi Arabian GOAT in the offlane, the Feng Mao guy. Probably the name to look at for this upcoming game. And then you also have M7 MD, his friend. And I also know Waleeder, who is a pretty good support player. So definitely some bigger names in this match to look out for.
Bigger names, lots of talent on both sides, and most importantly, both teams looking to prove their talent against each other. And here, down towards the bottom of the bracket, almost feels like they have more to prove. And to take a look at that, let's zoom in a little bit. Let's look at these captains, go to our head-to-head here, and see what is on offer from both of these players. M, off lane. Take a look at the CS per minute, and wow. I mean, one of these stats is kind of weighted a little bit more heavily than the other right now.
Yeah, even the characters in the head-to-head, Grux and Sereth, I mean, I think the Grux is a very big pick, but the stat I'm looking at out of all of this is the KDA stat. M with a 6.0 KDA. If you guys don't know M, that's all you need to know about him. He is a demon, both in lane and across the map in that off lane. You know, I'm gonna butcher this name, and I apologize in advance, but Ingenye has a lot of work to do to be able to match this absolute beast in the solo lane.
And honestly, all those stats really kind of stick out. And it almost feels like a lot of pressure put onto one person, but you got to be able to take that zoom out as well, right? And Ginye is not there by himself. He's got a whole team around him. Maybe there's a strategy there where maybe there's a little bit more attention paid over towards M. Try to make sure he doesn't get some of those big snowballs coming up. Make sure he doesn't get, 1,000 damage a minute coming through. It almost makes me wonder what this draft is going to look like, right? Because obviously that Grux is weighted heavily for M over there. Do you think we see that banned away, or do you think maybe there's too much going on in the meta that requires a little bit more attention?
If anything, M's known for his Feng Mao. He is the Feng Mao guy. Feng Mao offlane might not be very much of a thing right now for most people, but M is not most people. M is the dude, and people will ban away his Feng Mao just for the fear of the name of it, because he will be able to play it, and he will make you look silly if he gets to do what he wants.
I mean, that's the power of having almost a namesake character. Obviously, M is a long ways away from Feng Mao, but the letter is still in there, so he can make that claim to fame if he wants to. And it's interesting to see how talent like that warps the draft as it comes up here. Let's get into the draft, see for ourselves how this decides to shake out. What do you expect to be prioritized here, Wangle?
I think there's a lot of standouts that have been prioritized across most teams. Things that I often see banned, Rampage. We've seen Narb the past couple games. There's the Feng Mao ban. They don't want to deal with it. I told you, people will just ban this character away. But then on the other side, late to objectives are going to match with a Wukong ban, another character that a lot of people have been playing today. We just saw Calipito have a really, really good game on it. So, and then I believe that is a Zarus ban to follow.
Now, not too surprised to see those come out. And Kwang also dropped out there. And no surprise, I mean, a lot of these are characters we saw put in performances just in that last game. Zarus, I don't think needs much of an introduction or explanation. Zarus does Zarus things, get him off the board, and that leaves a lot still up on the board for these teams to look at. Whether they'll look to prioritize that jungle, perhaps the mid lane, that Narbash still available notably, do you think it's worth the first pick? Evidently not.
You know, you could have. They opt into the Aurora. Aurora is also a very solid first pick for the side of 120 ping. You have the ability to swap it both jungle and offlane and support. I know Penguin will play the Aurora support if push comes to shove, if he thinks it's a good matchup. So that is a triple flex on one, which leaves your draft pretty open. Usually a pretty good way to open it up. We could see a Narb coming in on the other side. Another character I've seen a lot of is Gadget. I don't know if that's just an NA thing. I hate that character, but late to objectives are going to pull out the Countess, which could go into jungle, mid, or offlane. I would be a little surprised if it was to go offlane, because not because M can't play the Countess, but because he usually has a moral code against picking Countess offlane. So I would be surprised if it was to go offlane, but it always could. But maybe we're looking at something like a Countess mid or a Countess jungle.
Well, I mean, if one team picks a 3-role flex pick in their first slot, might as well answer back with that. And I love what they've done with their draft. Picking Countess here gives you a lot of options. For their second pick, they don't pick anything that could knock one of those options out. They lock in that Zinx. You know it's going to support. You're not going to be too surprised by that, and it allows them to still put this Countess wherever they want, as we see more of this draft coming out from 120 ping. No surprise to see the Skylar. She's been prominent throughout her entirety of being in this game so far. Safe, lots of damage. Seraph being locked in as well. I mean, we just saw it kind of highlighted next to Ginye. Do you think this is an offlane Seraph?
I think it has to be an offlane Seraph, knowing that Ginye is a bit of a Seraph player. I don't know how much I like the Seraph into this team comp with Countess Zinx. Countess obviously has her ult as well as a couple AoE abilities that are pretty easy to hit Seraph with, and can pretty hard nuke the Seraph. Seraph's not exactly the tankiest character and can be pretty one-shot when she dives in onto the Countess. But also the Zinx, because you have Zinx ult to deny Seraph ult reset, which is, you know, I think Zinx is one of the better characters to pick into Seraph. Even if I don't think Zinx is super great right now after all the nerfs that they did to her, I think into Seraph makes it pretty darn good with the ultimate. And then late to objectives are going to pick up Iggy on 3.
Yeah, not the biggest fan of the Iggy. Not that I think it's bad in the comp. I'm not a big fan of Iggy, the character. Get out of my face. I don't like looking at that cretin.
True.
But it's here now. It's here to stay.
True. Good opinion, Spooky Mars. As someone that has been put on way too much Iggy duty, I'm sick of that character. But it is good here. They're able to play a little bit slower with the Zinx, play with Iggy damage over time, heal up if they take poke. And then they're going to ban out the Wraith to deny the counter pick against the Iggy. Wraith, obviously one of the better characters to pick into the Iggy because you can just snipe the turrets to get rid of them. So the Iggy never really has good uptime in his team fights if the Wraith has snipe.
Still, Narbash is on the board here. I wouldn't hate seeing 120 ping go for it, especially with the team comp that late to objectives is drafting so far. That healing aura could really negate a lot of that damage over time that Iggy puts out. And if you can heal someone up while they're being dove by a Countess, could throw a few wrenches into the works here. It'll be Terra banned away as the last one, and Grux locked in on the side of late to objectives. I mean, I think we can safely say it's not a Countess offlane.
It could technically be Countess offlane Grux jungle, but that Grux is much more of an M character. His Terra was banned away. on 3, but I think that Grux is very likely going to be going in the solo lane. He's going to want to bang it out with the clubs. So Countess jungle, something that I don't see a lot ever since the 1.4 rework. I think because her TP changed, it's a little bit weirder to play fights because you can't go in, get out as much as you used to. But I think still a very solid character, just might be a little bit something that they have to play around in terms of how they want to pull objectives or something like that, because she's not exactly the best early objective puller. Howitzer picked up on the side of 120 ping, though. That is going to be going mid, and they're going to be looking to lock either a support or probably their jungle here.
Very interested. I'm kind of hoping to see the support come out. I mean, I've already given my thoughts on that. Do you think there is a better pick here? Richter be locked in. So is this the Richter support or is it the Richter jungle?
I think very likely it will be the Richter support. I think they're going to want to make something happen. Richter Skylar is not the best duo lane combo because Richter really likes to have freezes and play around tower because it makes enemies be walked. They're up in the lane in an awkward position, and that's when he's able to hit his pulls, and that's when you're able to get a lot of value from the Richter in the lane. Skylar passive means that you can't freeze. She also doesn't have the best burst. She's a bit of a scaling ADC, so when the Richter pulls in, it's a little bit harder to get those kills that you'll maybe want to have in lane. So we'll have to see if they're able to make the Skylar Richter lane work, but late to objectives are going to finish it off with the Kira, a little bit of a lane that they want to fight in. The Kira plus the Zinx against a Richter. If the Richter ever misses that hook, this duo lane is going to get messy.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of scrappiness available on both sides here, really. You can find those pulls, whiplash them in. They're probably not feeling too good, but the CC that can come out from the Zinx as well, the basic attack restats coming out from this Kira's. There's some good trade possibilities here. Like you mentioned, this Skylar, more of a scaling pick. Do you expect to see 120 ping buying into those early skirmishes? Or do you think this is mostly just keep the Richter around as a threat? If someone tries to gank, you can pull them away, and you can just threaten them with that pull if they try to get too aggressive.
Obviously, if the Richter can find the pull, can find something big, especially onto someone like a Countess or an Iggy, maybe even the Kira, if you can find one of them, getting the pull, being able to lock that person down, getting a kill, especially with the Seraph, getting that first kill is always what you need.
Yeah.
If you can get that first kill, I think the Richter's going to go huge here. Otherwise, I think the Richter will be playing more in the back line, trying to keep the Countess locked down, not let the jungler do what she wants to.
Well, we see the drafts, we've seen the players, we've seen the head-to-head. There's only one last thing to see. That's the gameplay itself. So let's head on down, back to Sanctuary. See how these teams clash once more. And we are in. So, you've seen the drafts, Wangle. We've got an idea how aggressive M likes to be over in that off lane. Where are you expecting to lay your eyes on first? Where do you expect these teams to kind of play through to find themselves a good formula for success?
All right. I think with the Seraph offlane Aurora jungle, that it is, in fact, a Countess jungle with M on the Grux offlane. I think 120 ping here with the Aurora are mainly going to be looking to play either duo or mid. Mid, obviously, it's an Iggy, very easy gank. Something about ganking the Iggy is the Iggy can go 0-3, and it doesn't really matter because it's Iggy and it will scale, but it is a pretty good way to get yourself and your team a good amount of gold early, but I don't think you can just focus on this mid lane. But it is obviously the easiest one of these lanes to gank. Grux as well, actually. I think the Aurora will have a good amount of options as to where she wants to play. I think the Countess has a little bit more of a lack of that. I think ganks onto duo lane and off lane are probably where she's going to be looking. Probably not as much onto the Howitzer, but who knows? The Iggy can also decide not to really interact with the Howitzer on the side of late to objectives. He can just shove the wave. Howitzer wave clear is not quite as good as the Iggy, especially when we get to about one item. The Iggy can kind of just nuke the wave and walk away.
It's the Iggy special.
I believe late to objectives will be playing more towards these side lanes and obviously towards M. You want to get that guy ahead.
Oh, already a nice pull in. While leader does find himself back to safety under the tower. It's a lot of damage that comes out very quickly. And this early on, you don't need to find the kills. If you can just find the pressure like that, opens up a lot of the lane for yourself. You can find TKOs.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's exactly why they wanted the Richter. I think Penguin wants to make things happen. He wants to get active, and he is, in fact, getting active already. While Leader down to Flash. The Kira, I think, got hooked as well. Also lost her Flash while we're watching the off lane here. Just aura farming over here on Ginye. A little bit, just staring at him. But, you know, as I said before, that Grux-Sereth matchup is not exactly the easiest matchup in the game. I think it is pretty heavily Grux favored, especially due to Grux ult stealing AD. I think it hurts Sereth a lot.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see if they're able to neutralize that matchup and make it so M isn't getting a massive lead.
Another pull connects. While Leader hit a bad spot, nowhere to go. Laser down from the sky. First blood, Ink Legend picks that one up nice and quick. 3 hooks in a row have landed on this duo lane side, Wangle. And while we haven't seen a whole lot on that off lane, you know, Ginye tried to go for a little exchange with M, didn't work out in his favor. It's working out pretty well. He hasn't gone too far behind over there.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you want to see from 120 ping side, getting Penguin on that Richter. He's hit 3 out of 3 hooks. He's done all you need to.
100%.
I said that Richter Skylar's not the best lane. It's a little hard to kill things. But when you just hit 3 out of 3 hooks, you know, you're going to kill things.
Something to be said for consistency. Paradise finds himself in the middle of 2. Ginye on his way over, comes in clutch with the glacial charge to get him out. Smash and grab though, gonna pull Ginye in. Nice strike to get out of danger. The Flash takes him away, and Penguin comes on over, looking to put M down. Finds the dash. Speed is catching up, and it's just enough to electrocute him, fry his brain, and get him out of here.
Penguin so far the difference maker, hit all 3 of his hooks in left lane, resets, comes over to the 5 camp fight. I think Adam and M knew that they would win the 2v2 with Grux Countess. A lot of healing in that comp early. Very difficult for the Aurora and the Sereth the box, but once Penguin shows up, that little outnumbering that they have, making it a 3v2, is what pushed that fight over the edge. Penguin gets the kill, and this is a great start for 120 ping.
Yeah, you know, you could say, oh, it's okay. The support got the kill, but the fact of the matter is, Ginye doesn't go down. He gets to reset first, come back, get the wave, and that's XP that M loses out on. Sure, maybe your offlaner didn't get the kill credit, but he got everything else for it, and you don't find anything off the back of that aggressive play. Lane 2 objectives, not the worst thing that can happen to them, but you can tell they are trying to play a certain way. They're looking for aggression, and it's not really working out so far.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely getting active. They're trying to make things happen. This duo lane is going to be a bit rough, having no flashes. The Iggy and the Grux as well. That is 4 flashes off the board in the first 4 minutes of this game, whereas 120 ping, I believe, have only lost Richter and I think Sereth. So they have a little bit more opportunity to play with their flashes, make things happen, and Paradise is just going to pull this Fangtooth at 5 minutes.
I do like this decision. You know all those flashes are down. Less safety tools for late to objectives. Late to objectives gonna live up to their name. Be a little bit late to this one. Secured by 120 ping. Legend does get stunned down. They're looking for more here. Penguin pops the speed. Doesn't quite connect the Riplash. Just gonna take a couple steps back. Be just fine with that. Fangtooth to their name at 6 minutes. 120 ping. Definitely cementing themselves in the lead in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, and shout out to Ink Legend. For those that don't know, this guy is actually a jungle main. He is subbing in for Metboy as ADC, and a huge pull from Penguin again.
No
on
flash, get him
Sapphilo.
away. Dash does come through, but the move speed is pop. Penguin trying to run him down. Do they have just a little bit more damage? Ink Legend, the legend, puts him down from downrange. Paradise taking the camps. The Countess has shown up at him. Puts Penguin away. Him back to base. That's just the support, and Ink Legend's fine with that trade.
Yeah, I mean, 1 for 1. The Countess obviously gets a kill, which is not what you want to see on the side of 120 ping. That is the assassin that can really make a lot happen. if she gets a couple of these kills, can deny things like the Seraph, like the Skylar, if they got caught out. So unfortunately, the kill goes there, and Adam, looking for more, gets the ult and flashes in and takes out Jag in the mid lane.
Excellent play coming out from Adam. Need that aggression. Need something. Even things out. It's 2 on the board. Real quick for himself. Maybe Jag could have, I don't know, gone back towards the lane and walked up to his tower, but instead takes a long route through the jungle, finds himself in a grave. That's going to open up the mini prime for late 2 objectives. Early now to this one. How much more response can be had from 120 ping? They're far too far away. Just have to settle for getting the farm in their lanes.
And then Adam smites the orb, I think wanting to give it probably to M, probably to the Grux, but a little bit of an Iggy moment happened. There's 3 turrets out, and the Iggy now has the mini prime in the mid, which is not actually bad to have it on Iggy, especially into a low clearing matchup like a Howitzer. They can really put a lot of pressure onto this mid lane. Late 2 objectives if they wish to play around the Iggy. A little bit of a roam onto M here, though.
Yagi is here, drops the rockets from the sky, puts M down on the ground. Meanwhile, junglers having a skirmish of their own. Not too much kill potential on that one. Should just walk away. Mid laner coming on up. Inye here as well. You can try to defend your blue buff. But what is the cost of it? Slow grenades come down. Takes the blink up to the sky under the tier 2 tower. Ginye goes too deep. Has to get back out. Just fine with his life for now. Man, this is a bloodbath.
That was actually really well played by Adam. In Paradise, missed the smite onto the blue buff, and Adam was able to get his own blue and get out, even with Ginye trying to follow him into the T2 tower. So Adam not exactly feeling too bad about that. And as we talked about, the Iggy had the mini prime, and what did he do? He decided not to rotate. He let his offlane and jungle have to fight for their lives a little bit, and he got a T1 tower at 9 minutes.
It's a very early tower here, Wangle, and opens up so much of this map now. Perhaps giving the mini prime over to the Iggy was a mistake, perhaps not, but either way, it certainly worked out. It's given late 2 objectives a lot more versatility in this game now. I mean, we've seen a lot of attention paid to this right side of the map. M has kind of been a focus for the jungle. Now with this tier 1 tower down, I mean, the game changes up a little bit here. What now does 120 ping have to focus on? And maybe it's late 2 objectives who can start setting the pace a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, this mid lane has just opened up so much. The Iggy has scaled pretty damn hard, being able to just sit in his lane, not really been ganked much, hasn't died at all, was given the mini prime, so he got a bit of lead, and now he's got 4 platings and the tower already.
Jeez.
So that Iggy is going to be turbo scaled coming into these early objective fights.
Good news is he is immobile, but what else is immobile? Rux coming on over. M in the area looking now for this second Fangtooth. Guys, you're not living up to the name on this one. They have been very quick to jump on these objectives. 120 ping is here, jumps on in, secured by late 2 objectives. Paradise looking over, trying to lock Adam down, but doesn't find enough damage. Ginye now in the middle by himself. Kimbo takes Paradise down.
My.
Ink Legend trying to come through, layers some targets down. Blammo! Puts Philo in the ground. Ingrid fighting for his life in the middle of 3. It's a double kill for Kimbo as he burns everything away. Smash and grab, pulls the Skylar back in, but a blink takes him right back out. Just dropping one after the other. Them still looking for a little bit more. Jagsy does get to keep his life, puts Adam in the ground, walks away. 3 for 3.
I believe it was a 3 for 2, actually, in the favor of late 2 objectives, them picking up 3 and getting the Fangtooth. It was a little bit messy, a little bit scrappy. There was a moment in there where Penguin hit a 3-man ult, and I thought 120 Ping were going to take the fight, but Adam was doing enough in the backline, and M was providing lots of damage alongside Kimbo, who's now a 2-0 Iggy, going to be sitting at close to 2 items already, 12 minutes into the game. And, you know, late 2 objectives are feeling a lot happier about where they're at in this game.
Dulane got very aggressive here. They're doing very well, but struggling to transition to the rest of the map. Like you said, late 2 objectives had a little bit of a quiet start, but they've exploded in the last couple minutes to bring a lot of damage through and a lot of focus onto these big objectives. Secure both Mini Prime and Fangtooth for themselves. It's all down. This Iggy right now, he is just so big, and it's an immobile target. It's easy to focus down on. If Penguin can land a hook, it's almost certainly going to be his death. But we haven't seen really that attention pays towards Kimbo so far. And he's kind of just been able to sit back and throw his fire around.
Yeah, and I think that fight really just boiled down to being pretty split. The Aurora went in pretty early in that fight, used ult, didn't hit many people with it. Then Penguin came in with Ink Legend. They were able to make a lot happen in the pit, especially with Penguin's 3-man ult, but the Howitzer was not really around due to the Countess being such a threat in the backline, making a lot happen between him and Ginye. Kimbo was thrown here into the offlane.
And Jagsy in a bad spot. Takes him to the sky.
Oh
pulled
my.
right back in. Locked down and tossed around. Jagsy gonna be taking a trip to the grayscale on that one. Kimbo actually picks up Ginye as well. That's gonna turn into another Mini Prime. Damage from this Iggy. It's just off the charts right now. It's not gonna stop 120 ping from making an attempt. Get on in here. They've got the dual lane. Penguin gets locked down. Smash and grab does pull Ink Legend in. Now has to laser him down. Riplash pulls him away, and he gets the Neural Regenesis online. Comes back to life. You can't knock us down that easy. Ink Legend trying to find a way back out, but he's by himself on full retreat. Paradise can't walk that way. There's too many members around you there. It's just gonna have to take a quick walk. Burn is not enough to take him down. Late to objective, successfully drive off 120 ping. But the Mini Prime, that still stands.
This Iggy damage is just going crazy. Penguin was trying to lock down M on the Grux, trying to make sure that Ink Legend wasn't going to die in that fight, and was just eating Iggy turrets the whole time, and you just saw his health bar completely nuked, basically. Just had to throw out a hook, had to throw out an ult, and still was dead by the time that he could get his combo off.
It's just so much being thrown out by this Iggy right now. And again, it comes down to that fight felt pretty split. Now, granted, I mean, 2 people died before the fight started. It's hard to have a concerted effort at that point. But even with Penguin and Ink Legend locking down M, they're still not able to fight anything because of this Zinx. It's leader just on point with the ult.
Yeah, I mean, no matter my opinions of Zinx in the meta, that character, at the end of the day, they have so many threats on this late to objectives team. They have M on the Grux as you see him just lock down Ginye. That is a solo bolo right on Fang timer as well, meaning this third Fang will be very difficult for 120 ping to play. But as I was saying, you have what is now Adam on a Fed Countess. You have the Iggy that is level 12 in the mid lane, highest level in the game, and is sitting in a very mighty spot. And you have M on the Grux. And if you focus any of them, then you have to deal with the Neurogenesis onto whichever one you pick. So it's very difficult for them to choose which of these threats is the most important, and then also be able to commit to kill them.
Paradise tries to commit to a steal on that one, not able to find it, has to burn the blink back out. Tools are being burnt by the second for the side of 120 ping. And what they do get out of late to objectives, they don't seem to be able to capitalize on very much. Wangle, I want to call back a little bit to when 120 ping had pulled multiple flashes down from late to objectives. And we didn't really see them try to capitalize on that too much. We didn't see them go towards Kimbo on this Iggy. We didn't see them try to punish him for not having a safety tool. They were happy to kind of sit back and try to get early objectives. And it doesn't feel like it's really transitioned into anything. Now, you're going to see the skewer come out onto 2. Might be enough to take Kira down. Link takes leader back into the tower, but the Neural Regenesis does still come through. Not going to be enough to keep him alive. Just put him down twice. Blink forward, not going to find the Riplash.
Yeah, even with the way of objectives going the way of late to objectives in this game, Penguin still has the opportunity to make something happen in this duo. They're able to get the Neurogenesis out from Zinx, so she no longer has that ult. And Kira did not have flash there and goes down. So 120 ping, you know, in a little bit of a worse position than they were at the start of this game, but still able to make things happen and make these picks across the map. You have Ginye in the offlane looking to take this T1 tower down as well.
This really feels like if there's ever a time to try to make a play, get a little bit aggressive, it's now when that neural regenesis is down. Whether that's onto a leader on the Zinx himself, or maybe just trying to focus down, well, he's actually come over to the opposite side, so maybe you're not killing the Kira again. But it really feels like this is the moment for 120 ping to try to make something happen here and find their win con, whatever that might be.
Yeah, 4-on-4 rotating over to this duo lane. Both looking like they maybe want to make something happen, but maybe also don't want to take the fight because they don't know how many of the other team are going to be here to match. You have the Kira over in the off lane pushing on her own. She's going to be scaling up a little bit. And it looks like both teams are going to handshake in agreement to not take this fight, which I think is a benefit to late to objectives, as we talked about, with the Zinx not having ult.
It really feels like 120 ping is just hesitating to pull the trigger and try to force something. And at the same time, you know, maybe a little bit behind right now. You objectives have gone the way of late to objectives in recent minutes here. But you gotta take the opportunities that you have here. And frankly, Ginye did not have a lot of damage onto Adam there when he attacked him. Maybe need to find a way to try to get him a little bit further ahead. Maybe look over at Kimbo and, oh, no, perhaps not. Adam instead going to be looking at Jagsy. Paradise needs to come back down, but the rockets rain through. Not enough on the mark to take him down. Now too low to step forward into Kimbo, who can burn you away so easily.
Yeah, Flash coming out from the Countess, not going to have it for these fights. Flash coming out from Jag on the Howitzer, took a little bit too much Iggy damage for his own liking. And Ginye and M are having their own little fight in the red side jungle, completely behind the action of everything, and both of them just get out. But there's so much going on in the middle. Paradise is stuck in mid lane for some reason. I don't even... What is going on? There's a lot of fighting that doesn't seem to be fighting right now, and it's making me very confused.
Skewer, though, does come out, finds a few targets, but is the damage there to follow it up? It doesn't look like it. Paradise gets burnt away. Philo puts him in the ground, and now late to objective. Surge on forward. Penguin exceptionally low. Ink Legend cannot help him. He's got to just try to run. Smash and grab to the side. Doesn't pull him in, but it puts 3 down. 120 ping. Answer back with 2.
They're able to kill Adam, so that means late to objectives will not be able to pull anything at this 20-minute spawn timer. No Primal Fangtooth, no Ore Prime. Junglers were traded, but what I saw there is exactly, I think, what late to objectives want. They have a very difficult to dive backline. They have the Kira with her ult, they have Iggy with turrets and his ult, and the Zinx stood as a 3 in all of these fights, and it makes it that the Seraph and the Aurora, anytime that they want to go onto those characters, they're met with 2 ults to the face that burn pretty dang quickly, and a Zinx ult if they manage to kill one of the 2 of those backline targets, and it's so difficult for 120 ping to play.
It really feels like 120 ping has to look for picks rather than the full 5-on-5 fights, because as you mentioned, it's so hard to get active in there. Your best bet is just finding one of these targets by themselves when they're not grouped up with the rest of that backline and trying to pull them away. Question is, though, how do you do that? Because Kimbo is shoving every wave that he's meeting, and you have to make sure you're defending those tier 2 towers. You can't just let those go down for free. I'm not sure what the route is for 120 ping to actually get around into these fights and find themselves a winning formula.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. I think Penguin will be saying that he feels like he's needing to make a lot of the plays in order to make anything happen in this game. But we are seeing some good engagements from the Aurora as well. It's just if they can find the right timings. Penguin going to take half his HP bar here.
That was fun and interactive for Penguin. He stepped one wrong place, and he lost a good majority. Ink Legend, a bad spot as well. Gonna get ulted down from the sky. Oh, my lord. Shut down is massive for Adam. That's going to open up this Fangtooth.
Speaking of being in the wrong place, Ink Legend caught out, and Adam hitting these Qs. That is the second time that he's been able to Q ult somebody out of the air. First the Howitzer, now the Skylar. That's exactly what you want to see from your Countess.
Stratasizum doesn't quite find a whole lot of value here. Penguin's gonna come in and they're gonna steal away the Fangtooth. Primal goes down, but can they get their way back out? It doesn't look great. Jagsy getting chased down to the pit. It's a blood fest inside. Skinye, who drops out. It's 4 down for 120 ping. You took away the Primal, but what cost?
I mean, you deny a third Fangtooth, you get the Primal, but you lose 2. You're probably going to lose the Prime now. It is just Aurora and Skylar. The Aurora decided not to heal all the way up, so I don't think that she will be able to contest this. Even with her Primal, I don't think that she quite has the solo damage to live through everything, especially with Counter Assault up. That'll probably be dropped on her dome if she walks into this pit.
Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Smash and grab, gonna pull you right on in. Double jump forward, and you're not even gonna get the glacial charge off. Walk into 5, shipped out as 1. 120 ping. The back foot. No Primal around any member now. They're staring at 5 strong with the Prime Orb. This is a tough defense here, Wangle, and you got to wonder where they draw this line. They've got some tier 2 standing, but can you really afford to defend those with a hard defense at this point?
I mean, I was going to say that, you know, maybe it was kind of worth that we got the Primal. We denied third Fangtooth. We get second Fangtooth for ourselves. And, you know, one person has Primal. We now have 0 people with Primal on the side of 120 ping, meaning it's pretty heavily favored tempo-wise in this match for the side of late 2 objectives. They have the orbs. They're going to be waiting for their team to get all on the map here. Looking at the minute for the Countess to be setting this left wave, I think she'll probably come mid after, but we could see a 1-3-1 split push formation here. Or it could be M coming to the mid and they want to take mid lane tower, probably on this next wave.
I think I want to point out, we just saw the items. You have Philo with that Demolisher. Ink Legend has not picked up Pen just yet. And I feel like we can kind of see that in these fights. It almost feels like 120 ping has to take these front to back and burn through this Grux before they can really do anything. And he just does not die. Now, like objectives.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's not really about the pen. I think this late to objective side doesn't really have much armor. The Grux is just going to have a lot of HP built, but the real issue comes from, I think, picking the Skylar, as that's a character that you want into tanks. And Adam going for the dive onto Jagsy, and he's going to go down. Oh my god!
He just rocks him in the face! He just said, bet! I dare you! Oh my god, he disappeared! That's what you need coming up from your mid. But can you find something in the mid lane itself? Stasis comes through from Kimbo, and M drops onto Ink Legend in the back. He's gonna be able to survive. Dared I say the same? The split fight as Ginye comes in super late, gets chopped down. Kimbo with the kill credit on that one. Jagsy is still here, took the reset. Fight is over.
120 ping said, you make one blunder, we'll make 2 equally back. Richter and Ginye on the Seraph go down for a T2, which could have been given. Oftentimes, teams like to give the T2. It's much easier to defend the inhib, but they decided to make the play as the T2 went down, and they've paid their lives for it, and now it's a little bit of a harder defense. 3 versus 4. You have M split pushing in the right lane, but the late to objectives players in the mid lane are a bit low HP and not really able to take anything, but M is going to slam that right lane inhib down.
I mean, we could have transitioned to defending that right lane inhibitor, but we sent kind of 3 still into the mid lane, chasing down some targets that really didn't need to be focused on. And M just gets to take the inhibitor for free there. You saw, you know, Jagsy step over and maybe consider it, but he's not going to step up to this Grux by himself. And what do, right? You try to chase, you run into the Iggy turrets, they're burning you down. It really feels like 120 ping is in this small circle that they can play in, and it's just getting smaller and smaller by the second.
Yeah, I think it's just really weird timings of when they're playing. I think if they're able to play as a 5, this 120 ping side can make a lot of things happen.
Yeah.
I think the Skylar is a weird pick into this team due to late to objective being pretty squishy and mobile. I think if the Skylar was against tanks or things that it could charge its beam up on, then it would be a lot better of a pick, but it's not exactly nuking as you would like it an ADC to against this squishy team here.
So far, Skylar, we've seen some success from Ink Legend, but in the team fights, it's not quite blasting these targets down as fast as you might need to. And the flanks that come through, especially from M, who seems consistently able to find his way into the backline to just start pulling squishies in, it's been very problematic. And it feels like 120 ping have to adjust the way that they're approaching these fights. But the time for that is slipping by, Wangle. We're at 27 minutes here, 10 to 19 on the board. I don't know that they have many fights left to test things out against. Oh my god, there's no way he just pulled 2 of them in. He puts Ink Legend down, and they're gonna run down Penguin too.
And it's the same old story where Penguin is looking to make something happen. He's looking to make a fight happen in the pit. His team is not quite there. They're coming from base. The Primal Fangtooth gets taken up by late to objectives, and M just says, "This is my game. Welcome to the Thunderdome." Pulls in the dual lane, takes him down, is looking to follow up onto Paradise, who's going to get counter-ulted and fall to Philo. And that is 3 down plus a Primal Fangtooth for the side of late to objectives.
There'll be 2 left to defend right now. Inhibitors still stand on the left side on the mid lane. Right side, very vulnerable. Minions making their way up, and Jagsy, gotta be careful, especially about where you land, because M is waiting for you. Go into the stasis, but the smash and grab is waiting there too. Jagsy bounces himself around. Blink comes forward. Jagsy cannot find himself a way out. M knocks him down. Ginye goes forward, trying to buy some time for the rest of the team to respawn, but it's not enough. Ink Legend and Penguin gonna come on up, but the core is under attack, and still 5 members of late to objectives. Not going to be late to the core here. Take a step back, get some healing going. Penguin takes a bunch of damage. The minions going to show up. 10%, 5%, and that is a wrap. Late to objectives. Wrap it up and take down 120 ping.
Wow, what an ending to this game. We were talking about how difficult it was going to get for 120 ping the later that game went, especially with something like an Iggy, but I talked a lot about M going into this game. That guy is insane. I love him as a player, but like, he had a good game. I wouldn't say he was the solo difference maker until right there at the end, where he just pretty much took out the entire enemy team on his own by just hitting the poles, going in and catching people out, and just what a way to end the game.
I really felt like 120 ping was a little bit too eager to try to make some of those plays, right? Paradise at the end there, Glacial charges forward. Fangtooth's already down, my guy. There's nothing to be done there. You lost your support and your ADC. There's some plays you just have to give up. And 120 ping didn't seem willing to do that as a team. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at our stats here and see how things went. You can take a look right there. Look at the mid laners. I mean, I think you could just see the structure damage tells quite the story, Wangle.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Kimbo. He knew what his goal was. He's on the Iggy. They didn't exactly have an insane Iggy comp, but if the Iggy was able to get fed with the Kira, they would have a very, very difficult backline to dive, and that's what ended up happening. Kimbo sat in his lane for quite a lot of that early game, but got the mini prime, got the T1 down really early in mid, and then was there for all the objective fights and shredded through the Aurora and the Richter anytime that they tried to walk in and make a play happen.
Yeah, there was just nothing to really keep that Iggy under control. You saw a few attempts at it, but I think what we saw from late to objectives was very good positioning from their team as a whole, right? They knew where they needed to stand to make sure they were making the use of their composition. And Angle, you know what I'm most afraid of is I'm afraid we might have like a back-to-back set of games where the Iggy might be the MVP. Like, I hate to say it, but
it is a little bit of a hard one. I think I have to give it to I think there's shouts for Kimbo. I think there's shouts for Adam, but just because of how that game ended, I'm gonna have to give my MVP to M.
I mean, I support that. I support giving it to M instead. Oh, come on, man!
There's no way we're giving it to an Iggy twice. Sorry, this is a little bit of mid lane bias and hate. I can't believe it.
I
I'm
think
shaking my
production
head
might
right
just
now.
hate us. I think they've got something out for us, man. 22 KDA though. That is nothing to scoff at. I mean, this guy just did not die. It's so hard to reach him, and I guess I will give the player credit because he deserves it. You did well, but I'm still salty about this.
Yeah, I mean, 7k structure damage as well. He did everything Iggy needed to do. He had a pretty perfect Iggy game. You can't really complain about giving him the MVP. Other than the fact that he's an Iggy.
I can complain about anything, Wangle.
Oh, I'll complain about it too. But no, congrats to
I've
Kimbo
got talent,
for the
okay?
Congrats to Kimbo for the MVP performance, and congrats to Late to Objectives for the win. Very, very solid game.
Very solid game. Put a second one on their belts there. 120 ping, unfortunately, will not be collecting a win on stream here today. But the good news is that's not the end of the day. We've still got more Predecessor coming up to ya. We've got at least one more game here to play today. So make sure you stick around, don't go anywhere, and we will see you after the break. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you didn't miss us too much. There's more Pred on the way. I hope you made the most of your break. If you did not take your bathroom break now, well, it's too late. You're locked in here forever with us. Spooky and Wangle take you back through everything. Wangle just came hot off the heels of one match. We're straight into another one. How are we looking at this next upcoming match? I know you had a little bit of time to look over things, and there were a few things that caught your eye there.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm ready. I didn't take my bathroom break, but I got my diaper on, and I'm so ready to watch this match. I think this is going to be a fairly even match from the list of players that I've seen. I think both teams have a good amount of players that I recognize the names of, having not been in Europe for a while. I haven't been over there for over a year, so there's some players that I don't quite know, some that are a little bit newer to the scene that I'm learning, but a good amount of players that I recognize on both teams, and I'm very excited to get into this match.
For those of you just joining us, it is Team Obscure up against Toto Arena. You can see the draft or the rosters on both sides there for you. And you can see a few names we recognize. Even I recognize some of these names here, Wangle. I mean, Bonjude, of course, has been around the scene. Zihi, Luigi of Heen. See a few people talking about Luigi here in chat today. So big expectations coming out from this one here. But who do you have your eye on?
I mean, it's a mid laner. Bry out here for Totorina. You know, probably the best NA mid at the minute. What a guy. Overplaying across the pond on some ping. Don't know why he's doing that, but I think I'm excited to get into this. And then, obviously, the captain of Totorina, the GOAT, Capo de Capi. If for those that know, you know. Capo de Capi, best all time. At what? I don't know, but he is the number one.
I mean, I cannot argue with statements like that. It's actually quite literally impossible to do. So I'll take your word for it here, Wangle. Let's take a look at who our production has their eyes on. Let's take a quick look over the head-to-head here. You can take a look. Black Viper and Ragnarok, junglers each. Very close, the CS per minute. In fact, quite close in a lot of these, except for that last one there. Structure damage really favoring Ragnarok.
Yeah, Black Viper, a very solid jungler, been around for a little bit. Will be a little bit more of more open to a couple different types of play styles. Excuse me, I might need to sneeze in a couple seconds. But Ragnarok on the other side, very much known for being an aggressive jungler, a jungler that likes to play assassin and carry type champions. He really likes his Seraph. He likes the Kalari. He likes a lot of these squishier picks and likes to often fit them in with like a Zinx or a Muriel in the duo lane, something that Zihi is very apt on. And so I think Ragnarok will definitely be that carry type jungler and definitely someone to keep an eye on for Team Obscure.
I mean, I'm not going to lie here, Wangle. I always really like seeing players who favor the assassin-style junglers a little bit more, because we see so much of the utility-style junglers. Aurora comes to mind, where we see so much for dropping down walls, dropping the CC. I like it when I see a player who just wants to do big damage, burst someone down, get the numbers in our favor, and then maybe do like a flashy double jump on their way out. It's cool, it's fun, and it has a much different impact than that normal CC utility jungler style does.
Yeah, it's definitely, in competitive is a lot easier to play the kind of bigger CC jungler type thing, play for team fights, all of that. Ragnarok's not about that. Ragnarok's about getting in there, getting his hands dirty, and trying to snowball the game in his favor. So I think we'll see a lot more early action in fighting than we have the past couple games, just because of that, and I'm excited to see which way it goes.
I mean, I don't even know what a lot more early fighting is going to look like, because we've seen some bloody early games here, Wangle. Do you expect it to kind of beat out what we just saw, or maybe saw in the game right beforehand, where we had hands being thrown all across the board? Or do you think it might just be the same pace? Or do you think even maybe Totorino needs to try to find a way to slow things down and not allow Team Obscure to have that explosive start?
I think it'll beat it out if there is A, no Iggy, B, no Narb, and C, no Gadget. Then it'll be very
exciting. It's a lot
exciting.
of asks.
That will probably not happen. Though a couple of those characters are very, very good. But it's just a personal preference, you know. I'm sick of these things. Sick of these characters, bro.
You know what? I'm right there with you, Wangle. Let's see if the teams are with us on this one, if they're sick of these characters too. Take it down to the draft. Eyes on the bottom of your screen here. We have an opportunity here to ban away the Narbash, to ban away the Iggy, and say, no, we have fun this game. Will they take it?
Probably not. I did think about it, and I just realized that Bry is in this game, and
no. Oh, no.
It is Bry. Gadget and Iggy are going to be available, and if you guys know Bry, that guy loves those characters. We're going to see Countess ban first on the side of Totorina, probably for that off lane. Don't want it to go over there. And then Obscure following it up with Greystone ban, who I think is extremely good right now.
You know what? I don't like this ban style, because we're banning the guys that like jump in and get in there and get active. Don't do that, guys. I don't care how strong the Greystone is. I want him in the game.
And then third ban coming out from the side of Totorina is going onto the Seraph, which is a Ragnarok staple. That is probably what I've seen him play the most in competitive games, is that Seraph. So a little bit maybe target ban coming out of Totorina, and then Zarus going to be banned on the side of Obscure, and that's, as usual, for potential offlane picks banned out. You know, some of them are junglers, but these are the type of characters you see banned out these days in these drafts. Totorina going to start off with a Rampage pick.
I don't hate the Rampage. Does a good job of getting in there. Has a little bit more of that utility. Can be a beefy frontliner. Good for setting the pace of a game early. If you can find those big boulders, jump in. You can find some aggression. The question is, what does Obscure answer it with? Lots of things still available. You mentioned Iggy, Gadget. We still got Narbash on the board, but it's going to be Morn locked in, which tells me we are not looking at a Narbash on the side of Obscure. We've seen a little bit of Morn here today, Wangle. Talk to me about what you think about this pick, and specifically its being picked in the first slot here.
I think there is enough decent stuff that you can play into the Morn that it might not be the highest prior pick, but they might have someone that really likes playing the Morn, and the Morn is very good right now. So I don't hate it in this early pick. And I don't think they picked the things that are pretty good into it. They picked Skylar Decker as their duo lane. I think if you'd picked a Narbash, it's probably a free win, because Narbash is just very good into the Morn. But I'm happy to not see a Narbash in this game. The Skylar, 50-50, can do a lot of damage to the Morn if the Decker is able to lock down the Morn pretty well. The Gideon picked up on the side of Obscure alongside the Boris. The thing I actually want to talk about real quick is I didn't mention that the Rampage could be a flex pick, both jungle and offlane. That Rampage is pretty solid in the offlane right now, and we could see it flexed either way.
I've gotten a lot of Rampage supports in my games too. And I'm going to leave that statement right there at that. I'm going to look at Boris instead here. We are seeing a little bit more activity on these drafts here, right? This Morn wants to move forward, wants to pull someone, wants to try to get a little active. Doesn't mind being in the middle of a team because you can just pop that Mez. Got the Boris, wants to start chasing these targets down, but on the other side, this Decker makes things a little bit hard to get through, right? Throw up the walls. All of a sudden, it's a little bit more difficult for this Boris to do what he wants to do. If he's on the opposite side of the cage or even inside the cage, he doesn't really get to do a whole lot here. Be damage looked at for the last bans. Gadget and Murdoch off the board. Gonna leave up that Drongo.
I think the Drongo pick is very solid. I think Drongo is one of the better ADCs this patch, and especially if we're going to be playing front to back with the Morn against the Rampage that's going to be diving in as the tanky frontliner. I think the Drongo is the best pick. Has very good tank shredding capabilities with his passive, which does max HP damage. His ult shreds armor. I think Drongo is probably the best pick here. Gadget is banned. We are not going to be seeing Gadget pick here from Bry. And if Bry is to pick Iggy, Obscure have the Gideon in the mid lane, which is one of the better, I think it's probably one of the best answers into that Iggy. So Totorina are going to opt into a Faye mid pick.
Right, we're getting a little bit of diversity here, Wangle. I'm liking this a little bit more here. So obviously you mentioned that Iggy doesn't play super well into the Gideon. Now with a Kwang, oh my god, a Kwang and a Faye? That's a lot of tethering going on here. And how do you feel about that matchup specifically? Not a whole lot of options left on the board. There was a Howie available. Do you think this Faye is what they need against Boris Morn?
I think this Faye will have to do a lot of work, but if they're able to play this front to back, they do have a lot of ways to lock down and get picks. Obviously, Ragnarok is on the Boris. A different style of carry jungler, not exactly an assassin, not exactly an ADC, but pretty close with a very hyper-aggressive bruiser. Bonju's going to be on that Sev. He saw the Kwang pick. It's probably Kwang. It's Kwang or Ramp offlane, and the Sev is very good into both. And Sev, I think, is one of the best characters in the game right now, and I think will be very much probably the issue that Totorina are going to have to deal with, because it is Bondrewd, and it is just a disgusting character that is going to have a good lane matchup. So those couple things together, put them together, and you might have a problem in that off lane.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, between the Sevarog, the Drongo, and the Gideon here, I mean, there's some good scaling on the side of Obscure. Totorino isn't bad into the late game, but it does feel like Obscure has a few more tools as the game goes on. Might cause some problems for the teams, but only one way to find it out here, Wangle. You know where we have to go. We know where we have to meet. It's where the two teams will clash for the final game of the day. Let's kick it to Sanctuary. What a short trip it was all the way down here. So Wangle, we see the teams, we see the tools they have available. I want to hear your thoughts on where they want to play through this map. I want to know what you think the win conditions are for each team here.
I think the easiest one to talk about is probably Totorina. You look at their comp, they just have a disgusting pick comp. You've got Ramp Rock, you've got Decker Ball, you've got Decker ult, you've got Fei ult, you've got Kwang Tether. You have a lot of abilities that if you hit one, you can hit a lot more after, and you can catch somebody out. The issue with it is the characters that you might be looking to pick are a character like Sevarog, a character like Morn. These tankier characters, there aren't a lot of options for Totorina to get picks with if these characters are allowed to scale, if the Sev gets pretty fed, if the Morn gets strong. It'll be difficult for Totorina to take down a couple of these characters. But if they're able to get onto the Gideon, the Drongo, even the Boris can be pretty squishy these days after a couple rounds of nerfs onto him. So if they're able to get one of those characters, I think their comp will be a lot better. Obscure, on the other hand, they want to play this front to back. They have the Drongo, they have the Gideon. The Gideon's going to follow in on the 7 engage, on the Bear engage. The Morn is able to sit at the back and peel the Kwang, peel the Rampage off of these backliners. And I think that they're both tanky enough and have enough consistent DPS that they'll win if they are allowed to play front to back fully.
We see what they want to do. It's a question of can they do it here. The thing that Totorina does have going for them is this Skylar. A little bit better at dealing with some of these tanks than some of the other ADCs are. As they stand right now, in the early game, not a whole lot goes on. We've seen these teams push their waves up and then pull their way back. Neither side really wants to look for too many skirmishes right now, despite maybe having the team comps for it, right? My eyes go to Ragnarok on the Boris. Where will he show up first? He's hovering on this right side. We see a small skirmish, but he's actually going to take a sit down and a reset.
Yeah, just a little mini invade onto the enemy 3 camp. Every little thing counts. Every little camp advantage is good. It means that Black Viper will not hit level 4 off of his first clear, but it means that he has a little bit more tempo to come into this off lane and get the rock and first blood onto Bondrewd.
That's going to roll through real quick. Bondrewd takes a spill. Not who you want to see falling down, especially on a character who wants to be farming as much as possible, scaling as quickly as he can here. And that first early kill onto Sevarog definitely feels good for Totorina. Now there's questions Obscure haven't answered back. And I gotta wonder if they're gonna focus on Bri in the mid lane here. That Fei, very immobile, very easy target if they try to focus her.
Yeah, I think mid lane is going to be probably the real focus point of this game. I think Totorina have a good ability to play on this duo lane as well, but I think for the most part, both teams will like to play mid lane. If they're able to get a rock onto the Gideon, they can lock him down before he can TP out, or they can play to follow the TP if they're close enough. But I think the Fei is by far the easiest thing to gank here. And especially because it's Bri, just an absolute powerhouse in the mid lane. You kind of want to keep that guy down if you can.
Yeah, you want to make sure if anyone scales, it's not Bri on the Fei. You don't want that hitting you late game. In fact, Obscure, I want to end this one a little bit before get too late in the game. Sure, they do have the Sevarog. They really do not want to let this team come online. So now where do they go first here? We're 4 minutes into the game. Bronjude, despite taking that early spill, doesn't really seem too hesitant about stepping forward in that lane and keeping that wave pushed up towards Totorina. And it's working out well for him. He's getting all the farm he needs. Will he take an early rotation? Maybe look for some invades. Has found Black Viper in the jungle already. Rock connects onto both of them somehow. Here comes Or Theory looking to grab down. Subjugate connects. Dash goes through. Hits the slow. Ragnarok doesn't have enough damage to put Black Viper down just yet. Instead, looking for an invade. It'll be a disengage. Oh, Bri.
I think
on the way.
Ragnarok
Oh,
is...
man. Link is good, but Bri is here. Not able to find the kill somehow. 25 HP and a dream. He gets to walk away. Now Luigi comes forward, finds the root onto Bri, and it's a quick turnaround. It's a kill for Luigi. One on the board, but here comes Black Viper. I don't know if this is the fight that you want. Puts Bondru down. For a way back out, Luigi can't find the range for him.
I can't believe that Fate ult
That's
got
crazy.
broken by distance. Just the dash from Ragnarok made just enough space for him to get out of the Fate pole range, and Bri loses his life for it. He doesn't get his passive, he doesn't get the movement speed on the takedown, and falls to Luigi in the mid lane following the rotate.
And it's just tragic for the side of Totorina there. It's going to lead to Obscure picking themselves up a Fangtooth. Ragnarok takes the quick reset, brings himself back. Find an objective to their name. Kill still favoring Arena right now. That might change here. Moa Deadly in a bad spot. Gets locked into the cage. He's super low. They just need a little bit more damage. Not able to find it. And Ragnarok brings the Bear Force 1. Kappa to Cappy goes down. Has 2 for 2 on the scoreboard.
Bear Force 1 versus the Italian Air Force, and the Italian Air Force does fall. Rip Capo. Almost had the kill onto Moha, follows the flash and is not quite able to get the finishing blow, and falls to the Ragnarok counter gank. And this set of plays has really gone in the favor of Team Obscure.
They've quickly gotten themselves a nice little lead here. Nothing too significant. It's not going to be back-breaking for Totorina, but it's more than they wanted to see Obscure take, especially a team that scales like this Sevarog. You don't want that one getting ahead too soon. He did take a spill there. At the same time, Obscure doing a good job playing the map to keep themselves pretty much above water, trying to find any way to find a lead. First Fangtooth is a good start, but it's really the next ones that matter the most here. It's going to be Mini Prime looked at.
Yeah, there's Bondrewd versus Black Viper. Finds Black Viper on the Mini Prime, says, "Get off my lawn," and Black Viper willingly does so. Doesn't want any of that, considering that it's a 3v3 around the orb pit, and he's a little bit low.
A little bit low, a little bit lacking in the damage department, we'll say. Both these teams willing to slow things down, maybe not. Deadly in a deadly spot here, but Zihi comes forward, finds the pole, and puts him down. Do not step up to my ADC, my friend. Get yourself out of here. Obscure, very good at just taking these fights and turning them around very quickly, Wangle.
Yeah, Capo is, doing really well. It looks like in the ADC role, he's getting Moha really low, but Zihi with the peel every single time, canceling the E, flash Morn-Eing Capo out of the sky, and then pulling him into his Drongo for the Drongo to get the finishing blow. Really, really good peel coming out of the boy Zihi, representing NA super well.
And these are the kinds of plays that lead to teams growing their leads, right? It's small. It almost seems inconsequential, but it's a play that Totorina tried to make and backfired in their face. Now they're down a kill. Now he doesn't get to farm for his golden XP. And it's giving a little bit more control of the map over to Obscure. It's giving Moha a little bit more to work with. You keep adding those up, and it starts to really begin to build a pile. Now Mini Prime being looked at once again. Obscure going to start this one up. Black Viper's in the area. Not your team here. Knocks him away with the colossal blow. Or Theory takes some damage from the sky. Pulls in Black Viper. And now the team is separated. Zihi and Thor Theory flashing together. Bonjude has some damage, but is it enough? It doesn't quite look like it. Ragnarok trying to find a way back out. Totarina surging on forward, but Capo to Cappy dies on the other side of the map. Things fall apart across the board for Totarina. Boulder might be enough. Not gonna find the kill. Uh-oh.
Zihi, though, stunned out of the air.
And he's gonna be put in a box as well. Somehow still walking away from this one. Can you find a boulder? He pulls him forward for the heal. It's not gonna be anything good for Zihi. Might be something good for Luigi. They can find the damage. A little bit too much mobility for Black Viper.
I think Zihi was out if he just didn't pull him.
I think
I can't-
so.
What a weird interaction. Okay,
He said,
so
hey man, watch this.
I believe that was a 2-for-0 for the side of Totarina, but on the other side of the map, Moha solo bolo against Capo a couple times. Capo looking like he'd do really well in the 1v1. Zihi saving him, and now that Capo's down a couple kills to Moha, solo bolo coming out, but now it's looking like
Oh my
Capo
God.
would win it.
Just like that, the rad rounds come through and explode Capo's health. Moha gonna be okay for now, but Black Viper's in the area. Luigi looking to make the rotation as well, but keep your eyes on the map. You got multiple bogeys incoming. They're gonna have to pull on out. Luigi does not want to step up to this. Fangtooth looked at.
Yeah, I'm seeing what happened now. Capo looking at the beginning of all these fights like he's going to kill Moha in the 1v1, and then right at the end the rad rounds goes off, the ult goes off from Drongo, and it's not a good trade for Capo on the Skylar.
Wait,
Ragnarok coming in.
gets himself in? No
Gets
way!
the steal.
He steals it away! The black hole opens and puts a lot of damage down on the Black Viper, but Luigi cannot keep himself alive. Two go down. A Fangtooth secured by Obscure.
That is some Ragnarok gameplay if I've ever seen it. That guy loves his objectives almost as much as NA players do. Goes in, dies for it, loses the Gideon as well, but they do get the second Fangtooth, meaning they're in a prime position at this 16-minute mark to get that third Fangtooth if they so wish to.
And I really feel like if Moha had been there, Luigi was putting out enough damage that they'd probably pick up a couple kills there. Might even be enough to turn things around. Bry now being looked at. The Boris Bash comes through straight into the ground. That's a solo kill for Ragnarok. He is not playing around with little fairy in his lane.
Yeah, and I'm just going to have to say, right now, if I'm Bry, I'm pissed. You want to know why? Because Bry flashed that Boris ult. Bry's flash is on cooldown.
Oh, man.
And the Boris ult was still able to catch him. So now Bry has no blinks for the next 5 minutes and for this upcoming mini prime fight.
That does mean he's a big target here. No mobility on a Faye means it's easy pickings. You just said it yourself, Langle. Mini prime being on the board. I mean, we've already seen these teams like to play for their objectives. Gotta imagine both of them gonna be looking towards that next one, trying to find themselves a lead, especially with how slow this right side of the map has been. Bonjude hasn't really been able to accelerate himself super far so far. If he can get that mini prime around himself, get some more stacks going that way. He's taking a lot of damage in fights. Get him some gold, and that might start to change.
Yeah, this is kind of the part of the game. I'm looking at this offlane, and I'm like, what does Fa Theory do to this Sevarog? It's got Cat Drive. It doesn't take damage. The Kwang's probably going Magic Power build, and is going to do absolutely nothing to Bondrewd in the long run. And that's when this matchup really shows how bad it can be, is if you don't get this Sevarog down early, Bondrewd's probably close to his tier 3 stack tier at 13 minutes. And it's just going to be such an issue for Totarina to have to deal with.
You serious? Tier 3 at 13 minutes?
He's close, I think.
Man, I'm going to tell you right now. I played Sevarog the other day. I think I hit tier 2 by like 18 minutes. I'm like really bad at that. You're making me feel bad, Michael.
He's tier 2, and I'm telling you, knowing Bondrewd, he's close to tier 3. Especially with Cat Drive, he gets the guaranteed stacks every time he has the Cat Drive proc. So it's a pretty safe guess, I'd say, for Bonju to be close to 120. It's
I'm
probably
never
about
I'm never
100,
touching that hero
110.
again. I'm terrible. I'm terrible. Oh my god. Let's turn our eyes back to Ragnarok there, because he's someone we can talk about. Or maybe we turn our eyes back to Bonju because he wants us to talk about him. Black hole opens. It doesn't find anything. Rhino has nowhere to go. Doesn't matter. Luigi puts a rock on his head. Oh, the CEO, the way he just dropped him down.
There's a little bit of goofiness with the Gideon TP and his black hole, but as we talked about, Bry not having that blink means... Oh my, wait, the rock from Black Viper.
Blink is good, but Black Viper wants a little bit more. I don't know that Ragnarok has a way out of this one. He does not. Oh, that's a lazy back if I ever saw one.
And on the other side of the map, even though Ragnarok's getting taken down, his team is on the mini prime as 4, and they get the mini prime onto Bondrewd and get a kill onto Fofberry in the mid lane.
There's going to be some grouping from Totorina, though, on that left side, but they might be too slow to do it here. Take away the blue buff. I'm not sure they find anything else. Zihi looking to try to find a way onto Black Viper, but the cage comes up. Sloans slows him down a little bit. Black Viper has to walk all the way around. No one else wants to go for that aggression, because look at what is up here. Wangle, it's going to be the Fangtooth. Bonju coming over for it.
Tried to get the back cancel onto Black Viper, not quite able to get it. But we're going to be looking at another Fangtooth fight, and this is really big for Obscure if they can get it. This is 3rd Fangtooth, and it means that the Morn and the Sev are going to be huge issues if they get this 3rd Fangtooth due to the bonus stats.
Obscure gets here first, but Totorina is on the collision course. Half health already is the Fangtooth. There's no way to get into it. Bondrewd is just standing in front of everyone saying, hey, you don't get to come towards the objective. That's where my team gets to play.
And he's just not even taking any damage to the sky.
Look at him.
He's eating it to the face. He doesn't care. He's got Payphone playing in his headphones right now. He's singing along. He's muted up in comms while his team is working out how to end this game. And Bonju's just having the time of his life in this game.
Black Viper not having as great a time. Zihi gonna be taking a lot of damage. Not enough to find the kill just yet, but the stun is good. No, he goes down. Gappo puts him in the ground. Black Viper jumps on forward, looking at Luigi. Heard what he did to his mid laner. Gonna have to turn and walk away from that one. Obscure definitely doing well on the objectives, but when it comes to grouping up and like team fighting, it feels a little scattered from them right now.
Yeah, it's a little all over the place. Totorina obviously have that pick comp, and they're using it to pretty good effect at the minute. Black Viper able to get some of that 3 camp out taken from Ragnarok. But at the end of the day, Totorina keep getting these picks. They're hitting the CC, they're following up on it, they're getting kills, but they're not getting the objectives, and they're not getting Bondrewd down, because this guy is level 13 at 17 minutes. He's sitting on 3,000 gold. He's about to purchase his 3rd item of the game, and he's starting to invade. And I think it's getting to the point that you're going to have to start looking at this Sev and say, hey, what do we do about it?
It's going to be a lot harder to do anything about it. He's going to go for another wave. He's not even resetting with his 3,200 gold right now. 3 levels up. He said, yeah, man, no one can mess with me right now. I decides to take a quick recall here. He ends up deciding to grab. He's just going to be so unkillable right now. Like, what do you even do at this point? Like, Capo's been having a rough time in this lane. He's not exactly ahead right now to just melt through a tank's health bar. I don't know what options they have.
Yeah, the issue is it's not just one tank, it's a tank plus a Morn that's going to % increase Bondrewd's armor. And this Moha is doing so much damage on the Drongo. Capo's dead.
He has nothing to do. The stun misses, but Black Viper is here trying to help out. I don't know if he can do everything, though. Black hole opens. It's not going to be enough. Finally shuts down Moha. But is he going to pay for it with his life? See, he pulls him back in and says, you will fall here, my friends. Luigi, you got to hit those.
Luigi does, in fact, hit those in the end. Maybe some minion assistance to get it over the line, but the Rampage Black Viper is going to fall at the hands of Luigi. And Bry in the mid lane has to use his blink again. Bondrewd's eating tower and just walking straight at him.
Is he eating tower? Like, I didn't see his health bar move. Bonjude literally just chewing on it as if it doesn't do anything to him whatsoever. Katarina in a bad spot. On the back foot right now. Sure, they took down Moha. The gold is racking up in favor of Obscure. And it's becoming harder and harder to take these fights, especially with that third Fangtooth you mentioned. You talked about how much damage it's going to do for Obscure, how hard it's going to be to kill Bondrude. Oh man, I think we're seeing it in effect right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just it just comes down to what do you do about the Sevarog, because you have the Sevarog and the Morn also very strong in this game and is going to be percent increasing the armor of the Sevarog and healing him as he's walking at this backline, and we're gonna see now what does the damage look like. Capo, can you do damage to it?
What do you even do? Where do you go at this point? To try to play the teleporter. Oh
Apparently
no,
the
take
answer is to
both of
offlane.
them! Oh no! You've only gone to another enemy, Capo. There's nothing to do here. This isn't an escape. They didn't do any damage!
I think that kind of sums up where I'm at with how this game is gonna go, because
Oh my god!
that Sev took 0 damage, and I don't think he'll be taking damage for a very long time.
Oh, that is a tough look. I mean, what do you even say when your Capo is like, hey guys, I held the laser beam on him, and I think he regened health, actually.
Yeah, I'm out of words. I don't know what to say anymore. This Sev character is just so disgusting. I'm gobsmacked. I'm speechless.
Like Zihi has to pop the ult there. Doesn't find a whole lot of value, so it's a little bit of a win for Totorina. Look at what's being taken right now at this moment. With no ADC here, it's going to be tough to approach, but they're going to put a lot of damage into Zihi. Right? Fangtooth gets dropped as they take down Zihi, finally even at some numbers, but Bondrude in the back just colossal blows them away and says, hey, you want to fight? We'll fight this guy. I'm bigger than everyone, and I don't care what you got to throw at me. Moha goes down, but Ragnarok is right here. Blink is good to make the space. He takes down Bride. 2 for 3 so far, favoring Obscure. Bondrude still here, gonna be walking forward. Says he does not care. The subjugate lands, and a rock on his head puts him right down underground. He's like a whack-a-mole over here.
An extremely split fight from both teams, fighting on 2 different fronts at the same time. A lot of people getting low HP, but in the end, Bondrude plus Luigi having Luigi to drop rocks do so much damage, and Bondrude able to do damage and able to take a million more of it, just absolutely making this fight a cakewalk in the end, when it was looking so close to start with.
Yeah, there was 2 fronts to that fight for Totorina. There's the winning front, and then there's the Bondrude front. And the Bondrude front's just trying to get back to the rest of the team because they cannot deal with that. I mean, he just walked straight into Capo's laser and just said, subjugate, here's a rock, get out of my face. It's going to lead to a 4th Fangtooth for Team Obscure. Primal around them. The way these fights are going, I mean, I think Bondrude can just lead them to any objective, whether it be tower, inhibitor, or prime, and just say, we're doing this.
Yeah, Bondrude, I think, is going to be looking to hit that final stack tier very soon. Not quite at it, but once he gets it, he has the max HP burn going around him, which against this ramp and against the Kwong especially will do a lot of damage. And Primal on top of it just is going to be such a problem with his damage once he gets this final stack tier.
Look at this guy. He's 2 levels up to say, hey, Black Viper, we're fighting now, buddy. Yeah, I know Foff Theory is here. Did I ask if I cared? Because I don't. He's going to take the fight over. Mortal is
What am I even watching?
What he is. He's finally going to be put in a cage. And hopefully that slows down the sheer aggression, because he has just created all the space that his team needs. Just walk over and take the Orb Prime uncontested.
Like, I don't even know what I'm watching right now. I don't want to play Comp Prep. This is making me not want to play Compred. What do you do about this? This is like, it's so goofy. I can hear Bonju's little laugh through the screen as I'm watching all this gameplay happen. He's just gonna sit here, he's gonna watch. He's just looking at him, bro. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, Luigi and the gang are walking up. Bonju's behind, has the ult onto Capo.
No, he never had a chance. He never had a chance.
Wait,
Capo is dead. And Bonju finally falls. He gets locked in the tower for too long. And Obscure are finally put on the back foot. They still get a double kill from Moa. And I might still be pushing for this tier 2. The very least, Toto Rena is able to say, you don't get to stand in front of us for 45 minutes.
Meanwhile, on the backside,
oh my
Ragnarok's
God,
just in there
leave
in
him
him.
alone. Whereas Bash takes him up and down.
The stun coming
have
out
a
of
way
Sloan,
back out.
though, able to interrupt Ragnarok. Ragnarok's really low here.
Oh, Black
But
Hole
Luigi!
comes through, and they get the kill credit right over to the bear, maul him apart. That's
Luigi
3 dead for
coming
Toto
in.
Rena.
Oh, Luigi coming in. Forget Super Mario. This is Luigi's mansion. He's the hero of this story. And they're going to take down both the mid and the left in Hibzihi. Catching Bribe. Rhino Stasis. No Blink as well now.
Man, that is ridiculous how this all broke down, Wangle. I mean, we started this with Bonjude just walking at 5 people and saying, hey, my team can do whatever they want. And now the base is broken for Toto Rena.
Ragnarok might be getting caught out here. The ramp ult, the Skylar ult going to come out. He's going to be on 1 HP here. The Decker able to hit. They're not able to get the kill.
Look at his HP, man. There's no way. Everything is missing. It's like an action movie. Finally, Sloan gets him from downtown. Puts the bear in the ground. Oh, my God.
I don't even know where Sloan was when he threw it. I don't think anybody saw him, but oh my God, what a ball. Okay.
It might have taken 5 attempts from everybody, but they finally hit Ragnarok and take him down. At the very least, it's a staggered respawn. That's a long time for him to be off the ground.
And
I mean, just take a look at the screen here. I mean, I'll let you break the scoreboard down, Michael.
You know, it's Luigi's world and we're just living in it. Bonjude, not really doing anything. 2 and 3, like, who cares about that guy? We're talking about Luigi and Moha here today, baby. But no, like, even Black Viper, 6-2 and 6 on that ramp, has most of the kills for his team, but unfortunately he is the Rampage and is not quite able to do anything significant to these tanks. He's able to get some kills, able to do some damage to the rest of the team, but Bonjude is just...
Bonjude literally just walked
He's
into these
level
guys.
17.
He literally just walked into a boulder, said, ooh, ow, whatever. He just kept walking. Look, he's just here to make space. He knows as long as he stands here, everybody has to look at him. He's gonna take CC after CC, finally getting close to being low. The more he pulls back, the closer he is to his team, the more he's got some backup to help him out. Just like that. Toto Rena realize they have to pull away. 5 Fang Teeth now for Obscure. Primal back around him. 1 inhibitor left. This one's looking tough.
Yeah, I think it really, you know, we're joking about it a lot. We're joking about how do you fight Bonjude, but it really is a question for Toto Rena is when can you start to play the game? Because it is 5 Fang Tooths to 0. After you lost the first 3, and then Bonjude really became a menace. Luigi really became a menace in this game. Moha also in a very solid spot damage-wise in this game. It is a genuine question. When can Toto Rena do damage? When can they start to maybe look to take these fights? It's definitely not now. Now that Obscure have this Primal Fangtooth, I think the amount of damage that Obscure is able to do will make the fights completely unplayable. So they have to wait out this Primal at least, but can they wait it out? Can they wait this out, even?
Well, with the broken base, it's very hard to do, because Obscure know that they can walk in anytime they want. And it's not like you can just ignore the Sevarog, right? He does damage, especially when he's fully stacked up, which, frankly, I think he is at this point, judging by the shoulder pads.
He's actually not. I think he doesn't have the... I don't know if it's a bug or something. It'd be crazy if he wasn't.
And either way, he's going to be walking forward full stack or not. He doesn't seem to care. He's taking a lot of damage, though. The rest of his team is here, baiting the rest of Toto Arena out of their core just to pump the damage back into him. Black Viper has popped the ultimate, has to go back to safety. But just look to break down this last inhibitor.
I did just watch that, and Toto Arena, I believe, used 4 ultimates on Bondrewd.
Yep.
The Decker, the Skylar, the Faye, and the Ramp now have 0 ults for this Orb Prime fight. Whereas, let's look at Obscure.
Or Prime
they have,
fight.
oh, all of their blinks and all of their ults up? Huh. I wonder how this fight's gonna go.
Let's make one thing clear. There ain't no Orb Prime fight for Toto Arena here. Instead, okay, is Bondrewd there? Bet. Let's go ahead and push these waves out from our base. And frankly, I think that's the best thing you can do. Even if Bondrewd wasn't doing what he's been doing, situation like this, you're afforded very few opportunities to step up to the enemy team outside your base, because one misstep, and that's just lights out. Toto Arena is in the unenviable position of having to defend around their core and make sure it doesn't drop, make sure they don't misstep, and they get to do 0 proactive plays right now.
Yeah, the Primal Fangtooth looking like it might be gone or is about to be gone, but Obscure sitting on this orb for a good couple minutes to go. They can take both of these inhibs down. Both of them are fake. They do not need a minion wave to take them down. And then you have orb and 3 minion waves that'll be walking up with super minions. And this is looking like this is where this game is either make or break for Toto Arena. As these waves walk towards the core, they're going to be looking for an end very soon.
It's tough. 2 empowered waves, strong core, gonna be aggressed on. Ragnarok leading the charge. Sloan is in the back. Faye ult comes through. It does some good damage, but it's not nearly enough. Pushes them away, but Bry gets dropped out. Bondrewd is just walking into the enemies. He's low, but not low enough. And the core drops ever closer to being cracked and broken. Black Viper trying to defend with Sloan, but it's not enough. And Obscure take a convincing victory.
That is a GG if I've ever seen one. Nobody falling on the side of Obscure in that final fight, even though they're fighting underneath the enemy core, doesn't matter. Just the amount of tankiness, the amount of damage they can take outweighs the damage that Toto Arena could do. And in the end, Obscure take the victory.
And Ryan was on the wall for a little bit there. Bondrewd being able to simply walk into the enemy base and say, hey guys, look at me. And only look at me. You don't get to interact. It was signaling quite some ominous things for Toto Arena. Admirable efforts to continue throughout it. In the end, it was not enough to overcome that Sevarog. Let's take a quick look over those game stats. See how everything broke down here, Wangle. I imagine it's going to be quite the look here.
I mean, it's, you know, who's this a comparison of? I see Capo and Ragnarok. Is this a comparison of the offlaners, or?
No, this is total team stats.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, the
Is that
CS
right?
Even the crazy thing about this is you look at it, the damage dealt, CS per minute, gold earned per minute, all higher on the side of Toto Arena, but I think a lot of that is because their inhibs went down early and they had to defend them. They were able to farm super minions for a while. Even the KDA, slightly higher for Toto Arena, but in the end, they just weren't able to do enough against Team Obscure. It doesn't matter that they had more damage dealt, as that damage really didn't matter in the grand scheme of things against the Morn healing, against the Sev healing, and just how tanky those characters were.
And that's the thing about those damage stats, right? They're being put onto targets who are so hard to take down. Sure, you might be doing more, but the other team just has to do less to take you down. And it's so easy to do. And, you know, Wangle, I think we all know who the MVP for this one is, right?
It's Iggy. I'm telling you right now,
Bro,
it's Iggy.
get out of
Iggy
here,
MVP.
man.
Congrats
That's
to
right.
Bondrewd for taking that MVP. I mean, after a performance like that, I did tell you I was looking at Bondrewd from the start with that draft against the Kwong. That is exactly the type of lane that you want to pick that Sev into, and you see it now. 1,000 damage dealt per minute in offlane on Sevarog, and 1,000 even more damage taken per minute on the Sevarog.
That's
It
crazy.
doesn't matter. It's
I mean, when you
crazy.
just stand in front of the entire enemy team, I guess those numbers tend to rack up a little bit there. Oh man, that's something to take home with you if you're Bondrude.
Yeah,
That does it for the game. But, before we go, we can take one more look at those group standings here, see how everything has shaken out. I think it's a good time to revisit all of our friends here. See, Useless Neft up there at the top, but you may or may not notice that Time's Up is right there alongside them, tied for 4 points in Group A. That means there is a tiebreaker being put in between those two teams. It is Useless Neft, as you can see, who ends up taking that first seed. And the crazy thing is because Neft has won with an average win time of 3 seconds faster than Time's Up, as a narrow margin. And also they beat Time's Up, so that also puts them ahead.
I think it really comes down to the head-to-head, but it is a very interesting stat that if it didn't come down to the head-to-head, if it went to time, then Useless Neft would have won by 3 seconds. But whichever way you look at it, Useless Neft take that first seed from Group A. And on the side of Group B, another tiebreaker that we have to talk about is Voidwalkers and Obscure.
Yeah, once again, Voidwalkers did take the victory over Obscure, so despite them both being 3-pointers, it is Voidwalkers who get that second seed. Use Obscure down there with the 3rd seed. Not too upsetting if you're either team there, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's the way tournaments happen. It comes down to the head-to-head. I mean, very well played by all the teams today, as we've seen throughout the duration of this broadcast. We had some banger games left and right. A lot of objective steals. That was the biggest thing that I've noticed.
Crazy amount.
Even just in the couple games that I've been awake for, I've seen at least 1 steal every single game out of nowhere.
It's been highly competitive, to say the least. Every team has been willing to get in there, get active. Let's take a look at the bracket and see what else we have coming up for us here. Remember, we do have more of the action tomorrow. Knockout stage, there you go. You can see Useless Neft against Voidwalkers, Bad Stew, and Time's Up, all competing for their place in the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very exciting time in this top 4. I think any of those teams can really take it. Obviously, everyone's going to be looking at Neft. He is EU's prodigal son and has won basically all the, I think actually every Fang booth. FangDraft is a little bit different, so I would like to see if anyone can dethrone him. They haven't had a perfect record today, so
That's true.
There's a chance for it to happen, and it's a very exciting time to be around here.
Well, that is going to do it for us here today, but don't you worry. Like you just saw, we've got more action tomorrow. Now, I'm going to cover the NA side of things because I'm an NA boy with NA time zones. It's going to start at 8 a.m. Eastern over here. Wangle, I'll let you convert that to our EU friends.
That is going to be, 1 p.m. for my British folks and 2 p.m. CET for the rest of you that have
I knew I could rely on
a
him.
more centralized time zone.
This is why they put you with me here, Wangle. I need that rock there I can rely on. F6 never did it for me. Lance didn't convert for me. He's actually in a crazy, stupid time zone. You're my favorite so far. Thank you guys for joining us, and make sure you join us again tomorrow because we are going to be so excited to see you here to go through the finals. But until then, have a fantastic rest of your day. We'll see you next time.
Bye.